Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The blade was dragging along the wall and someone noticed how helpless people were in the face of merciless violence. The guy crawled away from the warrior and shouted for him not to come closer, not to come closer. The maniac was humming a song and stretched out his hand. The man clenched his teeth and screamed. Then he pulled out a gun and screamed that he was a damn monster. Jack opened his mouth. Then he deflected all the bullets. Then he dashed forward. The man looked forward in surprise. Then he fell apart in two. Jack raised his head and screamed that this is it. Then he grabbed his head and started laughing. The boy looked at him and heard that this guy was the last one. Then he looked out of the elevator shaft and heard that if he killed him, the boy clenched his teeth. Jack started laughing loudly. The corpses were lying on the ground. The guy turned his gaze. Then he looked at his parents and noted in his mind that he was there, where hundreds of people died in the fire, and there was a devil who mercilessly killed his dear parents. The sun was shining over the buildings and Chuck noted that 10 years had passed since that incident. The protagonist looked at his phone and heard that 10 years ago there was a truly catastrophic incident, as a result of which 231 people died. The girl moved her finger and added that it was a fire in the Grand Tower. After a long investigation, the case was closed with a conclusion: non-compliance with safety regulations. Chuck strained his gaze. Then he remembered the face of the killer and thought that no one knew that what happened 10 years ago was not an accident, but a mass murder committed by some demon in human form. Chuck leaned back and added that there is a theory that an accident is actually a deliberate murder. Then he got up and heard that he had soiled it. The blonde looked at the guy and asked if his apology would be enough, and the guy replied that he was truly sorry. The bullies pounced on the guy and said that he was crazy. Then they started hitting him and yelling at him to stop apologizing. The blonde lit a cigarette and said to look at himself. This is what happens when he contradicts him. And the second one yelled that he will understand this only after he gets beaten up good. He doesn't think so. Then he raised his hand and said not to hit him too hard, he will still kick the bucket. The main character grabbed the bully's hand and heard him think that he will come to his senses if they stop. The bully turned around and asked what the hell. Then he started tugging at his hand and asked them to let him go. The blonde gritted his teeth and wondered why he was so strong. Chuck swung. Then he hit the guy in the face. The other bullies turned around sharply. Then one of them opened his mouth and yelled what the hell he was doing. Chuck quickly dodged the blow. Then he swung. Then he hit his opponent hard. The bully opened his mouth. Then he also got hit in the face. Chuck quickly twisted around. Then he straightened up and walked away. The guy raised his hands and yelled that he was truly amazing. He was that new student who transferred here last week, right? The guy looked unhappily and heard him get out of here. Chuck looked at him and noted that he didn't want to talk to him, so he should get out. The blonde guy put his hand in his pocket and heard him say that he wanted to fight too. Then the guy ran away apologizing. Chuck turned around abruptly. He didn't see anyone. The blonde guy pulled out a knife and yelled for him to die. Then the guy stabbed him. Blood fell on the floor. The blonde gritted his teeth, asked how it was, and thought, what the hell, he stabbed just because he was so scared. Then he saw that he had stabbed the protagonist's hand. The blonde looked up. The protagonist swung. Then he hit his opponent. The guy flew to the side. Chuck grabbed the knife. Then he pulled it out. Then he looked at his hand. It began to heal slowly. Then the wound disappeared. Chuck approached the bully. Then he pulled out his lighter. A memory with Jack appeared in the protagonist's head and Chuck thought that it was similar. This lighter has a similar pattern. Then he remembered the lighter and added that he gave up the search with the lighter that the killer used, since it was a limited edition, the production of which was discontinued. The protagonist looked closely at the lighter. Then he headed for the exit and noted that he would return it later. It began to get dark outside. There are knives stuck into a pair. There is a poster on the table. The protagonist was sitting at the table. Then he put down the screwdriver and noted that everything was ready. Then he looked at the photo. He remembered his parents lying on the ground and thought that 10 years ago he lost everything he had. Then he looked closely at the photo and added that his life had changed dramatically after that incident, and the only thing left was this photo. Chuck turned his head. Then he looked at the scene and noted that after that day he had a goal. The protagonist calmly looked straight ahead and added that he needed to catch and kill the demon that killed his parents. Then he looked at his fist and noted that this incredible ability of his body to recover is also a blessing for this goal. Chuck looked at the poster and noted that the problem is that he has no more information about this damn killer, except for his nickname. His name is Jack. After which he presented various illustrations and added that some say that he hunts for human organs, others say that he is just a crazy cannibal. You can also hear that he is a mad scientist who has been experimenting on people in a lab for decades, or that he is some kind of war veteran with PTSD. There are even people who said that he made a contract with the devil. Chuck imagined his face and added that he collected all the information about him, regardless of whether it was fictitious or not, and all in order to find him, although none of it could be confirmed. Then he imagined Jack in blood and noted that the only thing you can be sure of is that Jack's strength goes beyond human limits. The protagonist leaned on his hand and thought that he had some information about this, but it makes him a little confused about what to do first. Then he tensed his muscles and added that first of all, he needs to get stronger so that he can kill him with his own hands. The phone vibrated and Chuck added that the only way to achieve this goal. The protagonist looked at the phone. Then he saw a message from the blonde. Chuck pursed his lips. Then he smirked and thought that as expected, the more practice, the better. A scream was heard in the warehouse. The blonde grabbed his nose and shouted that his nose was beautiful. Then he turned and added that he wrote to him, as he said. Then he turned and added that he thinks this idiot will come just because of these damn messages. Max stuck his hand in the pack and noted that he will definitely come. After he dug into his past a little, he found very interesting information about this guy. Then he tilted his head and added that this kid, starting from middle school, was transferred to 12 different schools. Not only that, all he did in those schools was fight and get into trouble. The blonde opened his mouth and asked, "So what?" The big guy scratched his cheek and said that the weird thing was that the reason he was regrafted wasn't because he was expelled. Then he stood up straight and added, "Because he asked for it." The blonde opened his mouth and asked why. Was he kidding? 12 times? Was he crazy or something? Max lowered his head and noted that he said it was because he had no one left to fight. The big guy remembered the video with the protagonist and noted that first of all he did was throw himself at others, be it a gang leader or even just a school kid, until there was no one left to fight. Then he stuck his finger out and added that in other words, he was crazy about fighting, that's what he meant. The blonde opened his mouth and shouted that then he shouldn't sit around doing nothing, he was going to face this strong idiot alone, he should hurry up and call for backup or something. Max opened his mouth and laughed, and the blonde asked why he was laughing. Then he took the pack. Then he looked at him furiously and asked if he could lose. The guy put his hands out and noted that he didn't mean it. Max pressed his lips together. Then he spat. The saliva shot out with great force. The blonde trembled nervously. Then he saw how the steel column cracked. Max looked at the bolts and asked if he saw them. Then he put his hand in the pack and noted that it was different from him. Max threw the projectile into his mouth. Then he spat out the bolts. The sky shook from the scream. A crane appeared over the construction site. The sun was shining on the construction site itself. Chuck began to slowly climb. He confidently climbed the stairs. Then he put his hands in his pockets. Then he turned around. The main character stopped in the middle of the floor. Then he looked at his phone and thought that, however, this was the right address. Then he turned around and added that they might be playing with him. The whole building shook. Chuck ran sharply and wondered what was coming from there, what that noise was. Then he stepped on a bolt. Then he sat down and asked what it was. The protagonist looked at them and realized that they were bolts and nuts. Then he saw blood on them. Then he lowered his fingers and added that it was still warm and fresh. Chuck looked up. Max's head was lying on the floor. Then Chuck saw Max's severed head. Then he opened his eyes. Then he threw out the bolts and cursed. The protagonist opened his eyes and wondered what the hell. Then he looked up when he heard a question about what. Someone squeezed the blonde's neck. Chuck tensed up. Jack smiled and asked if there would be a bonus kill. Chuck froze in horror and asked again. 10 minutes ago, a question about a contractor was heard at the construction site. Dave gritted his teeth and asked what that meant. Max took the food in his mouth and noted that it was not that simple, so let him explain. In simple terms, he signs a contract to receive the same ability. Then he opened his mouth and added that from time to time, exchanging it for murder. The blonde clenched his teeth and asked what he meant, who to kill, and Max asked to wait. Then he turned and noticed that there was someone over there. Then he stared into the dark passage. Jack smiled and noted that he had found them. Max opened his eyes and asked that he was the killer Jack. The maniac walked towards him and greeted them. Max pulled his head back and asked how he ended up there. He was told that he had disappeared 10 years ago, and Jack was surprised that 10 years had already passed. Then he lifted his sword and added that he wanted to ask him something. Max pressed his lips together. Then Jack grabbed him. The man doubled over and was covered in blood, after which his head cracked. Bloody bolts fell to the ground. Jack chopped off his head and noted that it was a surprise. Then he threw his head back and noted that he had overdone it with force. Dave started to run and wondered what was going on. Then he opened his mouth and noted in his head that the last thing he needed was some madman spitting bolts, and also a monster for whom killing such a madman was as easy as pie. He just wanted to get rid of the new guy and not get involved in this. Jack suddenly appeared in front of him. The blonde moved away in fear. Then the killer grabbed him by the neck. Jack opened his mouth and noted that he shouldn't be afraid. It would all be over in the blink of an eye. He wouldn't even have time to feel pain. Dave opened his mouth and wondered if he was really going to die like this. The killer suddenly heard a voice behind him. Jack squeezed the blonde's neck and asked who had come. Chuck began to emerge from the darkness. The killer smiled and asked that there was another one here. The protagonist opened his eyes and was surprised. Then he froze and stared at the killer. Jack opened his mouth slightly and noticed that he knew his name. Chuck opened his mouth slightly, heard if he wanted to play with him, and asked again. The protagonist lowered his head and heard him wait, he would finish here, and they would have fun with him. Then he imagined his dead parents and thought, he did all this, all those horrors that he had to go through that day, the death of his parents. Then he looked at the killer and noticed that it was good. Chuck clenched his fist. Then he ran at the killer and shouted that if he wanted it so badly, then let them have fun. Jack covered himself with his hand and noticed that he had character. Then he put out his hand and added that he had told him to wait. Chuck abruptly grabbed the blonde. Jack opened his mouth. The protagonist put his fingers to his mouth and thought that he was not breathing. Then he stood up. Then he began to straighten up. Chuck looked back furiously and said that instead of playing with the small and weak, let him fight with him. Jack stared at him. Then he smiled widely and noted that it would be even more fun then. The fist approached the protagonist's face. Chuck quickly dodged. The killer began to hit faster and noted that he dodged better than he thought. Jack swung. Then he hit powerfully using a rocket strike. Chuck turned his gaze back. Then he saw how the wall collapsed. The protagonist carefully stared back and thought that no matter how well he regenerated, he would not withstand such destructive force. Then he looked at the killer's hand. Then he dodged the blow and thought that if he did not pull himself together right now, he would die. Jack smiled and asked why he dodged this too. He was sure that he was an ordinary person. Chuck turned sharply and heard how he dodged everything. Maybe he had some kind of prophetic abilities, looked into the future or something. Then he strained his eyes and thought it would be much more convenient if there was such a way, but this was just the result of his crazy search for Jack. Then he remembered how he was sitting at the computer and added that there was no easy way to get them. Chuck remembered how he was sitting on the site and noticed that regular search engines did not see these sites, and he went deeper. Then he clicked on the file and added that he went the illegal way. There were only 3 videos from surveillance cameras where Jack was present, but even this did not bring anything. The main character looked at the video and noticed that in 2 recordings, Jack was simply passing by the place where the camera was installed. Then he remembered a frame from the video and added that even in the last video, he was not cold-blooded. Jack started fighting people and Chuck noticed that he looked like a regular madman in weird clothes and it looked like he was just beating up a bunch of hooligans. Jack looked straight ahead and the protagonist wondered what he was thinking. Jack noticed the camera, maybe he was acting reserved to hide his identity. Chuck was sitting at the computer and added that it was even good. Then he stared at the monitor and thought that it was not at all like what he saw as a child, because people did not die in one blow. The protagonist clicked on the mouse and noticed that Jack's movements were more obvious. Thanks to this, he watched this video hundreds, no, thousands of times. Chuck strained his gaze and noticed that he was able to get used to the style and habits of his attacks. The protagonist took a stance. Jack smiled and noted that since he did not tell him, he would have to check it himself. The protagonist tensed up and thought that he did not need to be so nervous, he just needed to concentrate on his fist and choose the right time. Jack stood on tiptoe, then jumped back. Jack delivered a powerful blow to the protagonist. The protagonist spat out blood and thought, wow, that's speed. Jack stared at him carefully. The protagonist flew into the wall. Jack looked at him and asked if he couldn't dodge this time, he hit too fast. Chuck opened his mouth and wondered what that was. He expected something like this, but wasn't that too much? Then he spat out more blood and added that it really hurt, he couldn't breathe. Jack put his hand out and noted that it probably hurt, he thought he'd dodge it. Then he smiled and added that if that's the case, let him lie down and rest a little, his lungs, ribs and organs should be pulverized. Then he was surprised to hear him shut up. The protagonist stood up and noted that they were just getting started. Jack slumped his shoulders and froze. Then he raised his hands and shouted that it was excellent, their friend had a strong will. Then he lowered his hands and asked if that wasn't strange. Chuck gritted his teeth. Jack raised his hand and said that even though he couldn't dodge his last attack, his actions were like he studied his attacks. But it didn't look like he looked into the future to do that. The protagonist looked at him nervously. Jack suddenly appeared from behind and asked who he was. Chuck waved his hand sharply. Jack jumped back and noted that he knew his name. Then he stared at the protagonist and asked how he knew about him. Maybe he did too. The protagonist looked at him and answered because they had met before, 10 years ago, at the Grand Tower. Jack looked at him in surprise. Then he put his hand out and said that they had met there and apologized for not recognizing him. Then he raised his hand and said that he was a child 10 years ago. The killer's eyes lit up. Then he remembered seeing the protagonist as a child and noted that there was only one little kid there, crying near the corpses of his parents. Chuck hit him sharply and shouted that now he remembered. Jack began to dodge and said that now it all made sense, that's why he was so angry, he wanted to avenge his parents. The killer smiled and said that he was starting to worry, thinking that if he kept swinging his fists like that, he could hit him. Chuck clenched his teeth and shouted that they would find out. Jack dodged sharply and noticed that he wasn't even straining himself. A cut appeared on the killer's neck. Jack saw a line of blood and noted that he was sure there was some distance between them. Then he saw the knife. Then he turned to the protagonist and said that it was clear that this was his goal from the very beginning. Those blows were just a distraction. Chuck turned his gaze. Jack hit the protagonist sharply. Then he clenched his fists and said that if this continued, it could become unbearable for him. The protagonist spat out blood and heard that he had dodged all of his attacks and even cut his neck. The killer smiled and noted that this too. How many times has he gotten up, although he should have been lying dead for a long time? Chuck grabbed his stomach and heard that this is the best. Jack looked at the protagonist. The protagonist opened his eyes after hearing that he has regenerative powers. Jack held up his finger and noted that this is the only explanation that makes sense. He can still move despite his damaged organs and shattered bones. Then he remembered how he slashed the child and added that that night, 10 years ago, he did not die from the blow of his knife. Then he held up his finger and asked how he got it at such a young age. The killer opened his eyes. Chuck began to get up and heard that this is why it is interesting, so fascinating. Then he turned and noted that he will figure this out later. In his life he killed different people, but for the first time he meets someone with super regeneration. Chuck started to twitch and heard that that was why he had a question, and then thought that the speed of his recovery was slowing down if this continued. Jack lowered his head and said that he was most interested in whether he could, like Piccolo from Dragon Ball, grow his limbs. Then a knife flashed. Jack took out the knife and asked if he would cut it off. Chuck gritted his teeth and thought that this was absolutely impossible. Jack put his hand out. Then he threw the knife and noted that the experiment would begin. The protagonist looked down. The killer smiled widely and noted that he had hit the target right on target. Chuck fell to the ground and began screaming about his leg. Jack leaned down. Chuck gritted his teeth. The killer put his hands on his side and noted that that was it. The severed limb would not grow back. Then he looked at his leg. Then he put his hand on his chin and asked why he hadn't died 10 years ago. Maybe because he was still growing. He would have gladly done a couple more experiments, but he was in a hurry. It was his first time, so he couldn't prepare well. Chuck started crawling. Jack started opening the canister and noted that they wouldn't talk about sad things anymore. Then he started pouring out the gasoline. Then he straightened up and noted that as an apology, he should imagine that the candles on a birthday cake were about to light, as if we were celebrating a birthday. The canister fell and the killer noted that only they had a death day. Then he took out a lighter and noted that it needed to be celebrated with a bang. Chuck opened his mouth and insulted him. Jack turned around. Then he scribbled on the lighter and said that they would begin. Jack stood straight. Then he raised his head. Then he looked at the lighter and asked why it wasn't working, whether it was broken or something. Jack struck a lighter and released red dust. Then he grabbed his face and asked what it was. Then he opened his eyes and screamed that his skin was burning. Chuck smiled and thought that he was caught. Then he remembered the notes on the wall and added that analyzing rumors about Jack, he found something, and it was a fire. Then he remembered his parents and added that among the numerous stories, a fire figured in every more or less plausible case, and that day 10 years ago was no exception. The protagonist remembered Mike and thought that he had seen with his own eyes the tool with which the fire was started 10 years ago. Then he imagined the lighter and thought that it was a limited edition lighter, discontinued 20 years ago. Then he remembered how he took it from Dave and noted that fortunately, he got his hands on the same model. The protagonist sat at the table and worked, and then thought that he carefully modified it, adding racinophoretics into it. Chuck looked up at the killer and thought that 1 gram of it would kill an ordinary person in agony, and now he would understand it. The protagonist smiled. Then he remembered their fight and thought about all those blows he had dealt. Then he remembered the cut on his neck and thought about what should have made him think that he had been aiming for his neck. Chuck remembered how he had cut him. Jack opened his mouth and screamed, and the protagonist thought that all this time he had been aiming for his pocket. The killer clenched his trembling fist and said that he had been kind to him because he was an interesting guy, but this is how he had repaid him. Jack took hold of his mask and screamed that he had been through this many times, so the poison was nothing to him, but he would not forgive him for ruining his mood. Then he turned sharply and noted that he would cut off the remaining limbs piece by piece. The killer saw no one in the protagonist's place. Then he opened his mouth and was surprised. The protagonist jumped up from behind and the killer asked where he was. Then he swung his sword. Jack turned and looked at his leg and said that his leg was cut off, he couldn't get away. A moment later, the protagonist cut off his head. Chuck gritted his teeth and thought that 10 years ago, thanks to him, he understood something. Then he lowered his head and added that the severed parts of his body do not regenerate, but at the same time. Then he remembered how he sat in blood as a child and added that it is possible to put it back together. The protagonist fell to his knees. Then he threw the knife. Then the killer looked at the corpse. Chuck lowered his head. Then he opened his mouth and screamed loudly. A scream rose above the construction site. The protagonist froze. Then he gritted his teeth and noted that it was all over. Then he looked at the killer's body. Chuck opened his eyes, hearing a voice from behind. Then he flew up. Then he looked forward and heard if he was sure that it was all over. Jack looked at the protagonist. Then he smiled and noted that he didn't know why, but he was still alive and well. The killer looked at the protagonist, heard how this could happen, he was his head, and replied that he himself didn't know, but they had what they had. Chuck grabbed his head and screamed how this was possible. He should have died. Jack smiled and said that he had already said that he didn't know. Moreover, this was the first time this had happened to him, so he should be more gentle. Then he came closer and added that, by the way, why was he so surprised? He had just attached a leg to himself, as if nothing had happened. The protagonist hit him on the ground and screamed for him to close his mouth. Then he let go and added that he realized that if he couldn't kill him by cutting off his head, then there was only one option. Then he reached for the knife. Chuck swung it and screamed that he should cut off his head. Jack opened his mouth and asked what about revenge. Chuck flinched and asked again. The killer looked at the knife and noted that he wanted to avenge his parents, and Chuck asked what he was getting at. Then he clenched his teeth and noted that this is what he was doing now. Jack opened his mouth and noted that he really did not know the whole situation or was just pretending to be stupid. If the latter, then he would explain something to him. The protagonist opened his eyes when he heard that he was not the one who killed his parents. Then he froze. Then he smiled. The protagonist raised his hand and began to laugh. Then he grabbed him and shouted that since death was near, he decided to piss in his ears at the end. Jack looked at him and noted that he had long since become indifferent to his life. Rather, he wanted to reason with him. Then he looked at his head and added that he should just look at that bald guy. He did not find anything strange, and now let him remember what happened at the time of his parents' death. Chuck gritted his teeth and heard that he simply remembered that day. Corpses and severed limbs were lying here and there. The protagonist remembered his parents when he heard that only his parents did not have a single cut. Strange, isn't it? Chuck opened his mouth and shouted to stop talking nonsense. He thinks he will believe it. Then he turned sharply, hearing a sigh. Dave began to twitch and Chuck noticed that he forgot about him. Jack looked at him and noted that he did not think that it was better for them to leave. Chuck looked at the blonde and heard that he himself understood what would happen if he came to or could just kill him. It began to dawn outside and Chuck asked him to be quiet. The sun began to shine outside. The blonde was sitting in school. Then he clenched his head and asked what happened that night. He did not imagine it. The guys came up to him and asked why he was so busy. He killed the new guy. Dave raised his head, asked again, and heard what was wrong with his face, saying that he had dealt with the new guy. The guy smiled and asked how long the guy had been gone, heard that it had been 3 days, and said that it was good because his very presence had irritated him. He was great as always. The blonde remembered lying on the floor, then how he opened his mouth and screamed. Then he stood up. Dave looked to the side and noticed that it hurt. Then he saw Max's head. Then he doubled over and was surprised. The blonde looked up and remembered Mike. Then he started running away screaming. The blonde got into his phone and screamed that he should call the police. Then he tensed up and asked where the new guy was. Then he looked up and noticed that he had called him here. Just let them not say that it was him. Dave held a sandwich in his hands and thought that he was scared to go back and check, but what if he was out for now? After which the sandwich fell and he added that this idiot came and was killed. Maybe that's why he hasn't been at school for several days. Dave opened his mouth and thought that he would be arrested on suspicion of murder. He went outside and heard what was happening to him. Then he took a cigarette and thought that he would let this weirdo live. A moment later, someone hit him on the hand and shouted that smoking was prohibited on school grounds. Dave opened his mouth and asked what she was doing. The girl put her hands on her hips and asked if she hadn't asked him to follow the school rules. She had heard a rumor that he was bothering the younger students. Then she clenched her teeth and noted that he was a punk. Dave extended his hand, heard that he at least knew how ashamed she was of him in front of the council, and answered that she was picking on him. Let her go where she was going. She had enough worries without her. Chloe opened her mouth and noted that he had also bothered the new guy, and someone asked her to stop. Royd looked at the guy and asked if he was Chloe's brother. Nice to meet you, and Dave asked who he was. Royd stuck out his finger and pointed out that he was her friend and also on the student council. Then he looked at the guy and pointed out that he had a few questions, and Dave asked if it was about the new kid. Royd smiled and pointed out that he did. They were in the same class, so he was wondering why he hadn't shown up at school for a few days. Maybe he knew something. The blonde opened his mouth and pointed out that what did he have to do with it? He was his classmate, not his. Royd stuck out his hand and pointed out that Chuck had recently transferred, and he was one of the few people he had talked to. Dave opened his mouth and yelled that he didn't know anyway, and why didn't he ask his parents, and the guy replied that he was an orphan. The blonde waved his hand and shouted that then he was not his assistant. It did not concern him. Royd looked at him and noted that he would have to go to him. The blonde turned and asked if he knew where he lived. The guy clenched his teeth and answered that he knew. The girl was standing with scales and the protagonist noted that murder is a sin, and as if ridiculing the common sense of this phrase, people with super abilities or power who are not subject to any control. The protagonist imagined murder and added that they continue to do whatever they want while remaining unpunished. Then he imagined how someone sharpens a sword and noted that it is difficult to call them people since the power that makes them untouchable ultimately turns them into monsters. The protagonist slammed his fingers on the table and asked that he understood correctly that people with superpowers are called performers. That day in the Grand Tower. Then he turned and asked that they were there too. Jack bowed his head and answered that it was so, whether he believed him or not. The protagonist poked his finger and noted that he would open his mouth when he asked questions, and the killer noted that wow, how serious, what else interests him? Chuck gritted his teeth and asked who killed his parents. Mike smiled and noted that he understood, he had no idea about that. The protagonist gritted his teeth. Then he grabbed him by the hair and shouted for him to stop lying, and Jack told him to let his hair grow, otherwise he would go bald. Then he looked at the protagonist and shouted that he had already said that he did not know what else he wanted from him, did not know why, but he remembered little. Chuck watched silently and heard that he had not just forgotten some fragments, he did not remember anything for the last 10 years. The protagonist let him go and heard that he wanted to know what kind of person did it no less than he did. Then he walked away and said what he had hoped for when he listened to him. Jack opened his mouth and heard that he was no use. Then he put out his knife and noted that he would not need it anymore. The blonde stumbled. Then he grabbed his leg and asked how much longer they had to go, and Royd replied that they were already close. Then he looked at his phone and noted that he was now turning left, and the blonde thought that this kid lived in the middle of nowhere. Then he looked away and added that the main thing is to be patient and find out whether he is alive or not. Royd smiled and noted that they had arrived. The head was missing from the scarecrow. Royd hit the door and called the protagonist. Then he looked at the door and noted that it seemed like no one was there. What would they do? The blonde clenched his nail with his teeth and thought that maybe it was not too late to check that factory. Then he turned around hearing him think. Then he opened his mouth hearing that maybe something happened to Chuck. The blonde began to kick and scream that he had nothing to do with it. After which he opened his eyes hearing that he meant that maybe he was sick. Then he smiled and noted that he had already thought that everything was possible, and Royd asked what he was happy about. After which he gritted his teeth and noted that it worked. The guy opened the door and told him to go inside, and Dave asked how he opened it. Royd turned around and noted that now was not the time to think about such things. What if he needed help? And Dave said that how could you break into someone else's apartment without permission? The blonde went into the apartment and asked, anyway, how he opened the door, and Royd answered that he said the same. It doesn't matter, the main thing is to find Chuck. The blonde turned his head. Then he began to shake his head and thought that he was not here. He was definitely at the factory. Royd raised his head and said that he realized what happened to Chuck. Dave darkened and thought about what to do, maybe confess before it was too late. Royd hid the hammer behind his back. Then he smiled and noted that he would need his help. According to Jack, these so-called performers live all over the world and communicate exclusively through a special application called understanding. If a person wants to become a performer, then he needs to find a black market, and there they will install this application for him. The guy was standing in front of a dirty door. He thought about Jack's words and realized that the market must be here. His hand reached for the handle to open the door. The room was dark. Suddenly, Chuck became wary of something. Opening the door harder, he found himself in an unlit room with scattered things. The guy could not believe that he had fallen for this because he really hoped to meet a representative here. He pressed the bag to the ground with force and hit it. Chuck swore that he was pulling this clown onto the globe. Looking around, he noticed something. The guy took out his phone and read a message. He was surprised that there was still a connection here. There was a misunderstanding in his eyes. Some person greeted him in the correspondence and asked if he wanted to become a performer. The stranger offered to set up a meeting. Chuck was shocked to see this. The person on the other end of the correspondence showed a tied-up guy and said that they would have something to talk about. Chuck stood in an empty room and continued reading. He did not understand what was happening to him now. Dave was lying on the floor with his eyes closed and his mouth taped. He squinted and moaned, trying to understand what was happening to him. Some guy asked him if he was awake yet. Dave turned on his side and was horrified. The guy was pouring tea and saying that he began to worry that Dave might not wake up and die. He noted that after he was hit on the head with a hammer, it was a miracle that he came to at all. He apologized and said that he really tried to control the force of the blow, but he failed. He asked Dave if he should get some painkillers and if he had a headache. The guy continued to lie on the floor and flounder, not understanding what this psycho was up to. He tried to look around to determine where he was now. Dave did not understand where he was dragged. He saw strange people behind his interlocutor. It seemed that they were corpses made of muscles and skeleton. He began to moan loudly and try to get out of the trap. The guy stood up and asked why he suddenly started to worry so much. He looked around and saw silhouettes behind him. The stranger asked him not to get hysterical because they were just mannequins. He continued to say that it was just a dummy of a person. Dave hummed obediently. According to the guy, real people had long since rotted, so they had to be replaced with mannequins and disposed of. He promised that this would not happen again and he would try to embalm his new victim. The guy said it wouldn't be cheap, but he didn't mind it for his friend. He asked them not to worry, but his words were cut off by a sharp sound. Something strange flew in their direction and hit Dave in the head. It was a knife blade that stuck into the wall nearby. The stranger knelt down and looked at his prisoner. He was amazed that his savior had arrived so quickly. The guy greeted Chuck. The other guy asked what he needed and who he was. The guy in glasses was surprised and asked why he didn't recognize him. According to him, they were in the same class and maybe they didn't communicate often. Chuck said that he was talking about absolutely nothing. He asked the other guy if he was the performer. The guy understood what they were talking about. He told his interlocutor to say it himself because he couldn't be sure of him. The stranger asked him to wait a little. He asked him to tell him something and handed him the phone. Chuck rushed forward to take it away. The interlocutor was clearly not ready, but Chuck was able to take him for himself. The stranger praised him and said that his opponent got it pretty quickly. He punched Chuck in the stomach and he flew to the side. The guy praised his opponent for realizing pretty quickly that he was holding the key to the VPN. According to him, it may not look any different from an ordinary smartphone, but in any case, the guy did not call him here to fight, but to help. He decided to continue to return the favor. Chuck was furious that he was treated like that. According to the guy, before that, he looked around his house and found something interesting. He insisted that he found a note in a notebook indicating that the guy was interested in performers. The opponent said that he immediately came here and thought that he was obliged to help him. Chuck sent him to hell, interrupting. According to him, he did not need any help, especially from someone who broke into his house without his own permission. He threw his backpack on the floor. Chuck took his cleaver out of the wall and pointed it at the guy. According to him, he would pay with his head for what he had done. The opponent stood there and said nothing. He grabbed his head and smiled. The guy was unhappy that his opponent did not understand anything. He rushed to attack, saying that he was not to be trifled with and that he could not be threatened. After one blow, Chuck fell to the ground. The guy was pleased with himself and asked his opponent if he thought he could defeat him. The opponent immediately swung his sword and aimed it straight at the shoulder. The guy did not have time to finish speaking and looked at the place of the collision, quite surprised. Chuck thought that this guy was very unusual because he blocked the sword with one blow. According to the opponent, Chuck was quite good at fighting. According to him, if he had turned it with the tip directly to the flesh, he could have wounded him. The guy demanded that he shut up. According to him, it would be easy for his opponent to dodge and counterattack. The guy moved very chaotically, but returned to his starting position, agreeing with the words. He asked if he could do something. The opponent grabbed some kind of hammer and asked if Chuck could handle it if he had this weapon. He quickly flew into the attack, but the guy managed to block his blow. After several blows, the opponent complained that Chuck was only doing what he blocked his attacks. He swung his hammer and said that something would happen if this continued. After another blow, he said that he would have to finish off his opponent if he did not calm down. Chuck did not have time to parry it, and the guy decided to strike again. The cleaver fell from Chuck's hand. The guy asked if he could defeat him because he had already dropped his weapon. The opponent demanded that he shut up because he could still stand and fight. Chuck noticed something strange with his shoulder. He paid attention to it and did not understand what was happening to his arm. The opponent had used the technique of hitting an acupuncture point before. He asked Chuck if he had ever heard of such a thing. According to him, he could not even hope for his arm for the next few hours. The guy was confused because regeneration did not work on him. He assumed that the injury could be so minor that the ability could not be activated. The guy threw a hammer to his side and asked him not to make such a look because he could catch it. Chuck caught the weapon. The opponent noted that he called him not to fight, but to help him. According to him, he could give him the performer's phone number, but in return he could demand something. The guy wanted to prove something to him. Chuck asked what it was. According to the opponent, he must understand that the performer must be ruthless. He insisted that the only task would be to kill a person. He turned his attention to the guy lying next to him and said that he could prove his ability on him. The guy asked Chuck why he was still hesitating. The interlocutor remained silent and looked towards Dave. He asked in a timid voice if this would be enough. The guy said that he would keep his word and it would be enough for him to just do it. Chuck picked up the hammer and looked at the tied-up man. Dave was still trying to get out and was moaning. The guy agreed and threw the hammer towards his opponent. He did not expect this at all and did not understand what was going on. He was not able to hold back the force with which the hammer was thrown at his head. In the end, Chuck pierced his skull with a sword. The glasses, broken in half, fell to the ground. The guy noted that in order to prove that he was ruthless, he needed to kill the man. His opponent continued to stand, leaning forward. According to him, there was no need to talk now. Chuck realized that it seemed that he had not hit him hard, so he decided to repeat. After he jumped and swung, the guy turned around and decided to parry his blow. Chuck was surprised. According to his opponent, he expected more. There was a scar from the blow and blood on his head. the guy's sword fell to the ground. He did not understand what was happening to his second hand, because now it was also paralyzed. He began to walk towards him, saying that newcomers did not often join him. He noticed that they were usually not familiar with the performers. The guy was desperate and said that he really wanted to help Chuck. He even managed to imagine that the guy was his partner, on whom he could always rely. According to him, he turned out to be the last creature who ruined everything. The opponent swung his hand. Chuck thought that he could easily block this blow. The guy struck with his other hand, which Chuck clearly did not expect. He realized that he was not able to do this because he did not feel both of his hands. His opponent exhaled. He decided it was time to accept it and wanted to just butcher him as planned. Chuck didn't understand what that meant. According to his opponent, he wanted to make him his guinea pig. He wanted to have enough fun on his body. The guy asked him not to worry because he was only going to conduct 2-3 experiments. According to him, if Chuck died in the middle of the experiment, it would be a small loss. He kept saying that his situation had only advantages because his opponent was an orphan, no one would look for him. Chuck's angry leg was aimed straight at the guy's face. He looked at it in surprise, but still managed to dodge. Chuck didn't understand what had just happened, but he definitely couldn't do nothing. He turned around abruptly and started stomping the ground with his feet. He put his first and second legs in combat positions. With one movement, he was able to push his opponent far forward. The guy was very angry because he didn't think his opponent would use his legs. Chuck fell to the ground again because it was very difficult to keep his balance without hands. His fall raised all the dust on the floor. The guy got angry and grabbed the hammer in his hand. He was unhappy that his wonderful speech was interrupted by some kick. Chuck continued to lie on the ground. The opponent was very surprised when he heard that the guy just wanted to try his luck at this. He said that it seemed that he could not do without the guy's help. The opponent smiled and asked again. He then insisted that Chuck had realized this too early, but he was interrupted, saying that he was not talking about him. The guy was very surprised when he looked down. The head in the mask was lying on the left side of the floor next to his friend and insisted that he could not cope without him. Chuck asked him to shut up and do his job silently. The guy was shocked to see another opponent, and the head in the mask laughed. Not long before that, Chuck blamed himself for what happened and did not understand why he listened to the head at all. The interlocutor called out to him. The guy asked him to forget, because he was of no use anyway. He was ready to kill the head and had already swung his sword at it. The sword passed a few centimeters from the face and entered the wall. Chuck was still trying to choose the right path and did not know what would be the right thing to do. He thought that it would be better to use the head for his own purposes. Chuck decided that this was necessary in order to find and kill all the performers for company with him. Strange eyes from behind the mask continued to look at him. Chuck demanded that he decide whether this one was going to die right here and now or help with the search for other performers. The head asked if it would delay its death. The guy continued to be perplexed after what he saw. The head asked how it could be kind to the opponent. Chuck promised that he would definitely pull it onto the globe if it did not calm down. He ordered to act faster. Chuck screamed to bite this man. The head braced itself and opened its mouth. The guy started running towards them with a hammer in his hand. He said he didn't know what they were planning, but they couldn't beat him anyway, so they could keep bluffing. Towards the end, he noticed something. The guy stopped and asked why the head had bitten Chuck. He didn't understand why his target wasn't his opponent. The guy laughed and assumed that he had decided to just die, not by his hands. He kept laughing and saying that the guy really didn't want to become his guinea pig. Chuck leaned on his hands and stood up. He said that he was tired of his opponent's endless chatter. The guy was perplexed when he saw that his interlocutor just stood up. He saw how Chuck's shoulders were growing together. The head thought that in order for Chuck's regeneration to start working, his injuries had to be pretty serious. Just stab wounds or ruptures of body parts were enough. Chuck continued to bend his arms and realized that they were gradually returning to normal. He prepared for battle and said that he would finally close his opponent's mouth. The guy scratched his head and realized that his opponent had an ability and regeneration too. He said that it was, of course, cool, but there was one thing. According to him, this should not help the guy in any way, and he rushed to attack. He jumped very high and said that if he was knocked out, he would become just a punching bag. Chuck pierced his chest with one blow. According to him, this time everything was completely different. The head continued to laugh to the side. The guy could not calm down and wanted to swing the hammer. Chuck deftly dodged the blow and decided to give him another one. He asked his opponent why he still had not learned his lesson. According to him, Chuck had already learned enough about his new opponent. He struck again. The guy screamed in pain. Chuck was imperturbably calm. According to the opponent, if he managed to strike a couple of blows, it did not mean anything, because he believed himself very quickly. Suddenly, he realized that he could not move his arms. The guy asked what was going on and was very surprised. Chuck said that he had already said that he knew enough about him to swing his fist. The guy thanked his master for everything. He said that the man could demand anything from him. The interlocutor asked him to hold back a little and said that it was not worth it. The guy was happy. He jumped from foot to foot and said that he thought he would never be able to walk again. He said that the man had performed a miracle and he was indebted to him for life. A little boy was eating a lollipop and watching this. The man replied that being healthy and not getting sick would be the best salary for him now. The guy was thinking about the fact that his father was both a good man and a good doctor of Oriental medicine. Of course, for the little boy he was an idol at the time. Some guy was shouting to send this charlatan to hell. He stood with a loudspeaker and kept saying that this man was not a doctor, but God knows who, and according to him, they had to put an end to this medical practice. The people around did not understand what was happening, but the guy explained that several people had already become disabled when they received treatment here. A boy and his doctor father were approaching a house and did not understand what was going on. A man with a loudspeaker kept saying that they had to report the incident to the proper authorities. He shouted and pointed at the man, saying that he was the doctor who was maiming people. He drew everyone's attention to him and said that the man was just pretending not to understand what was going on. The father tried to cope with the oppression of those around him. He said that there was clearly some misunderstanding. In the crowd, he noticed the guy who was grateful to him for life. He told him that he had come to see him just the other day. He was happy to see him because he said that he had cured his leg, and the guy could say that all this was not true. The stranger called him names and said that he had no right to speak like that. He saw that he was in a wheelchair. According to him, it was because of this doctor's mistake that he was now confined to his wheelchair for the rest of his life. The doctor stood there in confusion under the shouts of the indignant crowd. The boy shouted to make sure everyone heard him. He insisted that his legs were fine until the man intervened. The man tried to justify himself, but he didn't understand what the pressure was about. The boy continued to claim that the man was a fraud and a charlatan, because people like him shouldn't live in this area. The boy asked how his father was feeling. Due to a series of protests, the clinic lost all its patients until it closed down completely. His father's reputation was smeared with dirt, which is why no one even wanted to listen to him. The hundreds of millions in loans and credits that were taken at interest to open the clinic were impossible to repay. But this was not the most unbearable loss for his father. The most important was the loss of the meaning of his life. The man began to beat out and remember how he was met on the street very often. People who would not shut up continued to reproach him. The father, who was on the verge of a breakdown, finally died. He died in the parking lot of Park 20 at the age of 40. He left only a note for his son, which only confirmed that he had committed suicide. There was only one letter, nothing else. At the time when the young guy went to school, there was already another building in place of the clinic. He noticed some people talking to the side. The guy kept saying that he only wanted to take over the clinic, but this man committed suicide. He thanked his interlocutor because people, in his opinion, were fallen creatures, and if it were not for his friend and his help, he would not have bought this building at such a low price. Suddenly, the guy realized that these were the same people who staged the protest. The man thanked his partner for playing very well. He said that even the cheat himself did not believe that he was really disabled, but asked why he was experiencing such remorseful torments. He asked his partner to forget about it all and focus on joining the team. His interlocutor agreed to this. That day, the guy killed a person for the first time. He was closed, but for some reason he did not feel relief from their death. Although it is understandable, because their death will not bring his father back and will not fix his reputation. And at that moment, his father's diary caught his eye. It was lying under the table on the floor. All the medical treatment methods for his entire life were written down and collected in it. The guy realized at that moment that this was what he was looking for. He thought that with this he would be able to prove that his father was a real doctor. To study his father's method, he dug up corpses from graves and broke into the morgue. Chuck listened to his story, and the guy continued to talk about how he experimented on corpses for about a year. In particular, these were people who committed suicide, and then he practiced on living people for 2 years. He bowed his head and said that it took him only 3 years to learn how to determine a point or points. The guy did not understand how Chuck was able to figure it all out so quickly. According to him, it was impossible because he himself had spent many years of his life on it. Chuck cautiously asked him not to say what else he had studied. According to him, it was enough for him to learn about the circulatory system and then hit specific places. The guy was shocked to hear this. He could not believe his ears that it was just like that. This is the obvious drawback of the appointor technique. If you try hard enough, it is easy to understand, but the victims were unable to resist, and he was sure that the secret of his technique was impossible to reveal. Chuck grinned because he understood that the guy could not even think that he would ever be able to fight back. He swung his leg and hit him right in the face, saying that he was a self-confident bastard. Blood began to spurt from the guy's mouth, and he fell. The head in the mask praised his accomplice for the blow. From the outside, it seems that achieving what he achieved is easy and simple, but to achieve such a result, he had to hone his skills for days on end. The head understood that his true greatness was not the ability to regenerate. Chuck raised his floor sword. The guy asked him to stop and have mercy. The opponent did not listen to him, but only swung. The guy continued to ask for mercy because he did not think that he could die so easily here. With one kick, he knocked Chuck to the ground. The guy hurried to get up quickly, but Chuck was in no hurry to give up. He asked his opponent why he thought that if he deprived him of his hands, then everything was over. According to him, the guy was just lucky that moment when he was distracted. He is also sure that because of his belonging to one of the religions, he was invulnerable. Chuck was surprised to hear this. The guy noted that until the last he thought that he was new. He quickly said goodbye and hurried away. Chuck did not realize such impudence and grabbed the sword. He demanded that he stop and ran after him. His shoulder had not yet healed. He stopped, stuck in one place. In front of him was a dim corridor, around the corner of which his opponent had already disappeared. The guy grabbed his head and began to blame for everything. Chuck hit the wall with his fist and said that his opponent was already right in his hands. Suddenly, he noticed something lying on the floor. It was a VPN key. The guy approached to examine it. The sky was already night. The guy sat alone in a dark room and rejected the possible and the happening. He thought it was some kind of joke. In front of him lay a headless body. The guy could not fully believe that Jack was killed. His friend entered the room with bad words. The guy turned around. According to the newcomer, he was fooled and almost died trying to get the body. He said that his opponent was baptized, so he was invulnerable. He also said that this guy was his classmate. The guy was indignant and asked why the man did not turn around and did not say a word. The interlocutor did not even move. The guy asked who he was, whether he was new. He reached for the corpse and said that he needed it for another experiment. Suddenly, he tried to contain his pain. The man insisted that he was a bastard. He asked for his body through and said that he did not understand who he was talking about. Blood gushed onto the floor and walls. The guy fell next to the first corpse. The man looked back at the cameras. There were only 3 cameras on the screen. He began to reason that he goes to the same class with him, and even baptized. Suddenly, he realized and said that he finally understood who it was. Dude was figuring out the key at this moment, holding his head in his hand. The man thought that it was he who killed Jack. The guy with red hair plugs the cord into the phone and someone connects it to the computer. Chuck sits down at the computer while he continues that he should enter the address in an anonymous browser. A pop-up window says that he did everything successfully. Chuck says that means it is here. The guy asks if the perpetrators are wrong. He frowns and continues that now he will find out what they are hiding. He looks ahead, dumbfounded. The guy starts to run. The silhouette with long hair makes sounds. He asks the guy how he likes such secrets. The plot explains that what Chuck saw was something he would like to forget, because in comparison to it, news about the most brutal and cruel murders seems like nothing more than child's play. The guy is standing over the toilet, and he continues that at some point he even doubted whether he should continue digging into this. Even though he claimed that he would kill all the performers, he subconsciously felt disgust and guilt that he would have to, in fact, just kill people. The guy wipes his mouth against the background of the words that when he found out and read what many of them write, he suddenly remembered that the performers are not people at all. The guy looks ahead in horror. The voice continues that therefore, by getting rid of them, he will only do many a favor. Chuck pressed the flush button. The doll asks how he feels. He asks him again, and in response receives only a crazy look. He clarifies what these options are and why they are closed. Jack says that apparently the owner of the phone was not an executor, to which the guy is perplexed. The phone displays the connection process, while the man in the mask answers that having a phone does not make anyone an executor because it is only a means of entry and only executors have access to all functions. He remembers the guy with glasses and thinks that apparently the guy with the hammer was only an intern and has not yet become a full member of the organization. The guy with red hair thought about it. Because it is true, he did not say that he is an executor, but nevertheless. He turns around and asks him again why he is so sure of his words, to which he receives a response question, is it not obvious? He continues that he did not use his power, to which Chuck asks him again about the appointor technique. The mask smirks and asks if he distinguishes skill from ability, because this can only be achieved through persistent training. He thinks about Chuck's torn shoulder and continues that his regeneration is a completely different matter and this is already an ability that a gifted person has. He looks at the table and says that moreover, if that phone belonged to the performer, then Chuck could use it without any special restrictions. But since many functions are blocked, it means that its user has not yet joined the organization. That's what he means. The guy sits down and reasons that if he becomes the performer, then he looks at the notification about the publication of a new post with an offer to look and the answer options yes or no, to which he asks again if this is a new post. He takes the mouse and asks for a minute. He looks in surprise and realizes what it is. He looks at the ad and continues that this is how the user of the organization learns about the news, while it says that Jack is dead and the suspect in his murder is a high school student. And in order to find out all the details, the user should go to the store, while he answers that something tells him that his affairs are bad. The guy listens in horror that the man is afraid to even imagine how many people he has attracted to himself. Clear sky. People are walking around the city. Someone is unhappy. Dave asks where he is and what is going on. Against the backdrop of the police station, he is indignant that they are laughing at him because he was actually the one who kidnapped him. He shouts that not only did the guy knock him out, but he also told him that he was experimenting on corpses when he had already woken up, to which the officer agrees and clarifies what happened next. He shows his tied hands and asks if the guy had fastened his hands in a similar way with duct tape, to which he confirms that he did, and the guy is surprised because his kidnapper is really some kind of maniac. He asks the guy how he got out, and he is perplexed. The officer continues that he told him that he was kidnapped, but in the end he had a question about how he was able to get out then, to which the guy justifies himself by saying that he has already told him everything. He holds his chest and says that when he woke up, there was no one there, the duct tape was torn. The officer interrupts him and asks him to listen carefully. He shouts at him to get out of the station because he can only joke with his friends. He shouts at his colleague that this guy needs to be escorted. Someone grabs him and orders him to go with him, to which he is perplexed by this outrage and what they are doing because he will complain. The officer looks angrily and asks him again what he is going to do. Someone shouts. He is shaking and thinks that the police did not believe him and does not know what to do because if he runs into him again, it will be bad. Someone asks what he is doing here, and he asks him not to kill him. The girl does not understand what he is talking about and why he does not go to school, and the guy is even more perplexed. He gets into a fighting stance and asks why the hell she is sneaking up on him, and she asks him in response if he is skipping school. So he also shies away from people and adds that his father knows, to which he asks her to leave him alone and go where she was going. Chloe says that she really needs him and that she wanted to talk about Royd because she can't get through to him. The guy furiously asks her why she's even talking to him, and she's perplexed by the question. The girl pushes him away, asking what he's doing. She shakes herself off, calls him crazy, and continues that he left a note in the student council office saying he's going to transfer to another school. Dave asks if he heard correctly, and she continues that this is what worries her because he stopped communicating yesterday. She continues that she wanted to find out from him if he knew anything else, to which the guy thinks why he ran away. Did everything really go wrong and he decided to run away? He looks at the guy and continues that then it turns out that he can easily go in. He sees Chuck. The guy looks at him dumbfounded because he recognized him. He understands that he's completely fine. Office number 1 and 3. Chuck looks at the empty seat. The guy keeps his hand in his pocket and understands that everything is as he thought because the bespectacled guy did not come to school. Someone commands everyone to sit down in their seats. The teacher says that he has news about their homeroom teacher because he took a vacation and for this reason another teacher will replace him. And the students are perplexed why so suddenly and why he did this and who will be their new homeroom teacher. Chuck looks out the window amidst the discussions about why he left without saying a word to them. The teacher allows someone to enter and he thanks him. He enters the classroom. The guy says that he is pleased to meet you, while the girls in the room note his tallness and attractiveness. Patrick says that his name is Patrick and he will be their new homeroom teacher, and someone exclaims that he looks like a model. Chuck wonders about the new teacher. The teacher is perplexed by his strange feeling. The teacher smiles and says that he hopes that they will find a common language. Chuck is stunned. He doesn't know if he imagined it or not. He looks at Patrick and thinks he smirked at her, looking into her eyes. The man is asking someone to do something. Someone's legs are shaking. The man is asking someone not to kill him. He is breathing heavily as the other man swings. The man gets a well-aimed blow and screams. He looks ahead in horror. He rolls his eyes. The man passes out. Someone smirks. Night City. Against the backdrop of the school building, a girl addresses the company, asking if they have heard the latest news because they have found a dead body again, and they ask if it happened again and if it was a heart attack. She answers positively because this is the third precedent in a week, and the second one asks if this is a common thing. She denies her friend's words and explains that this is not a disease because people living in the same area cannot just die one after another, to which the second one wonders if this is a series of murders because a heart attack cannot be considered murder. She asks why not, because the criminal could have simply used poison or something like that, to which the second one wonders if this is possible, and the third one says that this is all nonsense. Chuck silently listens to the gossip. He asks if he has heard about it and what he thinks about it. He asks Jack if this looks like the work of an executor, to which he thinks. He replies that if the performers were smiling and friendly, Then all service workers could pass for performers and asks him if that's true. The voice from the backpack continues that he says all this because a smile doesn't mean anything and asks why he always walks around so gloomy, so that he won't be exposed or there are other reasons, and clarifies if he's being too cautious, and the guy curses and adds that he's not even talking about his class teacher. He looks angrily and replies that he's talking about this strange incident and thinks that he should control himself. Gossip Girl asks what the police are saying about this. The news is silent as usual, right? To which she receives a positive answer and asks another one. That isn't it time to inform the public about this? And Chuck continues the dialogue with Jack, saying that he's asking whether people who died of a heart attack can be victims of the performer or not. He recalls the post about the dead Jack, that a high school student is suspected in that case and that the details can be found in the market, and says that he told him that by posting that post they simply started a game with him. And the voice from the backpack understands and confirms these words, because his fans can do even more. He continues that as for all these mysterious incidents and the mysterious maniac, he can say exactly one thing. The mask smirks and claims that she does not care at all. The guy clenches his fist. He hits the backpack with all his anger. He curses until those around him understand what he is doing. They ask if this is new and if he has gone crazy. They ask what his problem is, and someone answers that he has been sitting there for a long time and chatting to himself. He looks ahead and thinks that one way or another there are a number of reasons why a heart attack occurs, but if it is the work of a performer with superpowers. Jack asks if he thinks that he should think hard with his head and then the answer will come to him by itself. The guy asks what else he can do, and he asks again how what. He says that he can go there and check. Against the background of the city, the voice from the backpack continues that he can examine the crime scene. Suddenly he can find some clues for himself. He touches it with his hand and says that this is all very strange. The guy continues that there are signs of resistance because someone definitely attacked him. Chuck raises his head and Jack says that it looks like an ordinary hovel, the owner of which does not care about the order in the premises, to which Chuck replies that he is not in the mood to listen to his delirium. He looks around and thinks that although death occurred due to a heart attack, he sees clear signs of a struggle. If it were ordinary poisoning, he would not have resisted so much. He gets up and continues that he thinks that there is a perpetrator behind this because he has no other explanation, and if he is right, then he may have some special skills or some kind of weapon. Chuck notices something. He reaches out his hand, asking what it is. He hears something behind him. The guy realizes that it is the sound of a siren. Chuck looks out the window. There are police cars below. He is dumbfounded, realizing that another murder has occurred, and a voice from the backpack asks what is going on there and if anything happened. Someone hits the table, asking if the audience understands what is happening, because people are dying. The man continues that the students are terrified and now more than ever the school needs the protection and support of the student council. The girl suggests organizing a 2-hour evening patrol. It is not that difficult, and if they continue to do nothing, to which someone asks her to wait because she said about the students trembling with fear. The man skeptically asks where those poor guys are. Someone asks if there is anyone else shaking with fear besides her, and he asks if he is afraid, what about him, and gets in response that all these victims who had a heart attack were just unlucky and does not understand what this whole patrol is for. He asks if she is going to catch someone and clarifies if it is a ghost, to which Chloe calls out to him. Chloe states that the last victim was a healthy guy. He is a high school student, and witnesses claim that they heard screams and saw someone leaving the crime scene. The guy crosses his arms over his chest and does not understand what this means, since no one has confirmed the act of murder itself and why complicate it at all, to which the second one says that he agrees. The guy raises his hand and continues that why don't they organize an evening patrol. Several guys have already expressed this suggestion, to which the people are perplexed. The teacher suggests making it their volunteer work for this month, to which they do not agree. He smiles and continues that of course this is a completely voluntary activity and no one will force them to participate in it by force. The other one looks away with displeasure and listens to the fact that in this case they will not receive their points for volunteering this month. Someone is indignant about this. He asks if there are any objections. The sky is moderately cloudy. The man is sitting in an empty room. He looks down. The man thinks. He received a message that the barcode was confirmed and the information about the murder was successfully sent. The man looks at his phone. He smirks and says that this is great. A couple of people are walking along the road. The guy asks her what she sees, because nothing threatens them, absolutely nothing, to which she awkwardly laughs and curses. He thinks that they are just wasting their time there. Partner Chloe runs, saying that he needs to go to the toilet, and she should continue her rounds, to which she is perplexed that she will have to be left alone. Her partner tells her that she has nothing to be afraid of, to which she yells that the teacher told them to stick together. She puts her hands on her hips and watches him go. She turns around and thinks that they are 2 steps away from the last crime scene. Someone yells that he already told them that he can't help them. He says that it's only a couple of minutes and asks them to at least tell her the reason why they can't, and they answer that it's because there are rules, and Chloe wonders who it is. The guy with red hair says that he's really expensive. His interlocutor replies that he understands everything. Chloe recognizes him as a new guy, while hands are reaching out to her. A dark silhouette is ready to grab her, while she wonders what the guy with red hair is doing here. Chuck was walking somewhere on the street and asked a man if he could help him find his headphones. Chuck promised that it wouldn't take long, but the man waved his hand and said that he couldn't. Then he put his head in his hands and said that he would tell Chuck, but it was a secret. The man showed Chuck his ID and said that he was a police officer. The man also said that something had happened there yesterday and that he needed to inspect the place. Chuck thought gloomily that the fact that the police were still investigating meant that it definitely wasn't an accident. The policeman then waved his hand at him and asked him not to interfere with his work. Suddenly, he turned away and answered his boss's call. The man turned around in surprise, telling the boss that they needed to cordon off the area immediately. Suddenly, he stopped Chuck abruptly and indignantly asked where Chuck was going. The policeman angrily started yelling that he had explained nicely that entry was prohibited. Chuck simply turned away and said that he would go then. The policeman, following the hero, said that if he were him, he would try to put an ad in the newspaper or something like that, and then said that if he found his headphones, he would definitely take them to the station. The action moves to Chloe. Someone was standing behind her, about to grab her. Some man was reaching out his hand to her, while she wondered what this new guy was doing here. She noticed the hand and the man asked if it was Chloe. It turned out to be Patrick, the teacher, who asked her why she was alone. Patrick crossed his arms and said that it could be dangerous here. Besides, it was not for nothing that he told them to stick together. Chloe smiled and pointed her finger to the side, saying that Chuck had to go to the toilet. Patrick said that he had not seen him, although he had just come from there. Chloe turned around and said that he could have gone to another restroom. However, there was no one behind her and she wondered where the new guy had gone. Patrick looked at the girl, while she turned around thinking that Chuck had just been there. Then Patrick looked away. He saw a silhouette of a person in the bushes. The person in the bushes immediately ran away as soon as he realized that he had been noticed. Patrick looked back silently. Chloe looked at him in surprise when he said that the evening rounds were over. Patrick put his hand to his chin and said that he should not have dragged them into this case, and therefore he would better try going to the police station again. It was dark outside. Patrick told Chloe not to worry and go home because he would look after Chuck. The action moves to Chuck, who is lying on the bed. Suddenly, someone behind Chuck said that he tried well. The guy jumped out of bed and saw Jack. Chuck asked what Jack was talking about, and Jack answered by asking if Chuck was pretending not to understand. Jack said something about what happened in that park when the policeman touched Chuck. According to Jack, Chuck deftly jumped back and stepped on the evidence. Chuck looked at him silently. He took the evidence out of his pocket, thinking that Jack was right. Chuck remembered that this was not the first time he had seen something like this at a crime scene. This was not the first time Chuck had found this strange piece of steel. Chuck looked at it and, holding the evidence in his hands, said that Jack was attentive. Jack looked at him and asked him to answer his question first. He asked if the most important thing in life for Chuck was to always run forward. Jack smiled and said that for him, for example, there was nothing more important than his hair. According to him, it was the most precious thing he had. Chuck looked at him, dumbfounded, and wondered what he was talking about. Chuck lay on the bed and asked Jack what he was trying to say. The hero asked Jack to be direct. Jack asked if it was true that in order for hair to be beautiful, the main thing is to have a healthy scalp. Jack also said that dead cells clog the exit of unnecessary substances, and then the temperature begins to rise, which can eventually lead to inflammation or keratosis of the scalp. Chuck glared at him and told him to get closer to the point. Jack looked at him with disappointment and asked Chuck to let him take a shower, since it had been so long since Chuck chopped off his head and Chuck had never bothered to wash it. Chuck sat up in bed and exclaimed in shock. Jack said that after the shower, he would explain to Chuck what kind of thing he found. Chuck grabbed his head and laughed. Jack screamed with joy when Chuck said he agreed. Chuck walked towards the bathroom. He was holding Jack in his arms, who was clearly surprised by something. Chuck threw him into the washing machine. He pressed the start button while Jack was indignant. As soon as the wash started, Jack began to scream. The action is transferred to the next morning. 3 men were standing in an alley. Dave was sitting next to them, smoking a cigarette. They were discussing some student, saying that he returned to school. Dave laughed and looked at them when they said that this student realized that he had to keep his mouth shut so as not to run into Dave again. He continued smoking, but he was tormented by some strange feeling because the new guy was alive. A memory popped into his head and he thought that something was clearly fishy here. Dave thought that they both should have died, but it is unknown what really happened because he does not remember. He also does not remember how he managed to survive. The black-haired boy was talking to his classmate when he suddenly saw someone. He saw Chuck in the distance and said, exclaiming that it was definitely him. Dave stood up, stunned. He followed Chuck, saying that he needed to do something. Dave was shocked and wondered if Chuck had been to the abandoned factory after all and knew what had happened that night. Chuck stood there with his hands in his pockets. Then he turned around because Dave had called out to him. Dave was looking at him darkly, standing there. Dave asked Chuck if he had a minute to talk to him about something. However, Chuck turned away and said that he was not interested in talking. Chuck stared ahead silently as Dave begged him to talk, telling him about the abandoned factory. Suddenly, he started yelling angrily at Chuck and grabbed his shoulder. Dave was horrified when Chuck started talking. Chuck looked at him with horror and said that he made it clear that he did not want to talk. Dave fell to the ground. Chuck turned around. Dave was clenching his fists in anger, looking after Chuck. He grinned angrily and called Chuck names. The hero calmly walked forward and suddenly Dave said that Chuck just did not want Dave to know the truth. Some time passed and evening came. Dave exclaimed that he would find out everything himself. The guy cringed and said that he was scared and it seemed that someone was watching him. Suddenly he fell silent. Then he hit himself in the face to pull himself together and also shouted that there was nothing to be afraid of. Suddenly a man appeared behind him who was about to hit him. Suddenly someone hit Dave right on the back of the head. Because of the blow, Dave lost consciousness. The action moves to Chuck, who at that moment was talking to Jack. Jack asked if Chuck had been to the place he was talking about. Putting on his jacket, Chuck said it was a regular closed school gym. He also said that at first he thought he was wrong to believe Jack's ravings. Meanwhile, someone was standing over the knocked out Dave. Chuck, meanwhile, said that he looked at the piece of steel again and understood everything. Looking at the locked door, Chuck said that the answer was right before his eyes. According to him, they were chain links. At that moment, some villain, holding a chain, laughed and said that it was a great hit. A guy kicked Dave, who was unconscious, and asked if he was passed out. Behind the man were his accomplices. The man asked if Dave, the lively boy of Biko High School, could be knocked out so easily. The guy with the mohawk, whose name is Austin, turned around and, smiling evilly, said that it felt good. He started to twist the chains and said that they didn't need to take them because they weren't needed anyway. Austin was shocked because Dave stood up holding his head. Dave looked at them angrily and asked if they had really done it. Austin looked at him and said that it was good because it wouldn't be interesting if Dave had died so quickly. They looked at each other angrily and Austin started to say that Dave was not to be envied because he owed him a debt. Austin laughed and said that it was a joke when Dave asked if Austin had really called him a weakling. Austin suddenly looked at him madly and asked if Dave had really lost his fear. Dave looked at him calmly and analyzed the situation. He looked around and realized that there were 2 more people with clubs behind Austin and 2 more without weapons. Besides, the distance was not that great. He got ready and decided that there was only one way out. Dave lunged at the weakest one, the guy in the yellow jacket. He punched him in the face, thinking that after him he would take out the rest. However, another guy suddenly punched him in the back. Dave winced in pain and looked back. He grabbed the guy and started screaming. Dave threw him to the ground. Then he swung his fist. Austin watched in surprise, saying that Dave had taken them out quickly. The man behind Austin wanted to stop Dave. However, Austin ordered him to stop, saying that everything was under control. Dave approached them and asked if they were not going to fight. Austin laughed and asked who said that he should. Austin was holding a phone in his hand and said that they did not come here to fight. Austin called someone and asked if they had found her, to which they confirmed that they had. His accomplices took Chloe hostage and said that they were on their way. Dave was shocked when he heard this voice. He started yelling and calling Austin names. The villain noticed that Dave was very angry. Austin smiled, looked at him and said that he would not hurt his sister and that she would just stay with them for a while. Dave grinned angrily and looked at him while he was saying that everything would be fine if Dave behaved well. The action moves to some kind of hardware store. The seller, holding a piece of steel in his hands, said that it looked like a piece of chain. He pointed his finger up and asked Chuck if he had been to Mr. Choi's store. Chuck grabbed his neck and said that he had already been there, but they had not been able to help him there either. Chuck stretched out his hands and asked if someone had bought the same chain from him, but in a different size. At that moment, the seller turned around, hearing someone. A man with tools came out of the darkness and said that he had already finished the job. The salesman thanked the man and said that as a hardware store owner, it was embarrassing that he couldn't fix the lock himself. Chuck watched them in silence. When they separated, Chuck was still looking at the man. The salesman asked where he was and Chuck immediately looked at him. The scene shifted back to Austin. His white gloves were already bloody. He punched Dave again, right in the jaw. Dave fell to the ground. He lay there shaking while Austin laughed, asking how defeat tasted. Dave lay at Austin's feet, who continued to mock him and said that he wanted to add more fun. Austin put his hand to his chin and said that he knew what they would do. Dave looked at him in shock when he said that from now on Dave would be at his beck and call. Dave grinned, but there was nothing he could do because Austin said that if Dave agreed to serve him, then he would let Chloe go. Austin smiled and let out a surprised cry when Dave agreed. Suddenly, Austin turned away from him and started shouting that the great Dave was ready to do dirty work. He also shouted that all they had to do was grab 2 middle school kids. Dave stood up from his knees and asked Austin in surprise what he had just said. Dave asked if Austin had just said anything about 2 middle school kids. Austin looked at him smiling and confirmed it, adding that Dave could see that Austin was doing a great job with all of them. Dave grabbed his face and started laughing, saying that he couldn't believe it. Austin's security guard immediately grabbed the laughing Dave by his shirt and asked him what was so funny. Suddenly, Dave deftly dropped him to the ground. He hit his face on the ground and passed out. Dave then kicked him in the head. Austin looked at him in surprise, not understanding what was happening. In an instant, Dave closed the distance and knocked out another of Austin's henchmen. An instant later, he kicked Austin as well. Austin, lying on the floor and wiping the blood from his nose, indignantly asked if Dave had completely lost his mind and forgotten that they had his dear sister. However, Dave looked at him and said that they would not do anything to her. Austin began to shout that he was not a coward. Dave stood and laughed, while Austin began to call his subordinates, shouting that Dave would regret this. However, no one answered his call, and so he began to get nervous. Dave immediately pinned Austin against the wall. The guy looked at him and said that before doing anything, Austin should have dug up more information on them. Austin began to grin because Dave pressed him even harder. As Dave said, Austin's minions were already lying on the ground, and Chloe was standing over them unharmed. She looked at the unconscious guys in surprise. At the same time, Dave was telling Austin that Chloe was the best at judo in the whole school and that he had gotten it from her as a child. Then he picked Austin up. He threw him to the ground and shouted that he had learned it from Chloe. Austin, lying on the ground, lost consciousness, but not before screaming in pain. Dave looked at him with disdain. After some time, Dave had already left there. He was holding his side and saying that he was dizzy. Someone called Dave. It was Chloe. Dave smiled and asked if she was okay. However, suddenly he heard a strange voice. Dave stood up. The stranger said that he needed Dave to do what he told him. Dave began to shout furiously and call him names. The man who called him told Dave not to worry because his sister was okay. This someone turned out to be the man Chuck had seen the day before. Chloe was sitting tied up in a chair behind him. The man said that she was still alive and well. Dave started yelling at him not to touch her. Suddenly, Dave's consciousness went dark. He grabbed his head, realizing that he had lost too much blood. The man said that he just needed Dave to come to the appointed place alone, because that was the only way his sister would not die of a heart attack. However, the man listened carefully because Dave had gone silent. Dave was lying unconscious, while the man asked if Dave really didn't care if this girl's heart stopped beating. He was about to disconnect the call, but Dave said something. However, it turned out to be Chuck, who said that he understood and asked for the address. Chuck was also angry and said that he would come and kill this man. The girl sat with a mask on her face and tied with rope, realizing what an ambush she had gotten herself into, and not knowing where she was because she couldn't even see anything. She was tied to a chair. She tried to move her wrists to free them from the rope. Her attempts were stopped by someone else's hand. The guy came up from behind and ordered her not to move. He looked down at her and reminded her that he had promised not to kill her yet. Leaning towards the girl, he asked himself who he was talking to. After all, she had her ears plugged. She did not hear him. The criminal looked away and listened. The guy looked up. He saw a man in the shadows. He asked who he was. The guy repeated the question. Chuck realized that he knew him. He remembered how they had run into each other and that it was the guy from the hardware store. Chuck asked if this was the same criminal in front of him. The opponent remained silent. The guy aggressively asked if the heart attacks could be his fault. The interlocutor finally answered him, noticing that he had been treated rudely, but confirming that it was his job. The guy looked angrily, reminding her that his question had not been answered. The opponent seemed to be ignorant of the rules of politeness, and he had to ask again who he was and what he was doing there. The criminal looked ahead. Chuck did the same. He said that he had warned them that he would come. He pointed at himself and said that it was him who had been spoken to on the phone. The criminal put his hand on the head of the tied woman and said that it was impossible, and that he had been dialing the number of the girl's older brother. He asked if that brother was Chuck, and the other brother realized that the girl was Dave's sister. Chuck replied that he was his friend, and Dave had some problems, and he was speaking for him, but was there something wrong? The criminal confirmed it and said that he was not the one he needed, and that he should warn his friend that he was expected here. Chuck waited for him to finish his sentence, and he said that otherwise he would kill that girl. The sister began to cry and try to say something. Chuck began to think that he had no idea why he needed Dave so much, but he had to bring him if he wanted to save his sister. But there was no guarantee that the killer would let her go, and in the worst case scenario, there would be twice as many victims. Chuck asked the criminal what would happen if he refused. The guy turned around, pulling on his gloves, said that in that case he would finish her off right now. He looked back over his shoulder. He abruptly stopped the backpack that was flying at him with his hand. The killer said that the bag was a stupid move. He clenched his teeth. Chuck used the moment and immediately kicked him, after which he flew off. The criminal tried to get up, calling his opponent a scoundrel. A fist was immediately aimed at his face, but Chuck misses, and his opponent hits back hard, causing the other to fall to the ground. He tries to clear his throat. The criminal looked down on him and warned that it would be better not to bother him. He would like to avoid unnecessary casualties. Getting up, Chuck was indignant about what nonsense it was and why he couldn't be killed, but this girl could, and whether he wanted to say that the other victims were necessary, the guy confirmed that it was unavoidable. And all because this was the only way he could get to that bright Dave. Chuck didn't understand what he had to do with it. He paused and decided to ask directly why he was so persistently seeking a meeting with him. The criminal was surprised and asked if Chuck really didn't know, because the hottest topic of discussion among the performers was the appearance of Jack's killer 10 years ago, and also the newbie who killed him recently, and it was Dave. However, no one except him knows that Dave is the real identity of the super newbie, and since he is friends with him, he must know much more. After these words, Chuck thought that what was just said was complete nonsense, but it doesn't look like the person standing in front of him was joking or lying. In principle, there is no point in him doing this. The killer advised not to act like a simpleton, because he had evidence. Chuck asked where he got it from. The guy answered that they were from a surveillance camera at an abandoned factory. Chuck was surprised. He asked if it was the one installed at the entrance. The criminal confirmed and added that the recording showed Dave and Jack entering the territory. After hearing this, Chuck grinned and remembered that evening he decided that it was not worth showing up, but who knew that everything would lead to this. He raised his head with a crazy smile and realized that in this case, the ignorance of the perpetrators would play into his hands. Chuck turned to the killer and said that there was no point in hiding it anymore, and he wanted to understand what the criminal would do after he called Dave. The guy thought, putting his hand to his chin, and answered that maybe they would fight and see who was stronger. Chuck reacted by squeezing his hand and asking why they needed him. Then he raised his fist and yelled that he would beat him himself. The guy, thinking over the plan, remembers that nunchaku, kusarigama, these and other cold weapons with a chain at the base have something in common: they are all used for attacking at a distance. In other words, this guy is good at long-range combat. He pointed his fist at him, realizing that he only had to attack from a close distance. The criminal stopped the opponent's hand without any unnecessary movements. Chuck turned around, surprised in his thoughts at how easily he blocked his blow. He tried to hit from below again, but the killer dodged. Chuck was shocked that this time he was beaten. He decided to use his legs, but the opponent defended himself again. He grabbed his leg. The guy twisted it, shouting that the guy knows how to get on others' nerves. Chuck was lying on the ground, trying to understand what just happened. He suddenly opened his eyes. His opponent was standing right above him. The guy grabbed the lying guy by the jacket. He began to turn him over in the air. In the end, he knocked him face down on the floor. After that, Chuck lay motionless. The criminal had already started to leave, but he heard behind him that it was painful. The guy was already standing confidently on his feet and asked to recover a little, and the opponent was surprised by this since he was sure that he had broken his neck. Chuck joked that he did not know and he should try again. He dodged to the side from the opponent's new blow, and then he moved even further away from the hand. But the criminal abruptly grabbed his opponent by the shoulder, noticing how agile he was, and he continued his speech, saying that was enough, and grabbed his neck with both hands, and Chuck realized that it was a chokehold and he could not break free. He clenched his teeth and understood that he had to do it before he lost consciousness. The killer twisted his head, trying to break his neck. The guy fell. His opponent said that this time he definitely heard a crunch, and he should not get up. Immediately after, his eyes were in amazement. Chuck stood up, adjusting his head, and said that he could not be killed so easily. Then he added that he promised to deal with him, and the criminal began to apologize, saying that it was disrespectful of him, that lately he had only dealt with ordinary people, and it did not even occur to him that Chuck could be the same as himself. He continued the thought that since this guy was friends with a newbie, it was no wonder that he was also an executor. He leaned down and said that now that Chuck had demonstrated his skills to him, he should kindly respond in kind. The guy rushed forward, realizing that he could not cope anymore, especially if he got the chains, then he would definitely not win, so he needed to act as soon as possible. But the guy froze in the moment. The criminal took out something glowing blue and said that he was now ready. He added that this weapon was his true power. Chuck looked at his opponent in shock, wondering if this was his real weapon. The killer said that if he was a friend of the super newbie, then he should consider himself the owner of the contract. He leaned down and asked Chuck to show what he could do. He rushed forward, realizing that he could not win while he had the chains. But before he could finish his thought, he stopped and looked at the man. He was holding something glowing in his hand and said that now everything was correct. The killer confirmed that this was his power and weapon. The guy was very surprised by such an object and stared at it. The criminal was holding a lock on one finger. Chuck stood there in complete confusion. Why this was his weapon? He reached into his pocket, remembering that pieces of chain were found at the crime scene. The guy took out a small metal fragment. It occurred to him that perhaps this was part of a lock. He thought that his opponent was hinting at something. Thinking back, he thought that he hadn't said anything about chains, but the lock was holding those chains. The killer noticed that the guy looked worried, but he was just a mechanic holding a lock. He squeezed the object in his hands and said that there was no need to worry. Then he rushed forward, shouting that they were just getting started, and Chuck noticed that with the lock in his hands, he was much stronger, and it was no wonder that he had fought back last time. The killer tried to strike, but it was a mistake because his opponent was a master of hand-to-hand combat. The guy tried to strike Chuck again, saying how good he was. Dodging again, he realized that the enemy's blows were not so fast, and if he dodged the blow with the lock, he could. Chuck almost leaned against the wall, not understanding how he had cornered him. The guy hit him, pinning him down. There was nowhere to hide. Chuck blocked the enemy's blows, realizing that he needed to defend himself now. He was hit hard, but everything was still under control. The guy's eyes widened in surprise. He didn't understand where the lock had disappeared from the enemy's hand. The guy suddenly jumped away from him a long distance. Chuck shook his head, realizing that he definitely held the lock in his hand. He had a bad feeling, and the criminal pointed out that he should look for it. He pointed his finger at the enemy's left hand. He looked at it, realizing that the lock was inside the hand and glowed with a blue flame. Without emotion, the killer explained that he could screw the lock into any part of the body, and that was his power. He looked at his hand again after explaining that it was impossible to get the lock out, and thought that it could still be done by someone who had a power contract. But what if it snapped? The guy realized that, like last time, he should use his hands. He begins to move it in different directions and is surprised that it works. Realizing this and that there is no way back, he decides to attack first and focus before the opponent uses something else. They were close. Chuck was thinking of a plan that he would make a false swing with his right hand, but all the effort would be in the left, and he hits the shoulder just in time. But the criminal does not react to this. The guy froze with his hand in a fist and asked what happened to the timing of his strike. The opponent explained that the abilities deteriorate at the point of closing the lock, and anything, arms, legs, they slow down. The guy checks and understands that his movements with his left hand are really slow. The killer came closer and said that this was the first ability. Now he will show the second one. He hits the guy on the left hand. Chuck clenches his teeth and tries to understand what kind of pain is inside the bones. His whole hand was shaking. It was a familiar feeling. The killer adjusted his gloves and said that now he will not be able to use that hand. It is blocked, and this is his second skill. He looked at his burning hand and said that if he used this key, all the effects imposed on his body would be suspended, although the number of turns of the key depended on the part of his body, and for hands 1 turn was enough. Chuck adjusted his shoulder and said that this did not surprise him and he had gone through similar sensations, and now he needed to get rid of the lock. He saw a fragment on the floor and thought that this would be enough. Chuck picked it up, aiming with the sharp end. The criminal watched him in shock. Blood spattered in all directions. A piece of flesh with a lock fell to the floor, and the guy said that he could not open the lock, and therefore it needs to be cut off, he said with a mad smile on his face, showing his opponent a bare piece of bone on his hand. He said in a calm tone that now nothing constrained him, and the opponent, with horror on his face, objected that this would not suit him. He looked at the trembling lock on the floor. It rose up, detaching itself from the arm piece, and then, glowing with an even greater flame, it latched back into place. The guy looked at the object and realized that his arm movements were getting weaker and weaker and he was unable to solve it. The criminal started running forward, shouting that the synergy of his powers was excellent. He attacked, and Chuck said that it was extremely difficult to defend himself with one hand, and he was asked why he did not surrender to him. The killer asked him to stop resisting, but the opponent only answered that he should shut up. He used his leg to attack differently. The criminal said that it was very stupid to give him a chance. He finally hit him in the face with a fist. From this, the guy flew to the side. Everything swam before his eyes and dust rose. The criminal, mockingly, asked if his opponent wanted to continue this fight. This time the lock latched on his eye. The criminal, angry about his poor eyesight, said that since he was blind, he wouldn't be able to interfere anytime soon. Chuck turned around in a panic, realizing that the killer had gone into his blind spot. He had lost sight of him. While the guy was wondering where he had disappeared to and that he had to find him before he set up an ambush, the criminal was already behind him. He swung his outstretched hand. Then he struck with it. They were far apart as a result of this. Chuck realized that with this action he had fastened the lock on his right eye. But he could still see, more blurry, but still. The criminal reminded him on his fingers that he had already told him about the number of turns and body parts, 1 for the hands, 2 for the eyes, and that the guy had a chance, but he needed to strain himself. Chuck jokingly thanked him for his generous opportunities. He became wary, realizing that something was wrong. He looked at the girl and thought why he hadn't tied her up with locks he could have done without ropes and bandages. Why couldn't he have used his ability? Noticing Chuck's gaze, the criminal asked if the guy was bothered by the girl. He said that he was competing with him and giving him a chance, and it was terribly upsetting. The killer turned around and continued that one hostage was enough to call Dave. He would help him gather after him, and Chuck shouted, trying to stop him. He ran towards the criminal and the hostage. The man swung his hand, and the guy flew right in front of the girl sitting on the chair. The killer took a new lock, saying that he knew that Chuck would want to run away immediately, but only from himself. And all because with the next lock he wanted to stop the heart, the criminal said before the blow. But by the time his hand approached, Chuck managed to put on the backpack in front of him. The blow was very strong, and he flew far away. The criminal looked in bewilderment. The guy was lying on the ground when the other noticed that he had decided to protect himself with the bag. He waved his arms, asking if he really thought it helped. But Chuck stood up and, shaking off the dust, said that it was much better now. The criminal did not understand how he could move and noticed that the locks were gone. They were lying near the opponent's feet, broken. He continued to ask in surprise how this was even possible and how he managed to break his locks. And Chuck opened the backpack and, while looking for something in there, asked his opponent if he had heard about the replacement. He dropped his head from his bag. The criminal looked at it with confusion, and then angrily asked what the hell it was, while this head with a purple mask on its face, dark hair, and a lock emitted a creepy laugh. Chuck looked at the tied-up girl, admitted that he didn't think it would work, asked why he tied her up. Jack screamed and was indignant. She was shaking with fear. The guy asked why he decided to rely on ropes and not use his abilities. The man clenched his teeth. The hero suggested that he had a limit of locks, or no way to use more, added that, whatever it was, the lock should not go to waste. Veins bulged on Jack's forehead. He screamed insults. Chuck said that the lock should be attached to a person. He hit the jackpot. The guy looked questioningly at the killer when he suddenly screamed that he did not ask about it. He asked why Jack from his bag lived and breathed from his neck. The hero looked at him from under his brows, asked why he asked. He sat up and picked up the head, said that you might think it was Dave's doing, but he had cut his throat. Jack demanded that they let him go. Chuck added that he wasn't sure why he was still alive. He looked darkly at the killer, said that he hadn't wanted to show him at all, but there was no need to hide him from him. The man flinched. The hero said that he was going to die here anyway. He was furious at the guy's arrogance and rushed at him. He struck him many times, shouted that maybe he had forgotten, but he couldn't defeat his locks. Let him look at himself. He was only defending himself. Jack was very confused. The locksmith shouted that if the legend about this killer was a lie, he couldn't believe that he would lose to a newbie. The guy dodged the blow, told him to wait and see. Chuck dodged the grab, said who else was a newbie. He punched him in the face, shouted, "Here." The blow caused drops of blood to spurt from the opponent's nose. He thought, this bastard, he is too agile to give him a second chance. The man took the lock, thought he should shackle him. He lunged at the hero, shouted that he would remind him of the power of locks. Chuck raised his fists, asked, did he forget? His movements were slow. He punched him in the face again, added that while he had the lock in his hands, he could see everything perfectly. The man leaned forward, exhaled, thought it was time to use the lock. Chuck smirked. He saw that he was ready to end everything with one blow. He thought, with a weak blow, while he was preparing, he should act. The guy struck him in the side, thought he could avoid the lock. Chuck stopped, running away. He looked back, the man sighed, asked, decided to run away. He raised the hand that held the lock, asked what he was saying, that his movements were restricted, that he should be careful. The killer stuck the lock into his neck. He stood with his back to the hero. Chuck thought what it was. He had restricted himself with the lock. Jack exclaimed, "It looks like this is the end." The man looked back, suggested to start. He went on the attack. The guy noticed that he had changed dramatically. He didn't know what exactly had changed, but decided to try the old pattern. Chuck hit him in the head. The enemy did the same as before. The locksmith dodged to the side. The guy hit him again, but he seemed to not care. The hero hit him in the chin. The man extended his hand with the lock to him. The guy realized that he didn't feel pain, really. He opened his eyes wide. He thought that when he restricted himself, he received a strong blow from the killer. He guessed that it blocked the enemy's pain. The lock restricted the heart. Chuck grabbed his shoulder, clenched his teeth in pain. Jack screamed, "What is he doing? Let him show what he can do." The man showed 3 fingers, said, 3 times, his heart will stop if he turns 3 times. Chuck said that he was scaring him, asked, did he still have 3 turns? Right. He frowned, said that was more than enough and would finish him off sooner. The killer waved his hand, asked, did he not understand what cardiac arrest was, and said, let him try. Chuck lunged forward, screamed, already. He struck numerous blows, thought that one way or another, whatever he did not have many options. He would just attack as much as he could. The man protected his head with his hands. The hero thought something was wrong. Why was he not responding? The locksmith said that it was time to demonstrate all his abilities. Chuck thought, abilities, it seems like. He suddenly felt a clouding of consciousness. He sank to the floor, clutched his head. The killer said that he would feel sick and would catch his breath. He added that if the lock blocked the blood clots, he would not be able to use his arm or leg. The man folded his arms across his chest, added, "But the heart, because all organs are nothing without it, the brain dies if blood does not flow to it. This is the essence of the heart block." Chuck stood up, asked and what, asked him not to worry. He jumped on the enemy, he stepped aside. Chuck said that he knew himself better. The guy fell and hit his head painfully. The man noticed that he had a desire, but it was not enough. The hero raised himself on his elbows. Jack screamed, "What is he doing? Let him get up." Chuck was exhausted. The man sat down next to him, raised his hand, around which there was a blue flame, said, "What a pity," offered to help him pass to another world. The guy thought, "This is the end." Jack coughed nervously, was indignant, "This is so stupid." The killer raised his hand, said, "This is the end." Jack's head hit him in the side, screaming for him to stop. The man fell. Jack shouted discontentedly, "Chuck, this is how it should be. Because of him they called him a fake." The enemy rested his head on the floor, tried to get up. Jack shouted that he was very tired of the hero. Chuck asked, and what should he do? He was indignant at what he said. The man kicked the head, shouted that he had enough. The head bounced off the floor. Jack asked, "Is he a human ball?" The hero froze. He understood. This is the last step to victory. The guy ran past the killer. He turned around, angrily exclaimed, "Where are you going?" He did not let him go. Chuck stopped abruptly, answered that he was not running away. He grabbed the enemy, shouted, "This is tactics." They fell on bayonets. Everything turned red. They were shaking. Their bodies were pierced through. Blood-stained white clothes. The man looked at the guy, asked angrily, his tactic, "Is it a double suicide?" Chuck narrowed his eyes, smirked, "No, he will die alone, and he can recover. When he dies, the lock will fall off." He explained, "In other words, if he leaves him here, he will win." The man objected, forgot about turning the key. If the guy dies, he will not have a problem pushing his body away. The hero's hands dropped. The man moved, said that they must get out of here before it is too late. He sighed, felt something, saw the lock on the floor. The locksmith exclaimed. As he pulled it out, his heart stopped, and he could not move, as the guy coughed. He sighed heavily, said that he was going to die soon. The guy was surprised, so he did not die. Chuck asked, "Is he kidding? How then he is alive?" He explained that, at the moment when they jumped on the bars, he tore his heart into pieces. That's when the rebar broke the lock. The guy smiled, added that later it came out naturally, asked, "And he saw it, didn't he?" The man opened his mouth in amazement. Chuck said that until he fully recovered, the lock would not fold back. The killer was horrified. His face distorted. He realized that he had lost. The head fell back lifelessly. The hero pushed the body away. On the floor lay the destroyed lock. The guy said, "It seems the synergistic superiority is on his side." Chuck freed himself from the reinforcement. Blood gushed out. He shuddered, felt a strong pain. The guy looked ahead with dim eyes, thought it was close. If the heart had not burst, he would have died from its arrest, and the lock could have finished him off during restoration. Jack admired. "Great job," asked him, "Does he feel the same pain during regeneration? How does he manage it?" Chuck lowered his head, answered that it was better than dying. The killer thought that he would prefer death. He asked what they would do with the girl. "Leave her here." The hero went to her. He stopped in front of her, unraveled the ropes. The girl was surprised. Her hands were free. Was he really helping her? She took off the blindfold, tore off the sticky tape, jumped up from her place, thought that she needed to get out of here. If the attacker was nearby, she would finish him off. She suddenly found herself in another place. There were houses and a playground around. The girl couldn't understand why she was there. She looked around, exclaimed. She was next to the house. Water was pouring from the sink faucet. Chuck washed his face. He stood up, leaning on the sink. He looked up. The hero came out of the bathroom. Jack said, "This is something." He tilted his head to the side, noticed that it didn't matter what he looked like. His body was hot. The guy glanced at him. The killer said he couldn't believe there were no scars left. Chuck asked if all the contract holders were the same level as him. Jack asked again, "What?" He squinted slyly, clarified he defeated him, or didn't like something, answered that it would be possible if he defeated everyone. The killer asked if the hero thought that only his regeneration helped him. The guy asked him to stop talking nonsense and answer the question. The killer explained that he still does not understand the answer to what he wants to get. If the level of the contract holder is the same as 10 years ago, this is a mechanic. The hero froze in surprise when Jack said, "Which is in the abyss." The guy sat down on the bed. The killer asked why he was scared. Chuck answered that it was scary. He said that he was the only one who cut off the head of the contract holder. Jack screamed, "This." His eyes lit up. He noted with a smile that they would still see how long he could hold out against the fighter of justice. The young man was indignant. What was he talking about? He does not worry about the fighter of justice. He just wants to kill every serial maniac? The killer asked. Yes, and why? He reminded that the last time with the blondie, now with his sister. Chuck looked at him coldly. Jack asked if killing contracts was his goal. He thought that someone would be left without guardians. The guy said, of course, it is much easier. The killer was interested. Chuck added, although it was bad. He clenched his fist, said, they kill people, it happens over and over again. His face was gloomy. He exclaimed angrily, and this is very bad. A room with a gray wall and black panels on the ceiling. The dark-skinned man rested his palms on the palms of his opponent. They pushed each other away. One stood on his toes. The other stood the same way, trying to keep his balance. The men leaned forward. The brunette with a victorious grin called the opponent a fat man, asked, can't stand on his feet. He stuck out his lips, asked in response, and it was more convenient for him to stand, called him long. The tall one was indignant and reached for the opponent to push him. He dodged. He swung his arms to the side. The fat man deftly dodged the attacks. The brunette became furious, swung his fist, around which a glow appeared. His opponent shouted for him to stop. According to the rules, it is forbidden to use abilities. The man opened his hand, added that it is unfair, and so is he. The fat man put his palms under the blow. The tall one shouted, what a pig. Their palms were clenched. The brunette pressed on the opponent's hands, asked, what, can't stand, let him stop. They looked back at the sharp sound. Someone jumped into the room through the window. Shards of glass lay on the floor. The girl in the pink helmet put her hand on the hilt of the katana behind her back, asked, hi. She threw the sword forward, wondered, are there only two of them? The weapon hit the fat man's head. His opponent screamed. He rushed at the stranger. He screamed angrily, she thinks. The girl kicked in midair. The man turned over in the air. She sat up, leaning her hand on the floor. The girl raised her head. The man who entered the room noticed that he was wondering what all the commotion was about. A man in a light suit stood in front of her. He said, it looks like they have guests. He extended his palm forward, said that he was glad to see her, so much time has passed. She ran to the side. The man said that he heard that her channel on NoteTube is not as good as before. The girl grabbed the katana. She jumped high into the air, flipped in midair. The heroine ended up behind him, put the weapon to his throat, asked, his greeting sounds like a stroke. He answered that he did not expect to hear this from a man with a sword. He looked back. The girl said that the next hunt is for super newbies. She knows about his team. He wondered how she found out. She told him to switch places with her. The guys were lying on the ground. He answered that she knows. He refuses. The girl asked, two are dead. He wants to be next. Him and these snotty punks. The blonde looked ahead tensely. She added that they will not do anything to her. He replied, okay, but just this once, she should take a step back. The heroine exclaimed, of course, everything is fine. She left, waved her hand, said how good it was that the negotiations ended quickly. She would write to him. The girl jumped out the window. He stood with his head down. His hands folded behind his back were shaking. He said that the blood moon would return soon. The man clenched his teeth, furiously said, yes, he would not allow everything to happen like this. He cursed loudly at her. Walking through the forest, the guys discussed whether they were on the right path. Looking around the forest, the guy asked why this place was so empty, noting that there was nothing there except grass. Turning around, he clarified whether his friend had recorded everything and whether they could review where they came from. The stranger replied that he had, but they would not see anything. It was too dark. Looking at the thick branches, the guy noticed that he had said to turn on night shooting. Holding the phone in front of him, he said that he would simply turn on the flashlight on his smartphone. They saw a mannequin of a girl. The guys were very scared. Loud screams of guys were heard in the forest. The guys stood in the alley and asked what it was. Stepping on a cigarette, the stranger asked what the mannequin was doing in the mountains, adding that it did not look like a scarecrow. The guy approached the guys and clarified what they were watching and whether this was a test of courage. The stranger showed the phone and said that this is a new trend called mysterious correspondence. Holding the phone in front of him, he said that this is an adventure app and it shows a random marker near his location, but all the places are mysterious and creepy. The guy imagined a man smiling and said that if he comes to this place, like in the video, there will be creepy mannequins, or a person standing quietly and smiling, or a crowd of people burning a fire. A picture of people standing around a fire appeared in his head. The dumbfounded guy said that someone had found human body parts in a bag, which meant it was full of murderers, which is why the police were coming. The stranger held out his hand and asked if they really believed this fake and if they were really so naive and stupid. Standing opposite, the guy asked them to check him out if he didn't believe it. The guy went to his laptop on his phone and noted that it was a very easy way to become popular. If you upload a video, you can collect from 10 to 100,000 views. Smiling, the guy said that if they recorded videos, they would become stars on laptop. He screamed that nothing terrible would happen because they had the invincible Dave, who was able to beat the tall guys who came with sticks. Dave listened to them silently. Looking around the alley, he asked them to forget, adding that he didn't want to and was too lazy. Holding his head, Dave said that he didn't care about the laptop and that he would be busy. Walking away from them, Dave said goodbye. Shouts were heard near the tall building that Dave just wanted to leave them and thought that they wouldn't share the earnings. Looking after him, the guy noted that it was a little scary if they went alone. Evening came. A loud announcement was heard in the city that a supermoon eclipse and a super blood moon would occur in the evening in 3 years. The eclipse would begin in 42 minutes. Dave was walking down the street. He was writing messages asking for his calls to be answered. Dave asked with a puzzled look when Chloe would stop ignoring him, adding that it irritated him. Dave was lying on a hospital bed. He suddenly jumped out of bed. Dave was surprised when he saw Chloe. Chloe's face was serious. Holding out his hand, Dave asked what happened to her and if she was hurt. Chloe asked him not to touch her. Standing in front of him, Chloe informed him that these were some of the thugs who knew him. Chloe threw his phone and emphasized the fact that Dave would die if he involved her again. Dave took the phone and wondered why she took it. Chloe started to walk away from him and said that he was a thug. Chloe walked down the hallway and Dave asked where she was going. Holding his face, Dave asked what was going on, noting that even the teacher didn't know the details. Standing outside, Dave noted that whoever saved Chloe also saved his phone. Happy Dave screamed that Chloe finally answered him. The guys sent him a photo of the map with a mark and said that they would wait for him. Furious Dave screamed that they were stupid and he already said that he was not going. Looking away, he suddenly became surprised. He looked at the building. Dave, dumbfounded, said that this can't be and this is the place. The room was dimly lit. A woman was sitting at a table opposite Dave. Looking at him, the woman asked what was bothering him. Luck, love, awards. Raising his hands, Dave replied that that was not why he was there. Confused, Dave said that it sounded crazy. He knew that with her powers, he knew that it made little sense, but the woman listened to him with a displeased face. She looked at the wall and screamed at him to be specific. Horrified, Dave asked the woman if she could see anyone around him. Placing her hands on the table, the woman asked again. Many memories came to his mind and he noted that this was the only explanation. After he survived, Chloe was safely rescued. He imagined his other personality standing behind him. Dave wondered if there was someone else in his stomach. Horrified, Dave noted that it was the guy who controlled him when he was unconscious and he needed to get rid of him. Holding her hand to her face, the woman replied that she did. Dave was shocked by this. He got up from the table and cried out that he knew it. Pointing his hand to the side, he asked for an answer to his question, is it possible for him to meet him? The woman with a serious look said that if Dave wanted to meet him, he should find him. Dave, taken aback, said that he could not do that. Dave, dumbfounded, thought that if he wanted to meet him, he should. He ran away from the woman and thanked her. Running down the street, he asked the guys to wait for him. Chuck took off his cap and noted that they needed to follow him. The protagonist began to chase Dave. Looking at the phone, he asked if he needed to turn left or right. Watching him, Chuck thought that nothing had happened yet, but according to the locksmith, the contract holders were tracking Chloe. He remembered how the man with a serious look told that the super rookie who killed him was Chloe. Standing behind Dave, the protagonist reasoned that there were many ideas on how to find the contract holders, but it was not necessary now. Chuck emphasized the fact that by tracking Chloe, the contract holders could come. A vibration was heard from the protagonist's pocket. He looked at his phone. Chuck started to walk away. Jack asked from his backpack if the protagonist would follow him. Chuck replied that he would. He remembered picking up the phone and told him that the day Chloe left his phone. The protagonist seriously noted that he had installed a tracking app. Jack stated that Chuck was a fool. Standing in the middle of the sidewalk, the protagonist noted that he agreed with him, but they had more important things to do. Looking at the sky, Chuck said that an eclipse was about to begin. Looking up, the protagonist emphasized the fact that the blood moon was rising and it was time to attend the ceremony. Dave's voice was heard in the forest. He was trying to catch his breath and suggested that it was time to quit smoking. While stretching his back, Dave asked what kind of place this was and who would have thought there was a place like this in the neighborhood. Holding the phone to his ear, Dave asked why he couldn't see them, noting that they were supposed to call. He heard the number was unavailable and was taken aback. Surprised, Dave asked why they turned off their phones or if they were on airplane mode. Holding the back of his head, he said that he was told he was supposed to meet his friends, but it didn't help. He opened the mysterious note app on his phone. Smiling, Dave said that they were going to film, which meant he could meet them if he joined. He guessed that he was not far from them, about 300 meters away. Dave looked at the map. Looking up, he clarified that if it showed random locations, did that mean this was a different place? He started walking through the forest and noted that either way, it was working and he was already walking. He looked at the moon. The protagonist received a message that he was invited to the entrance ceremony. Chuck was sitting on the steps. Looking at his phone, he asked what it was. He saw an application on his phone called Mysterious Note. The protagonist showed the phone to Jack and asked if this was the ceremony and if someone called it a mysterious note. Jack replied that he did not know and that it was the first time he saw such a thing. Jack's head was sticking out of his backpack and he said that he knew that the ceremony was held during the blood moon and the entrance to it varies from time to time. It may differ depending on the region. Chuck looked at Jack and heard the sound of a notification. He saw a map and a message that his destination was chosen. Shifting his gaze, the protagonist stated that if it was within 100 meters of him. Chuck suddenly jumped up. He started running quickly and Jack asked where they were going. The protagonist continued to run quickly. There was darkness in front of Chuck. His face was serious. He saw the bones of a man lying on the ground. Looking around, the protagonist thought that the mysterious note was related to the ceremony for future contract holders and that the skull had appeared there for a reason. Chuck assumed that the contract holder was somewhere nearby. The guy approached him and asked for forgiveness, and the protagonist swung his fist. Covering his face with his hands, the guy screamed that he gave up. Standing in front of him, Chuck asked who he was. The guy screamed that he wanted to ask him the same thing. The protagonist silently looked at him. He bowed his head and apologized, adding that it was just his reflexes. Looking at the human bones, the guy said that they needed to raise the alarm after what they had seen. Pointing his finger, the stranger said that he was homeless and lived nearby and had seen many human remains. Chuck asked if there were more remains. Holding his hand in front of him, the homeless man said that these were the remains of people who got hit by a train, which is why they were sticking out of the ground. The surprised protagonist talked about human bones. The homeless man ran his finger near his neck and noted that these could be the bones of murdered people. Turning around, Chuck asked if he thought the killer had left the bodies there. The homeless man cried out that he had seen the murder. The protagonist was taken aback by this. Looking at the city, Chuck began to ask the homeless man if he had seen it with his own eyes and if he could describe the details. He replied that he did not know and did not even want to think about it. The homeless man began to push the protagonist, saying that this was a dangerous place and that he should leave. Chuck looked after the homeless man. His face was serious. The protagonist called out to him, after which the man turned around. Walking towards him, Chuck said that he had one question. The protagonist approached him and asked why he was staying there in this dangerous place. The guy put his hand behind his back and tried to answer something. A knife fell out of his hand. Chuck grabbed his hand. The enraged protagonist asked if he was the killer. In the middle of the forest stood an abandoned building. Dave was walking down the hallway, calling out to his friends. He was shaking in fear and asking them to answer if they were nearby. Looking down the hallway, he stated that this location resembled an abandoned school and that it was very scary. Looking at his phone, Dave wondered what was wrong with this school, noting that no names were written at the entrance and that there were none on any maps yet. Dave looked up and asked if it was a ghost. He imagined a killer monster and hugged himself. Turning around, Dave stated that it was time to run and he wasn't sure they were supposed to be there. He suddenly stopped walking. Turning around, Dave asked why he was scared. Standing in the hallway, he wondered what would happen if a ghost or killer monster jumped out, adding that he had something even scarier. He saw his reflection smirk. Dave's voice was heard from the building, claiming that he had a second personality. A knife fell out of the homeless man's hand. The protagonist was holding his hand. While holding the man, Chuck asked where all the bones were and whether he was the killer. The protagonist grabbed him by the throat. He threw the man to the ground. Enraged, Chuck ordered him to answer whether he had killed them. The stunned homeless man began to scream that he had not killed them. Pointing his finger at the knife, the protagonist asked why he needed it. The man closed his eyes and said that he had been trying to protect himself. Looking at him intently, Chuck said that he was simply a serial killer. He remembered standing in front of the man and said that when he saw the serial killer, he noticed him too. Sitting on one knee, the killer said that if he wanted to live, he should keep his mouth shut and not leave that place. Looking at him, the killer ordered him to stay there and drive away anyone who came there. The homeless man lifted his shirt and said that the killer had sewn a tracker into him. He folded his arms and said that he didn't want to die, so he had no choice. Chuck looked away and thought that he didn't believe a word he said. The protagonist looked at the knife and mentally noted that it was too clean. Chuck held out his hand and asked where the killer was who had locked him in that place. Pointing his finger, the homeless man said that if he went to the hill, the protagonist would find a container where the killer lived. Chuck was looking around the settlement. His face was serious. The protagonist said that he would believe him. The homeless man was chained to a pole. Chuck said that there were too many inconsistencies in his words and that he would sit until he returned. Dave looked into the office and said that there was nothing there. Standing by the door, he noted that this was the last one. Dave saw the door was closed. Walking towards the door, he emphasized the fact that he didn't think he would find anything, but he would still look. He stepped on the slime. Dave lifted his foot and cried out that he had dirty his shoes. Dave was taken aback and said that he should go home. He saw a sign on the wall that this was the place to meet him. Standing by the door, he assumed that he was in the right place. Standing by the container, the protagonist said that the homeless man was not lying about the container. Looking at the container, Chuck mentally noted that he did not feel anyone inside. Standing by the door, the protagonist wondered if the killer had gone somewhere. He suddenly looked away. Chuck looked at his phone. He saw a message that he needed to go through the door. Looking around, the protagonist thought that he did not feel anyone looking. Holding his face, Chuck said that these were simulations of the ceremony. He seriously assumed that the homeless man was involved in the ceremony. Raising his hand to the door, the protagonist noted that he thought so anyway. Opening the door, he said that he would play now. The door began to open. Dave looked into the office and was surprised. He saw the room in normal condition. Looking around the room, Dave asked if this was their home. He suddenly turned his gaze. He began to walk further towards the voice. There were people sitting at the table. Looking at the guy, Dave thought that it was him in the past. His face was serious. The man got up from the table. The man offered him to go, adding that he would meet his mother for the last time. Dave closed his eyes from what was happening. He was standing in front of the TV. He was suddenly surprised and looked away. Looking at the photographs, he noticed that it was a family photo. Dave thought calmly that those were the good times. Looking at the photograph, he noted that there was him, Chloe, Mom, Dad, and Dave suddenly got scared. He saw the boy in the photograph and wondered who it was. Chuck entered the room. He was very surprised. The man came up to him and spoke. Smiling, the man asked him not to leave the house. The main character was shocked. His father took him by the shoulders. The woman came up to them and said that they had to leave. Adjusting the watch on her hand, the woman said that they were late. The man stood up and said that she was right. Chuck thought that these were his mom and dad, whom he had lost. He wanted to cry, but now was not the time. The protagonist, watching this, sighed. He began to scream loudly and asked them not to leave. He imagined the corpses of his parents and noted that this situation, that day his parents died. Chuck stood in front of his mother and said that he wanted to go home, not to the hotel. His mother said that this hotel had a cool pool, because of which they stayed there. He himself asked. She clarified if he was afraid that his mom and dad would leave and leave him alone. She stroked the protagonist's head and noted that they would meet a friend and would be back soon. Chuck watched his parents leave. He began to run after them. Spreading his arms, he cried out that they could not go. Frowning, the protagonist thought that his parents would die if he left them, but if he went with them, he would not be able to protect himself in a child's body. Chuck noted that he could not understand if this was his dream or an illusion, or if he had returned to the past. His mother, looking sad, stated that she said that the protagonist was too young to be left alone. Chuck's face began to blur. Everything was cloudy in his eyes. He suddenly woke up. The protagonist was lying inside the wardrobe. Lying in the closet, Chuck noted that he remembered how his parents hid him there, and he did not know it then because he was a 7-year-old child and did not expect such a thing from his parents. The protagonist emphasized the fact that he thought they put sleeping pills in his food. Continuing to lie, Chuck noted that maybe it was a good idea to put him to sleep with sleeping pills and they saved their child's life. The protagonist got out of the closet and thought that he already knew that they were going to die. He started to look around the room. He ran through the house and thought that he was late because of the sleeping pills. Chuck frowned at what was happening. He brought his hand to the door. He suddenly stopped and emphasized that he had a premonition that he should not open the door. The protagonist heard a loud sound. He started to look through the peephole and mentally noted that he would look first and then decide what to do. He was standing near the door. Chuck saw the corpses of his parents. Dumbfounded, the protagonist thought that this was the end and he could not save them. A man was sitting near their corpses. Watching him, Chuck noticed that he had never seen him. The man was squatting. His eyes were glowing purple. The protagonist began to fall from the chair. He fell to the floor. He was surprised and asked what was happening. Looking around, Chuck asked how he could get back, adding that it was a container. He looked at the table. Smoke was coming from the burnt grass. Looking at the grass, the protagonist stated that this is what caused the hallucinations. Forgotten memories came back to him. Looking back, Chuck emphasized the fact that it was like a trip to the past. The protagonist looked at his backpack and thought that he did not know if that guy was involved in the death of his parents. Putting his hand in his pocket, he wondered if the ceremony was over. He saw a message on his phone that he was congratulated on passing the first test and he needed to press continue to proceed to the second test. Surprised, Dave asked what kind of nonsense this was. He saw smoldering grass. Dave, dumbfounded, thought that at this moment everyone sensed danger and Chloe felt the same. He lowered his head and said that he would move on to the next test. Looking at his phone, Dave asked if he needed to choose one of the 3 doors to pass the next test. There were 3 doors in front of them. Squinting, Dave examined the doors. He looked at each door and noted that the left and middle doors he had seen slime on before, but the last one was clean. Dave thought with his hand to his chin that he should normally choose the right one, but it was a trap or something in this case. He started walking towards the middle door. He started to open the door. The guys noticed Dave and said that this is where he was. Dave was taken aback and asked who they were. The room was brightly lit. The sun's rays enveloped the kitchen. The guy was standing in the shower. He was suddenly taken aback. The door suddenly opened with a loud sound. The guy came out of the shower with a towel on his head. Standing at the table, he said that he couldn't. Looking up, the guy said that memories that did not exist came into his consciousness. Frowning, he began to scream that it was impossible. The guy looked at the number on the door. He was taken aback and noted that it was room 2306. The sound of a ringing phone was heard in the room. Putting the phone to his ear, the guy said that he would be brief. He seriously told that 10 years ago, a list of guests who lived in room 2306 was brought to the big tower. The guy pointed his finger at Dave and declared that the yellow hair and gray school uniform was him. The furious guy asked why the stranger did not recognize him right away. Dave watched as the guy noted that after he smeared the door handles with slime. Confused, Dave wondered what was wrong with them, adding that they were very strange. Watching the guys discuss, he noted that they reacted as if they knew him. Standing at the door, Dave noted that he should leave in time. Suddenly, a powerful bang was heard. The guy slammed his hand on the door. He smirked and asked where Dave was going and if he wanted to leave the people who were waiting for him. Dave apologized to them, surprised. Standing by the wall, Dave asked if they knew him. Pointing his finger, the guy asked what he was trying to achieve and if he thought he wouldn't notice. The guy grabbed Dave by the shirt and screamed that it was impossible. He raised his fist and said that it wouldn't work with him. Dave was reaching for the door. The guy held him back and said it was useless. Looking at Dave's hand, he said that there were 3 doors outside, but for some reason there was only one and it wasn't an ordinary door. The guy emphasized that it was a portal with no exit and those doors led to other rooms. Dave frowned and wondered if that was even possible. His face was displeased and he asked what the fool was talking about. He saw a window on the opposite side of the room. Dave grabbed the guy by the arm and made a mental note to escape through the window. He suddenly jumped up. He knocked the guy to the floor. The stranger was watching them. Dave started to run away from the guy. He was grabbed by the collar. The guy threw Dave aside and asked him why he was resisting. Dave cried out in pain. Holding his hand to his face, the guy asked why he was trying to escape and where the guy who killed Jack was. Looking up, Dave was mentally wondering who Jack was. Dave remembered a monster named Jack. Dave stood up and said that he had seen Jack killed. The guy held out his hand and asked if he was imagining things or if Dave was talking about someone else. Dave said with a serious expression that he had not killed Jack. The guy was surprised by these words. Turning around, he said that he thought Dave was sick. Putting his hand on his head, he noted that it did not matter. He swung his fist and cried out that there was no such thing as a normal owner. Dave closed his eyes in fear. He asked the guy to wait, after which he stopped. Standing opposite, Dave said that the guy wanted something from him. Pointing at himself, he asked the guy if he wanted to meet Jack's killer, adding that it wasn't him. The guy was furious. He rushed at Dave and asked if it was funny. Dave screamed loudly across the room that it was another him. Dave clenched his fists, emphasizing the fact that the guy would find it hard to believe. Putting his hand on his chest, he declared that it was another him inside him. The guys were surprised. Dave said with a serious look that he wouldn't let him meet him. He looked at his phone and saw a task that required removing an obstacle. Walking through the forest, Chuck asked where the obstacle was. He suddenly looked the other way. Stopping, the protagonist thought that Jack hadn't moved for a long time and he didn't think he was dead because he was breathing. Looking down, Chuck wondered if this hallucination was real. He was suddenly taken aback. The protagonist's head began to split in half. He suddenly jumped aside. Loud sounds were coming from the forest. Albert was standing behind Chuck and said that he had good instincts. He held a stick in his hands and said that if the protagonist stayed there, his body would be torn in two. Albert asked if Chuck was there to be baptized. The protagonist's face was very serious. Green smoke appeared. The man said that he had good instincts. Looking at his hand, the man said that if he had not dodged, he would have been torn in two. Frowning, Chuck heard that he was there to warn about the ceremony. Swinging his stick, Albert said that it was ironic that he himself did not always dodge, to which the protagonist thought that this man was an obstacle. Looking up, the man said that he was not the one he was waiting for. From that day on, he always relies on his feelings, maybe because he is old. The man looked away. Suddenly, he disappeared abruptly. Turning his head, the hero wondered what he had disappeared or he had gone, and Albert said that he usually killed strangers. Turning around, the hero thought what about him, and the man said that seeing his potential, he would let him go for now. All the recruits were just worthless and he was already starting to get upset. Leaving, the man said that if these people had at least half of his potential, they would at least be useful, wished him luck. The hero clenched his lips in anger. The man heard a strange sound. The protagonist abruptly struck him. Chuck's eyes widened. The man stopped his leg, and the protagonist wondered if he had been able to block the blow. The hero's leg spun in the air. He flew sharply to the side. The hero landed on a stone. Gritting his teeth, Chuck thought that he was not bad. The protagonist deftly dodged the blow. The stick was right above his head. The hero abruptly jumped to the side. Raising his hand, the man said that right after he said that he had good instincts, he should have acted like a fool. Looking at him, the protagonist heard that he looked pretty smart, so he was sure that he already knew. Looking straight ahead, Albert said that their skill gap was unimaginable. Looking to the side, the man asked that anyway he wanted to continue, said that he could use this as an excuse and call it a beginner's insolence. The man grabbed the stick tightly. Suddenly, he struck the hero. The stick flew forward rapidly. The hero turned around to look for it. Looking at the tree, he wondered what it was, a tree, but why? Suddenly, a tentacle came out of the tree. Looking back, the hero thought it was a raven, and the man asked if he was serious, said that he thought he was really losing his grip. Looking up, Albert asked that since that happened, they were still being watched. Looking up, the man said that he thought he was the one taking advantage. Smirking, he added that suddenly he was a test subject. Frowning, the hero heard that of course, what was he called? The enemy, the target. Putting a hand to his face, the man said that it didn't matter. Looking straight ahead, he added that he now had a desire to teach a lesson. Raising a finger, Albert told the hero to watch closely. He had completely overlooked the difficulty level. Pointing at the hero, he added that he would teach him a lesson. Rushing forward, the man objected. Looking up, the man added that his tuition would be expensive. The hero looked at his leg in surprise. Lowering his head, Dave yelled that it was another him, to which the boy asked again. Clenching his fists, he thought that this was the only way to get out alive, then said that even he found it hard to believe. He also knew that it sounded really crazy. The guy widened his eyes and added that there was another person inside him and that he was the one who killed Jack. The guys looked at him in surprise. Looking straight ahead, Dave said that he could let them meet him, to which they asked again. The guy raised his fist and asked what, had he been reading too many comics, to which the other guy said that made sense. He turned around and asked again, to which Carl said that yes, he had heard of that. The guy held his hand out in front of him and said that dissociative identity disorder, they have 2 or more personalities that can control a person's behavior at different times. This happens when a person is under a lot of stress or has experienced a traumatic event. Smiling, Mike said that's right, he also knows that, to which Dave thought he didn't know. Taking his hands, the guy said that yes, a super newbie can't be such a noob, apologized for the mistake, to which Dave laughed and thought that for some reason it didn't sound very nice. Looking at him, he heard that he should then transform now to this other person, to which he asked again. Mike's eyes widened, hearing that he still didn't know how to switch. Someone asked what he said that he could let him talk to him, to which Dave replied that if he knew how to switch to him, then he would call him, and Mike asked what he would. Smirking, the guy asked that they could contact each other with numbers and call each other later, to which Dave replied that of course, that's right, and thought that it worked. The guy furiously asked that he was seriously making fun of him right now, yes, to which he thought that was bad luck. Turning around, he asked what that just was, to which Carl clarified that it was dissociative identity disorder. Looking straight ahead, the guy heard that yes, what was the reason, to which he asked again, and then replied that it was a lot of stress. Gritting his teeth, Mike said, bullseye, a lot of stress. Turning his head, he added that it was not the best kind of stress, and then paused. The guy disappeared, and Mike exclaimed in surprise. His eyes widened, he asked what, where, he did. Suddenly, Dave grabbed him abruptly. They fell to the ground. The guy screamed at him to let go, to which Dave thought that if he was going to die anyway, he might as well try everything he could. Frowning, he added that he should wait. The guy looked at them, and Dave thought, why is this man just standing there and watching? Aren't they on the same side? Gritting his teeth in anger, the guy asked why they all took him for nothing. Dave smirked, thinking that he couldn't run away from him so easily. Gritting his teeth tightly, he thought about his hands. A red glow appeared, someone screamed. Holding his throat, the guy wheezed. Dave lowered his head, thinking that he thought his hand was burned. Wait, burned. His hand was radiating cold, and he added that no, it was frostbite. Turning around, Mike asked that he was a damn bastard, how dare he fool the contract holders, to which he thought about it. An image of a man appeared, and Dave thought about the contract holders. Did that mean they were people with superpowers? Like that gangster. Pointing at the guy, Carl said be careful, he was still the man who killed Jack, to which he replied let him cover him then. He thought he said it was his other personality that killed Jack, and Dave thought he was dying again. Swinging his hand, Mike said he should take off his gloves, he would beat this idiot in 3, no. Rushing forward, he added in a minute. Dodging the blow, the guy laughed. Looking at his hand, he thought, damn, he almost died. A bright glow appeared, and the guy thought the floor was turning to ice. The man raised his finger and said that he should watch carefully. He had completely overlooked the difficulty level. Pointing at the hero, he added that he would give him a lesson. He protested, rushing forward. Swinging his leg, Albert said that he could not afford the tuition. The hero looked at his leg in surprise. The protagonist dodged the blow. Looking away, he thought, good, he dodged. The man stepped on the stick with his foot. It flew up sharply. Albert raised his head, looking at the stick. The man deftly caught the object. He swung the stick in front of the hero's face. Frowning, the protagonist thought that this idiot did not intend to attack. He decided to arrange a flashy execution. A wound appeared on the hero's neck. The protagonist slid backwards along the ground. Stopping, he looked at the man. Smiling, the hero said that it was tiring. Looking at him, Albert asked why he was smiling despite saying this, said that it should be bearable. Stretching his hand forward, the man said that meant he would have to speed up the process. The hero looked at the stick. Suddenly, he deftly dodged it. He dodged the blows time and time again. The man exclaimed in surprise, looking at this. Grinning, Albert asked that he could avoid everything at this speed, said that this was great. The hero looked away, listening to the fact that seeing how his speed was getting slower, he must be close to his limit. Swinging the stick, the man asked what if he thought he could continue in the same spirit. Stretching his hand forward, he offered to look. The man's eyes widened in surprise and asked again. The hero looked away, and the man thought about his gaze. Frowning, Albert thought that it could not be him. The hero's eyes widened, and the man added that he was tracking his attacks. A question was heard that he wanted him to avoid them all. Turning around, the protagonist heard that yes, but how to say this? Looking straight ahead, Jack asked that as a person without healing abilities. Shaking his head, he said that he should not always rush in blindly. They need to know why he must resist all attacks, to which the hero asked what about that, said that he just uses all abilities. Smiling, Jack asked again, and then suggested playing Cham Cham Cham. Frowning, the protagonist asked why would he do that, to which he clarified that why is he afraid? He has no friends to play it, because he is a loner. Standing in front of him, the hero said okay, they will play, but he will be the first, to which Jack replied okay, he doesn't have hands to point anyway. Waving his hand, Chuck asked what and just like that thought about what was so annoying. Stretching out his hand, the hero began to count. Jack turned his head to the side abruptly. The protagonist told him to look. The protagonist gritted his teeth when he heard that he had lost, to which he asked what the hell, why did he do that? Smiling widely, Jack said that he only meant that his head turned better to the right and he was just using what he had, to which the protagonist asked again, what could he use? The protagonist frowned. Standing in front of him, Jack said that it seemed like he had finally come to his senses. Looking straight ahead, Chuck thought that showing off his healing abilities and relying only on them was no different than playing Cham 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 at first. Dodging, the protagonist thought that in order not to repeat the same mistake, he should practice so as not to rely on his abilities. The man thought, looking at him. Suddenly, he swung his stick abruptly. Lowering his head, the protagonist asked why he stopped. The training was coming to an end. The man smirked and asked again what he was saying, using him as a practical partner. Albert spread his arms and said he was an interesting guy. Good, very good, let him ask. The man dodged and the man said that this way of dodging, the opponent's gaze, patterns, attacks, rhythm, shoulders and waist just before the strike, stomping his foot and so on, and even the basic movements, he must take all of this into account to predict his opponent's movements and target, but tracking the movements with his eyes and avoiding attacks is unheard of. Looking to the side, the man added that especially with a fast attack, but tracking it with your eyes is almost impossible. Looking straight ahead, Albert said he did it just now. The protagonist frowned when he heard how he did it. Looking to the side, the hero said that's right, it was impossible, but the question is how. The man was surprised to hear that maybe because he was slow, to which he asked again. Chuck put his hand behind his head and said that he thought about it every free day. The protagonist looked at the cameras and then added that about how to make the fastest attack, besides the ones he showed. The man chuckled and said that he understood that the pace of his training must be too slow for him. He waved his wand and added that he apologized to such an outstanding student like him. The protagonist frowned when he heard that they did not need to waste time on warming up. The protagonist suggested that they begin. Smiling, Albert said that they were going straight to the difficult lesson. White beams appeared. They both rushed towards each other sharply. Grinning, the protagonist thought that he knew that this was exactly as he expected. He was much slower compared to Jack's attacks. Clenching his fist tightly, Chuck thought that the practice was over, go ahead. Approaching the man, the protagonist added that it was his turn. Bloody splashes appeared. Smiling widely, the hero thought that yes, he was attacking. He could see it with his naked eyes. He could see it clearly. Blood was dripping from the stick. The hero thought that he had dodged it perfectly. Looking at the wound, the protagonist thought that. Looking at the protagonist, the man said that he had finally learned his lesson. Even if he had seen it, there were some attacks that he could not avoid. Someone in the room shouted about the vile bastard. Mike punched him, asking him why he was still trying to escape. The guy exclaimed, looking at the blow. Turning around, Mike said that the bastard was running away, to which Dave replied that he had no choice. Ice appeared around his hand, and the guy added that he could freeze with just one touch of his hand if he did not run away. he would die. Raising his hand, Mike shouted that he had no choice. If he did not want to die, just call on his other self. He spoke much stronger. Looking away, the boy replied that it seemed he had no other choice. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Stopping, he thought, okay, he'll do it. Memories came to his mind, and he thought that in all those cases, he lost consciousness. Turning around, he heard that he decided to try, to which he thought that it seemed he would have to attack first. Looking at the boy's hand, a thought arose in Dave's mind that perhaps this would serve as a summoning for the second him. Squinting, he thought that he would just close his eyes and suddenly, he abruptly stopped the boy's hand. Gritting his teeth, he thought it seemed it didn't work. He didn't feel the second him coming, or what if he died when he did? Rushing forward, the boy thought, but this was better than dying a dog's death. Dave threw a punch and thought that he couldn't sacrifice his life. The boy flew off abruptly. Dave's eyes widened in surprise, thinking that it was a strange feeling. The same thing had happened before. All his punches were much stronger. Mike wheezed, and the guy added that it seemed to work. Maybe he was just. He grinned and added that he was weak. Carl bit his finger. He was nervous watching this. The guy hit him hard in the stomach. Running away, he thought that he fell again. Dave smiled and thought that it turned out that summoning a second him was quite simple. There was no reason to stop. The chubby guy turned to his friend, to which Dave thought that this fat guy just stood there and did not interfere, did not think that he was dangerous. He was not scary at all. Swinging his leg, the guy thought that he, Dave, was the leader. He could not die in such a place. Carl clenched his teeth in anger. Looking at him, the guy exclaimed. He opened his eyes in surprise, wondering what he thought he wouldn't interfere. Carl clenched his fists tightly, and he added, what a wild grin. Standing in front of him, Mike asked him what he was going to die. Swinging his hand, he asked why he was even interfering. He was still not dead, to which the guy replied that he knew he was not interfering, but just watching. The guy froze, listening to him say that he should not look at him. He would kill him for just one look, and then thought that they were arguing again. It seemed they were not getting along very well. Pointing at him, Mike said that this was the last warning. Just let him try to interfere. Walking towards the guy, Mike said that he should come up and they could continue. The pig would not bother them anymore, to which he asked again. Dave hit him in the face, and he did not have time to finish. Grinning, the guy said that not today and thought that he should stop before the old him returned. Carl was nervous when he heard about the cowardly bastard. He bit his finger and heard that he was damned, and then thought, what was this idiot doing? Watching the fight, he thought that he was too hot-tempered in a fight. He was losing too much energy with each blow. Having hit the guy in the face, Dave thought that he had hit again. Good job. Frowning, Carl thought that this idiot did not have long left. The main thing is not to return to the old him. Smiling widely, the guy thought that being a monster in full form, he would start doing terrible things. Gritting his teeth, the guy thought that there was only one chance. He slightly closed his lips. The guy clenched his fist tightly. A green glow emanated from his hand. Defensively, Mike said that he did not give a chance to hit. Wheezing, he added that they would see how much his energy lasts. Looking at him, Dave thought that why he did not get tired. Such endurance is not normal. One blow. Turning around, he added that he needed one strong blow. Smiling, Mike shouted that finally. Swinging his leg, the guy thought he was faster. The guy extended his hand forward. Dave made a sharp swing with his leg. Suddenly he stepped on slime. Falling, he wondered what the. Grabbing his leg, the guy happily shouted that he was caught. Dave frowned and thought, what the hell, hearing that unlike the blows. He looked surprised and asked again, listening to the fact that he would freeze him. Screams were heard in the room. Looking at the phone, the man exclaimed. The man in the cloak asked why were there two of them against one? Extending his finger, he added that it was unfair. He would fix it now. Ta, added. Looking at the screen, he said that it was ready, done, but there was a small problem. Suddenly he looked up and said that would they be able to get there in time. Albert waved his wand and said he apologized. He was an outstanding student. The hero frowned when he heard that he would not have to warm up. Let him get ready. Grinning, the man said that a difficult lesson was coming. White rays appeared. The protagonist rushed towards the man. Clenching his fist, Chuck thought that he knew. This is what he was waiting for. He was much slower compared to Jack's attacks. Swinging his fist, he added that the theory was over now. Raising his hand to the man's face, the hero finished that it was his turn. Blood splashes appeared. Smiling widely, the hero thought that he saw all the attacks, clearly saw them. Blood was dripping from the stick, and he added that he could defend himself perfectly. Looking at the wound, Chuck thought why. Grinning, Arnold said that this was his first lesson. If he saw all the attacks, he would not be able to avoid them. The protagonist fell to the ground and made a sound. Putting his hand under his jacket, the man asked, what is shocking, isn't it? Rubbing the stick, he asked that he thought he could perfectly dodge all attacks. The stick has other plans for this. Raising his head, the man said that but what can you do? The pointer is needed to point at something from the moment a decision is made on it. The hero held his wound and listened to the fact that the stick would do anything to him. Raising himself, the protagonist said that he did not know what the matter was, but it seemed to him in his strength, to which he asked again. Lowering his head, Arnold asked what his strength was. This. Standing in front of the hero, the man said that he was wrong. This is not his strength is. The man added that it was not related to this. Extending the stick forward, Arnold shouted that he still had a lot to teach, to which the hero thought, this is it. Leaning back, Chuck thought that he needed to increase the distance. The hero slid along the ground. Then he abruptly rushed forward. Looking at the weapon, the protagonist thought, great, everything is the same as last time. The protagonist dodged the blow and added that so far everything is smooth, and now. The man stretched the stick in front of him, and Chuck thought that it does not matter what he uses, he will see everything. The protagonist frowned and thought that without missing the details. The man grabbed the stick tightly, then he sharply lowered it down. Looking at it in surprise, the hero thought that the stick was quickly shrinking. The thought came to mind that here it is, you need to lower your hands when the stick is approaching. The protagonist thought that when the stick comes closer, he will be ready to strike again, that is why he does not know what to do until it cuts him. Looking to the side, Chuck thought that he does not have time to think while he avoids attacks, and this is annoying. The protagonist took off his backpack and thought that when the attack is approaching, he blocks it. The man grinned contentedly. A stick flew into the hero's shoulder. Looking at it, he asked what it was. The man grinned slightly. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought that the stick had bypassed the bag and pierced him. Looking straight ahead, Arnold said that he had told him that he was a perfect user of the stick, he could attack him any way he wanted. The man swung the stick sharply and said that it not only held comfortably, he could change directions and trajectories. Standing in front of the man, the protagonist said that this was all very interesting, but he was only capable of this, to which the man asked again, and then said that he had not said that this was a power. The hero thought about what he had said, that this was not his power. Looking at the pointer, Albert said that this power was too powerful, a person could not master it. This power came from his pointer, this pointer was the object of his power. The hero asked incredulously, to which the man laughed and replied that he was so gullible, asked how he could get so far. Weapons appeared, and the man said that an object of power, so they say, when an object has abilities, their options are infinitely varied, they can be owned by contract holders. Raising his head, he added that each thing uses a unique power, he was lucky, he can see something rare. White beams appeared. Albert rushed to the hero and shouted that and learned his lesson. Screams were heard in the room. Smiling, Mike asked how so, he came to his senses, and then said that he thought they would lose him. The guy shouted, and Mike said in surprise what it was. Green liquid appeared on the sneaker, and he added that it was slime. Turning around, the guy shouted that he was a crazy fat bastard. Clenching his fist, he asked didn't he say to control himself one more time and he's dead, to which Carl replied that he thought he was in danger, and the guy asked again and said that this idiot wouldn't make it to the ceremony. It was audible that well, after all, this newbie killed Jack, he said that it wasn't him, and the guy wheezed in pain. Looking at his leg, Dave thought that the pain was unbearable, it was burning from the inside, he could freeze to death. Mike asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about, to which the guy mumbled, and he added that that's exactly it, at which time Dave thought that no one was watching him, these guys were real idiots. Stretching out his hand, the guy said that he should take his words back, to which Carl replied that no, he didn't do anything, and Dave thought that in the end these guys were serial killers, real monsters. The guy was crawling on the floor and thought that there was no way out but to run away, this was his only chance. The guy asked him furiously, sighted him, told him to look at him, to which Carl replied that no, just. Throwing his arms out, the young man said that given what he had done, he was not a super rookie, right? To which he asked again and said that he was trying to prove it to him. The one who killed Jack was hiding inside this guy, and he replied that yes, that was exactly what he was thinking. The guy looked surprised, hearing that it was necessary to test how a super rookie fights, suddenly he was weak. Carl smirked, hearing that yes, it was convincing. Looking away, the guy said that they should not believe without evidence. They exclaimed in surprise, looking at Dave. The air was cut by the speed. Dodging the blow, the protagonist thought that so, the attack without stopping. Looking at the stick, Chuck thought that the backpack would help him fight back, but what's the point if it changes the trajectory? The man smiled widely and asked why he didn't give up, said that he couldn't avoid the attack. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. Rushing forward, the protagonist said that he was right. Looking at the pointer, Chuck added that he couldn't avoid it. Blood spatter appeared. Blood dripped onto the ground. The man laughed and said that good job, that's the least. Raising his eyebrows, he added that on what? The protagonist grabbed the stick tightly. Suddenly, Chuck jumped up. The man said in surprise that the protagonist abruptly hit him with his knee. Looking away, Dave thought that damn, he was caught. He heard someone say what was going on. He was going to jump out the window. Pointing his finger forward, the guy yelled that he shouldn't stand there. He would stop him, to which Carl replied, okay. Gritting his teeth, Dave wondered why the window wouldn't open. The guy was approaching him and yelled at him to stop, to which he thought, come on. Running forward, Carl turned to him. Swinging his hand, he thought. Swinging his fist, he made a sound. The guy was surprised, looking at his hand. His hand was stuck to the window, and he thought that the slime had bound his hand. Someone yelled that it was a good job. Mike stretched his neck and said he was so brave to run, asked what he was doing, chickening out, to which Dave grunted, and then thought what a stupid question. Dave's eyes widened when he heard that he thought he was going to die. They said they were going to let him live, they didn't want to kill him, and then he thought they would. Mike held out his hand and said he didn't have to worry, asked if that wasn't convincing enough. The guy got nervous when he told him to stop whining, and then thought what the hell was wrong with him. The boy waved his hand and said if he didn't want to die, he should summon his other self. The boy narrowed his eyes and thought he couldn't control this, but he could let him live after all. Mike flew off to the side, and Dave thought that his other self was the one. The boy looked up in fear and asked what was that. Someone said, what kind of idiots? Walking forward, he said that they were contract holders and one was dominant, and Dave thought, oh no. The man said that it was a serious threat, asked that he decided to kill a newbie, to which the guy asked again in surprise and said that it was none of his business. The man asked again what he was, to which Dave replied that he was. Smiling, Marcus said that he was his friend, and someone asked him his name. Looking down, Mike asked what a friend. Turning around, he shouted that he decided to intimidate them with his friends, to which the guy replied that no, he did not know. Rushing forward, the guy said that if they could not kill him, they would kill someone else. Suddenly his arm broke, and he mumbled. He asked in surprise why he could not feel his hands, to which Marcus smiled and said that he better not move. This needle was stuck in an acupuncture point, he better not move. Mike swung his arm and yelled that it wouldn't work on him. His arm twisted sharply. He yelled as he fell to the floor, and the guy said that he had hurt himself, asking how he hadn't defeated them. It looked like his Kai had run out. Taking a running start, Carl yelled that he should think he was dead. Needles were stuck in his face, and he added that he should die. The guy froze and said that it was his body, and Marcus said that it looked like he hadn't learned his lesson. Needles were stuck in the guy's leg. Someone said that he should just stand still. Looking up, the guy said that it was him. Walking towards Dave, he added that he needed to talk to his friends, to which he replied fearfully that he shouldn't come close. Standing in front of him, Dave asked that he had come for revenge, to which he asked again. Frowning, the guy yelled that yes, he apologized for almost killing him, he didn't mean to. Pointing his finger at him, the guy asked again if he was okay, said he thought he was a little overheated. Marcus was looking right at him. His leg was frozen, and the guy said that it looked like his leg was in trouble and would have to be amputated. Dave asked in fear that he wanted to cut off his leg, to which he replied that yes, it looked pretty serious, it looked like gangrene, it needed to be removed before it spread. The guy looked away, hearing that no, his leg, now him, to which he replied that he shouldn't worry, he had him. Taking out the needles, he added that with his acupuncture, it would heal over time. Dave asked again in surprise and asked him to stop. Marcus smiled widely and asked what, was it dangerous, and then said that he better not think about it, to which he shouted that no, it wasn't. Pointing ahead, Dave said that he was behind him. He asked again and saw Carl behind him. The room was filled with oh my god. The guy holding the slime in his hands said it was amazing, asked who would have thought acupuncture would do that to slime, the power that turned the fat guy into a slug. Looking away, he added what a useless ability, not to mention the appearance, the fat guy was. On the floor lay the guy covered in blood, and Marcus finished that a huge slug. Standing in front of the guy, he said that he should lose weight, to which Dave thought what a failure. The guy's eyes widened, thinking about how he had this power. The guy nervously swallowed. On the floor lay a dead guy, and he added that he had dealt with two so easily. The guy was unconscious, and Dave thought he was a fucking superhuman. Turning around, Marcus asked if everything was okay, to which the guy asked again. The young man grinned and said it was his leg and asked what made him feel better. The guy looked down and asked again. The guy had needles stuck in his leg and he said he thought it was okay, to which he replied that he told him so. Taking his hand, Marcus said he told him so. He would help him, let him take it, to which he thanked him and asked what it was. Taking the weapon in his hands, he asked if it was a knife. Pointing back, Marcus said yes, let him finish them off, to which Dave asked what to finish off, for what, and the guy clarified what he was saying. The young man asked again in surprise, hearing that he had to kill them. He asked fearfully why the hell he had to kill them, how he would do it, to which the guy smiled and replied that it was very simple, he had already laid them out, all that was left was to cut their throats. The guy raised his hand when he heard that it wasn't that hard, to which he replied that he didn't mean it that way, it was murder, he was completely crazy. Marcus froze when he heard that he would call the police. The guy grabbed the knife and said okay, let him give it to him then. As he was leaving, he said that he didn't think it was that hard to train newbies, he would learn in time. Marcus bent down and said let him watch, to which Dave asked him to stop and not kill. He closed his eyes and made a sound. Blood splashed onto the guy. A bloody knife fell to the floor. Marcus sighed as he stood over the corpses. The guy sat on the floor in fear and heard if he wanted some good advice. With his back to him, the young man said it was either him or them, let him do what he wanted, but he would have to accept it. He turned around and addressed Dave. Looking at him, he added that he had to choose a path. The wind was cutting through the speed. Blood dripped onto the ground. Pulling out his stick, Arnold said good work, and now the class is dismissed. With wide eyes, he added that the protagonist grabbed the spear tightly. Suddenly, the hero jumped up sharply. Looking at him in surprise, the man said that the hero sharply struck him with his knee. The man wheezed in pain, and Chuck thought that he could only use the pointer from a distance. Smiling widely, the hero asked what and what now, the pointer will not help. Stretching out his hand, the man said that what an original question. Suddenly, the man sharply struck the hero. Chuck screamed loudly in pain. Swinging his hand, Albert shouted that a maximum of a B+. Standing in front of the hero, he said that if this is all he can do, he cannot compete with him. Raising his finger, the man said that he lived his life too simply. He punched a hole in his rudeness, and he kicked him. Albert opened his eyes in surprise when he heard someone speaking to him. Lowering his head, the protagonist said that he was talking about lessons and grades. He was not a master, but a bad poser, and now, looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked to be allowed to ask a question. Smiling, the man asked again, and then said, "Come on, let him ask, but will he be able to talk with a hole in his womb?" Suddenly, Albert opened his eyes in surprise. Looking at the wound, he thought that the hole was healing. Pointing his finger at the hero, the man asked that he had been hiding his abilities all this time, to which Chuck asked what he was interested in now. Holding the wound, the protagonist said that he thought he could hide them longer, but he could not lose the opportunity. Memories surfaced in the man's head and he thought that he could hide something other than regeneration abilities. Putting his hand to his face, the man laughed and asked that he was really able to attack, said that he knew many contract holders. He raised his stick and asked what he was doing at the ceremony. The man drew his weapon and said that there was a strange guy hunting for contract winners here, and that he had been the guy all along. The hero's hand clenched. His foot sank into the ground. The stick pierced the hero through and through. He gritted his teeth and said he didn't know, asked what he was talking about himself, and added that he was doing the same thing. The man smiled and asked again, and then replied that they seemed to be equally mistaken, that he had been at the bar, but that he hadn't come to drink. He raised his stick and shouted that he wasn't there for some pathetic sense of superiority, that he was keeping an eye on someone. Grabbing the stick, the protagonist thought it was time to use an abbreviation. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. Looking at the trees, Chuck thought that he had disappeared. Where? The man suddenly looked out from behind a tree. Jumping up, the hero thought that he had hidden behind the trees, if this was a continuation. Rushing forward, he added that he would bounce off the tree. White particles flew in the air. The hero's foot stepped on the tree. Suddenly, he bounced off it. The hero landed deftly on the ground. Grinning, the man asked if he thought it would work twice, said to stop if it didn't work. The protagonist frowned, hearing that good reflexes would not help him. Raising his hand behind him, Albert said that the best moment to ask a question, his last moment, let him answer better. The man looked straight ahead thoughtfully. Suddenly, he looked down and asked what it was. His stick was broken. Looking at it in surprise, he thought that the pointer was broken. Raising himself, the protagonist said that the question was no longer needed. The man asked again in surprise, hearing that he had received an answer to it. Holding a knife in his hand, the protagonist asked that he would be able to use the tool after that. There was a bag hanging on the hero's back. A question was heard, that where he had hidden the knife. Frowning with anger, the man said that with the abilities of the weapon, he had hidden the knife for so long. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in surprise, saying that if he was still hiding something, let him wait, this knife. The man abruptly threw the stick at the hero. The hero looked at the man's swing in surprise. Chuck dodged the blow deftly. Then he counterattacked the man. The hero frowned when he heard that yes, he was sure. The man held his fist, saying that the closer he got, the more convinced he was, to which the hero thought he was blocking. The hero held a knife in his hand, and the man added that this was the very same weapon of power, Jack's weapon. Looking at the knife, the protagonist thought that this was a weapon of power. He thought the knife had no power. Raising his head, Albert said that it was strange that this knife was with him. It should be with the super rookie who dealt with Jack. Standing in front of the hero, the man asked that he was in the company of a rookie or killed him, and then thought about the fact that he was another holder of the contract in addition to Dave. Looking at the weapon, the man said, "Okay, let's see how long he can." The hero abruptly struck the man. The protagonist threw the knife to his other hand. He struck the ground. The man slid back. Clutching his head, Albert said that of course it wasn't that easy. He understood. The hero grabbed the knife tightly, and the man said that this knife was capable of charming people. That's exactly what he was looking for with the knife. Looking down, the man said that it was sad that no one would know about it. Life was miserable. That day he saw the knife for the first and last time. The hero looked at him in surprise, hearing that Jack had disappeared without a trace. Raising his hand, Albert said that he should consider this a reward for his ambitions, and finally, the treasure he was looking for right before his eyes. The hero interrupted the man, throwing the knife. Albert looked at the weapon in surprise. Standing in front of him, the hero heard that for an incapable student he was learning quickly, excellent, and that he needed it. Bending down, the man said that he shouldn't worry about himself, he would guarantee his safety, he would not tell anyone. Albert's eyes widened in surprise when he heard that day when he saw the knife. The corpses floated up in the hero's mind, and he added that he said that Jack had disappeared then. He was talking about the tower 10 years ago. Looking at him, the man said that he was young, but he knew about it, asked what he knew about what happened that day. Lowering his head, he added that of course he was there. Suddenly, the hero swung at him. The man fell to the ground and wheezed. He exclaimed in surprise when the hero grabbed him by the clothes. Swinging his fist, Chuck said that he wasn't going to give him the knife, he just put it down. The hero struck the man in the face, and he screamed. While striking, the hero said that there were so many questions. Looking down, Chuck said that they were of little use since he was going to kill him. Rage, a certain amount of rage, eliminates the feeling of fear. But a person blinded by pure rage will not pay attention to the little things. Without looking into the little things, a person does not see the whole picture, because of which he is not able to find a rational solution to the problem. It is better to avoid fights for life. The hero beat the man, and he is no exception. There was a hole in the man's head, however, now everything is different. Contract holders, ceremonies, blurring of revenge, various situations, people involved, experiments with superpowers, empty illusions, and much more. In the days when the hero dreamed of killing Jack, he just wanted to get rid of rage. This allowed him to focus on his opponent. The hero struck. In rage there is only one problem. The man's hand was lying on the ground. It is impossible to control yourself and to stop hitting. The hero's hand was covered in blood. Looking at the man, the hero exclaimed. The blue sky appeared, and he added that he was not breathing. Having hit the tree, the hero shouted that the devil. The hero angrily looked straight ahead. Suddenly, he turned to look at the man's corpse. Looking at him, he thought that if he was the one who killed his father and mother, it would not matter whether he killed him or not. Frowning, the protagonist thought that but he is not the one he met in hallucinations, but it is not necessary to exclude the possibility that he is a criminal. Standing in front of the man, Chuck thought that besides, Jack said that he lost his memory that day, 10 years ago, but he was not able to do such a thing. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that if he could do something with Jack's memory, but there must be another contract holder who knows about this incident. But since the bastard is dead, these questions are unnecessary. Suddenly, the hero looked away in surprise. Looking at the sky, he thought about the blood moon. The hero put his hand in his pocket and thought that he should hurry. Taking out his phone, Chuck thought that since he had already entered the ceremony and defeated the contract holder, the screen said about the second test, he needed to leave the obstacles. Turning around, the hero thought about what to do. Wasn't he an obstacle? The man choked and started to get up. Grinning, the hero said that he had survived. Great, he just wanted to talk. Standing in front of the hero, the man asked to let him ask what this outburst of rage was about. Lowering his head, the man said that he understood. It depends on how you look at it. He knows and understands this feeling very well, especially at his age. His family is dead. Walking towards the man, the protagonist said that he was close to the truth. Let him tell everything he knows about that day, to which the man asked what he thought he would tell everything so easily after he did this to him. The hero took his hand and said that let him forgive him if he hit him a couple of times. Albert smiled widely and said that he was joking. They would see if he was ready to cope with his power. The hero asked what was wrong with his power, widening his eyes in surprise, and then thought that he thought about it. The power was not only in his wand. Smiling, the man asked what he knew, why he had not used his power until now, said that 10 years ago some guy took away his power. The moon glowed red, and Albert said that but at the ceremony where all the contract holders gathered, when the blood moon rose. Squinting, the man said that it was temporary. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. Smiling widely, the man added that he was gaining power. Standing in front of the protagonist, he said that he would not have a chance. Let him regret not killing him earlier. Standing in a stance, the protagonist thought that it did not look like a bluff. He changed his appearance before his eyes. He needed to get his bearings and come up with a strategy. The hero froze and wondered why he couldn't move his leg. Looking down, Chuck hoped his body wasn't frozen in fear. The man charged at him. Dodging, the hero wondered what could be wrong. Why was he so fast? A memory surfaced, and he added that it was very similar to Jack's attacks. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought no, not at all. The man waved his hand, and the hero thought he was faster. Arnold smiled contentedly. The hero fell to his knees abruptly. The man stood and looked straight ahead. Standing over his clothes, the man spoke of the ability to regenerate. Looking at the hero, he asked that he could recover without a head, said that it was a trifle, and Chuck thought, damn. The hero's head was lying on the ground, and he thought that he needed to get closer to the body, but he was unable to move it. Squinting, the hero thought that Jack was moving. Why couldn't he either? His vision. The hero closed his eyes. Raising his hand, Arnold laughed and said that it was too easy. The man smiled slightly. He looked at the knife. Raising the weapon, he said, "What kind of thing?" An endless flow of energy. Kneeling down, Arnold said that he would not need strength with this. Lowering his head, the man said that he would deal with this bastard. Suddenly someone shouted that he should put it back. The man looked down thoughtfully. Turning around, he asked who it was, to which he was asked that he was deaf. Albert exclaimed in surprise, hearing that he should not touch other people's things. In the distance, someone asked what he should repeat. Smiling, he said the knife he was holding. Looking at him in fear, the man said that he did not believe it, asked again how this was possible. Wide-eyed, he added that no. The protagonist smiled, and Arnold added that he was not him. The man laughed loudly and said that indeed, Jack was dead. Damn this body, he only got more stupid with age. A weapon appeared, and the man said that they would see if his head would grow back when he chopped it off with this. Well, swinging at the hero, the man said that they would see what this kid was capable of in action. The protagonist smiled broadly. Frowning, the man thought, wait a minute. The hero's eyes glowed blue, and he added that he was suddenly worried. A forest appeared. Someone asked that he was not going to kill him. Turning around, Marcus said that he had already said so, asked that he was a friend, why would he kill him? Following him, Dave asked again, and then thought that he himself had only recently. Looking at the guy, he asked, by the way, about the baptism, did he have to attend it? Gritting his teeth, the guy said that of course, didn't he know, he became a target. Dave's eyes widened in surprise when he heard that, and should he say that he was an easy target for reputation, to which he asked again. Jack held a knife in his hand, and the boy asked what he knew about the dead Jack. He knew that he was a performer with a famous bad reputation. He was one of the best performers in history. The boy extended his hand forward and said that he was sure that it was not an easy task to deal with Jack alone. So many people could not help but look down on the high school student who dealt with him. Marcus smiled and said that of course they were of the opinion that a performer who could get rid of Jack was something, since Jack would not let himself be killed so easily, although it cannot be denied that luck and cunning can play a big role. The guy spread his arms out to the sides and said, in short, instead of waiting and hoping for someone to save his skin, he asked if it wouldn't be better to become stronger and a proper performer. Suddenly, the guy exclaimed in surprise. Putting his hands on his hips, the guy said let him watch while they were chatting. Looking at the man in the cloak, he added that they had arrived at their destination. Smoke was emitting from the man's eyes. The guys approached the man. Dave looked down thoughtfully. The guy clenched his teeth slightly. The man in the cloak froze. Stretching out his hand, Marcus said that he was unbearable, asked that the blood moon had risen a long time ago, when would the baptism begin, to which the man replied that he had yet to arrive. Looking straight ahead, he added that the last one, to which the guy asked again, and he replied that yes, very soon. The guy exclaimed in surprise, looking at the blow. Looking down, Dave wondered what it was now. There was a man's head on the ground. They all turned to the side, and the man said that here he was. The protagonist was walking towards them. Someone said his name. The protagonist exclaimed questioningly. Dave turned to the protagonist in surprise, and the guy said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist heard how he was, how life was, what's new, and then he thought that this bastard, pretending not to remember the past, was also there. An image of a man popped into the guy's head. Rushing forward, the protagonist said that it was him again. Stopping his blow, the guy asked what he was doing, asked him to wait. Smiling, Marcus said that he was as hot-tempered as usual, getting into a fight without listening. He was not here to kill him, but rather to help. If he hadn't arrived in time, he would have been killed long ago. The protagonist looked at him angrily. Looking at the guy, Chuck asked if his words were true, to which Dave confirmed. The hero looked at him, frowning. Marcus smirked slightly. Suddenly, he pushed his hand away. Walking straight, the protagonist said that this still doesn't mean they're even. The future will show, to which Marcus replied that of course, and Dave thought what the hell is going on here. The hero looked at the man in the cloak. Standing in front of him, Chuck asked what he was watching and he was enjoying all this, to which he asked what he was talking about. Extending his hand, the hero said that the GPS tracker found on the gray-haired girl. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that the location on the navigator and the direction the mysterious note pointed to were one and the same. The man grabbed his head, hearing that he had done everything to fool him, to which he grinned. Taking off his hood, he said that it seemed there was no need for disguise anymore. Passing the hero, John said that he did not deceive him. Standing over the man's head, he said that rather. Striking the ground with his foot, he added that this bastard. He shouted furiously about daring to arrange a hunt under the pretext of baptism, decided that the ceremonial test, this pasture for searching for treasures, to which Marcus said in surprise that the baptism is gaining momentum, and Dave thought that there were crazy people around. The hero turned his head to the side, hearing that he should look at what he had done, to which he thought about what this whole scene was about. He clearly would not do all this for no reason. Wiping his forehead, the man laughed and said that this is better, asked which of them wanted to go first. Stretching out his hand, Marcus said that he wanted to be first, to which he replied that great, and Dave thought that he was going home, away from these crazy people. Putting his hand in front of him, the man said that he should wait a minute, to which he asked what again. Raising his head, John said that it would not take long. The moon glowed red. He opened his eyes wide, looking at it. Holding the red sphere in his hand, he made a sound. A bloody cube appeared in his hands. Marcus, opening his mouth in surprise, said that it was incredible. Suddenly, the man put his hand on his forehead. He pressed on it. The guy wheezed in pain. The hero asked in surprise what the hell. He looked straight ahead thoughtfully. Turning around, John asked what he didn't see, said that inside his friend, right now. The guy opened his eyes wide, and he added that the god's cube was thrown. Chuck was surprised to hear about the cube. John replied that the body was cleansed with the help of the bloody cube. According to him, it was filled with new power in this way. The guy stepped on the ground with his foot and bent down. He cleared his throat a little and a cube fell out of his mouth. The guys looked at it together. The cube rolled forward and stopped on the blue color. John was surprised and said that blue was a pretty good sign. The guy said that he was very pleased, but he thought the color would be purple this time. He was happy. Chuck asked if the color of the fallen face had any special meaning for them. John was surprised by his question and asked again. He said that, of course, it did, as he did not think so, since the color of the face can show his predisposition to abilities. According to John, there are 6 colors in total. Purple is the most common among all, and almost 40% of performers have it. He went on to say that the blue color that his friend received is found in no more than 25%. John decided to generalize and said that, generally speaking, the lower the color, the rarer it is, and the more powerful the ability. Chuck said that was pretty weird, because the odds of getting a facet should be 1 in 6. The guy asked why there was such a huge difference between the colors and the odds of getting them. John chuckled and rolled the dice, saying that it was just a medium. He clarified and said that this thing, like the will of God, helps people understand their abilities more easily. In truth, each ability varies in strength, and it is more of a tendency than a qualification. He suggested comparing it to a spectrum that cannot be divided. John went on to explain that in addition, the more experienced and practical a person is with his power, the less these values will replace. He said that because of this, special performers value people's abilities more, an example of which is. However, this is an ordinary performer with ordinary body-changing abilities, and Jack, who has made a name for himself. John identified the guys and remembered that there was another guy next to him. He asked if he was ready, to which the guy sighed. Chuck noted to the guy next to him that they were not here for a ceremony, to which he confirmed that they were all participating in a joint baptism. Chuck was furious. He knocked the man's hand off his shoulder and asked if he was in his right mind. The guy didn't understand why it was necessary to drag an ordinary person into all this. The interlocutor realized that Chuck was telling the truth and wondered why he had brought him here. He noted that he had accidentally made an innocent guy a target and Jack's killer. The guy tried to prove that if he hadn't saved the killer at the right moment, he wouldn't be standing here now with the opportunity to gain power and protect himself. Chuck asked him to shut up, because he already understood what he was talking about. The interlocutor said that they were already finished and the ceremony could begin. Chuck never thought that everything could go so far. He thought about the guy being in danger in those moments when he would not be next to him. A cry of joy was heard behind him. Chuck was thinking only one thing, that he couldn't allow an innocent person to die right because of him. He needed to find whoever wrote the information about the super newbie as soon as possible. Chuck knew that until then it would be better to prepare for the unexpected. The guys were shocked and looked down in surprise. They insisted that this couldn't be happening, and Chuck looked at them. The guys didn't understand who was in front of them right now because they were seeing something like this for the first time. Dave looked at the color of the cube that had fallen and was also in shock. The guys insisted that in their memory, the guy was the first one who had fallen white. They began to reason that they had heard somewhere that the probability of such an outcome is less than 1%. Chuck didn't understand whether this could be considered luck and whether it was a relief in this situation. The guy put his partner on himself and said that he had hit the jackpot today. Dave asked him not to shake him. The interlocutor continued to assure the guy that he would become a killing machine worse than all of them put together. Chuck came up from behind and called out to the guy. He demanded to stop screaming and finally get out of here. Marcus looked back and called Chuck a grumpy snob because they were happy for their friend. The guy demanded to stop doing this because time was running out and now it was his turn. He looked at the sky and said that the blood moon would soon disappear. Marcus remembered this and confirmed that they needed to hurry. He apologized and pulled Dave away. Jack came up to the guy and said that the sooner they started, the sooner they would finish, and suggested that they get started already. A strange red cube appeared above his hand. Chuck looked straight at his hand, and the man swung it hard. There was some noise in the police station. Some guy fell to the floor and started shaking, asking for help. The officer ran up to him and asked what was happening to him. The guy was shocked, continued asking for help. The man demanded that he calm down and tell what exactly happened to him. According to the guy, they were chasing him and wanted to kill him. The policeman thought about it. He looked at the open doors. The man noticed that there was no one outside. The guy continued to insist that he was being chased. He insisted that the devil himself wanted to kill him and that he was nearby. The policeman grinned and looked at the guy with an arrogant expression. He said that he understood the situation and asked to tell what the man was wearing. The guy began to convince him that he was not a man at all. He was shouting about the devil who wanted to finish him off. While the guy was again trying to prove that the devil was nearby, the policeman pointed out to his partner that he was out of his mind. The man said that they understood everything. If he had information about those they could contact, he was obliged to provide it. The guy realized that the men did not believe him. He was confused. The policeman did not understand what he was talking about and decided to ask for contact information again. He assured him that he believed him, but in his thoughts it was not so. The guy recognized this sly look and said that he did not believe him. According to him, this look said absolutely the opposite. The policeman tried to take matters into his own hands and said that the guy allegedly misunderstood everything. Suddenly, his gaze was riveted by strange silhouettes that appeared at the entrance to the police station. He turned to the guy and asked what it was. Small gray creatures walked right through the doors. They were smiling and had a well-defined body shape. Suddenly, these creatures quickly jumped forward. They rushed straight to the policeman, and he was very surprised. The guy smiled and realized what was about to happen. The man realized for a split second what was threatening him now. A moment later, his blood was spilled, and he himself was screaming in pain. John told Chuck that there was nothing to be done in this situation, and he should just accept this fact. He turned to him again to give his conclusion. The guy said that Chuck could not be baptized by nature. He made this conclusion based on the completely black cube. The guy asked what this could mean for him and why this happened. John reached for the black cube. He started saying that it was God's will, because no force could penetrate his body. He thought about it and seemed to understand the reason for all this. Chuck looked into his eyes angrily. John said that his body had strange features, or rather, his blood contained the blood of another god, which flowed through it. Chuck was shocked to hear this. The dead guy was lying on the tiled floor, and the blood was splashed on the train. The newcomer understood that he was late. His attention was drawn to his own phone, and he decided to pick up the receiver. The guy answered the call and immediately heard a question about what happened. He decided to justify himself and tell his boss that he was late. The person on the other end of the line did not understand how this could happen and suggested that he find clues. The guy thought about it and looked at the camera. He reported to his boss that there was no point in counting on the cameras since the killer had apparently covered them with sheets of paper. The guy promised that he would try to come up with something. The man who had spoken to him thanked him for everything and apologized for the inconvenience. The man hung up and sighed. Paul looked into the distance and wondered where to even start. The clouds were gathering over the guys. John asked Chuck if he knew that a person could not accept the faith of other gods. He insisted that it was precisely because of the presence of someone else's blood. Chuck said that he was an atheist and had nothing to do with other gods. He wanted to find out what was going on with his baptism and whether he would be able to go through it in the future. John, of course, was outraged by what he heard, but said that he would pretend that the guy had not said such things about faith. He once again confirmed the correctness of his words and confirmed that the situation was unchanged. In his opinion, Chuck could not accept the power. He said that the guy already had it. The interlocutor was shocked when he heard about it and asked how he knew about it. Suddenly, the news about the raven dawned on Chuck. The guy thought that his interlocutor found out about it from him. Chuck asked if the guy killed him. John said that he understood his confusion, and they looked at the guys together. The guy continued to say that the raven was not the only one through which he had been watching him all this time. The man asked why the guy went to the baptism at all, knowing in advance that he had the power. This thought could not leave his head. Chuck bowed his head and said about the lands of Nod. He said that it was necessary in order to get there. He was going to figure out his abilities, Markesia baptism before that. John grinned and said that his interlocutor was quite right. He said that it was quite unusual because he could not believe that this was his motive. The man said that the situation was rather ambiguous. Of course, thanks to him, that idiot died. Still, the guy had passed the tests on his own, so the situation was at the man's discretion. He loudly declared that he was giving his permission. Chuck was surprised to hear this. John asked the guy to check his key. Chuck looked and said nothing. Instead of a black screen, he saw a greeting from a new performer and thought only about the fact that he had finally connected. John asked him not to thank him because this was his main job. Chuck did not contradict him and said that he had just finished everything. The interlocutor was surprised what his next step would be. He saw Chuck swing his sword, saying that now would be the time to finish them all off. John was very surprised to see such passion. The man tried to dodge the sword strike, not understanding what had changed now. He screamed and asked what had happened to him. Suddenly, Chuck swayed forward and the sword fell out of his hand. The guy eventually fell to the ground. The surprised guys had already hurried to this place, not understanding what was happening. Marcus asked what had happened here and if the man was okay. He wanted to know what had gotten into his partner that he had rushed at him. John said that there was nothing wrong with that, he was just probably overtired. The man said that he was sure that the guy's ability to regenerate should not consume much energy. John offered to tell the guys everything when the guy woke up. Marcus and Dave were shocked, they did not understand what had happened. The man assured that something strange had happened during the ceremony, but he would still close his eyes to it as if nothing had happened. He was thinking about Jack's head and that incident. John understood that something very interesting was coming up and grinned. The next sunny day, the guys were discussing how much onion should be put in a prepared dish. They were cooking in the kitchen and wondering how and from what it should be cooked. Chuck finally woke up, but still in a post-sleep state he did not understand, and these sounds bothered him. Suddenly the boy realized where he was and what was happening around him. Marcus asked his head to close the lid and let it brew for another minute. Chuck jumped out of bed in horror. The boy asked where he was now. Marcus, standing at the stove, greeted him, asking if he was definitely awake. The boy asked him not to strain himself too much because he was already cooking porridge and asked him to wait a little. Jack's head greeted the guy. Chuck was confused, he did not understand what had happened. The guy beat his interlocutor to the question and replied that he had dragged him to his place himself. The guy once again asked him not to strain himself because he had already changed his bandages not long ago. Chuck remained silent and moved the blanket away. He asked why his interlocutor needed it. Marcus was surprised to hear this question. He asked the guy to forget about all the previous misunderstandings because they were friends. He began to walk towards the bed, saying that friends should help each other in difficult times. The guy sat down on the mattress and asked if his interlocutor understood what he was saying. Chuck was confused. The guy replied that he understood that all this was done for the sake of revenge for his parents. He asked to let him help. Chuck lay back down on the bed and turned away. He said that the guy could not offer him anything and would not help him in any way, to which the guy asked him not to behave like that. Marcus said that Jack had told him everything. Chuck was very scared when he heard this. The guy said that he knew everything, from their meeting to his target. He joked and said that he could not even imagine that the severed head that Chuck had set on him would turn out to be him that time. Marcus asked the guy why he was so determined to kill him and if it was connected with the target. He chuckled and suggested that Chuck, having no idea who the suspect was, simply decided to kill everyone. Marcus admitted that he had initially thought he was a psychopath when he first heard this. Chuck remained silent, but he sat up and began to look into the eyes of his interlocutor. His face was full of imperturbability, and he asked why his interlocutor was laughing so much. Marcus came to his senses and was scared, noticing that he had not thought about what he had just said. He clasped his hands and asked himself why he was laughing when he himself was in this situation. Marcus said that their fates were similar and he had been through about the same as Chuck. The guy got out of bed and stretched, saying that he wanted to get the most important thing across to him. Marcus claimed that Chuck's goal was impossible no matter how you looked at it. The guy said that his interlocutor had no idea how many performers there were. He also noted that it was impossible to limit himself to Korea because the guy was apparently going to go to other countries. Marcus said that by the time he killed a quarter of the performers, the others would not sit idly by, but would most likely unite against him and get rid of him. According to him, then Chuck might forget about his place as well as about the murder of his parents. He wanted to save his interlocutor and warn him that he would ultimately die if he continued to pursue his goal. Chuck asked the guy what he thought, whether he had thought about it before. The guy was unperturbed. He claimed that he could not have any other options except this one. Marcus said that was why he offered his help in the first place. He happily noted that 2 psychos were better than 1. Chuck decided to quickly refuse his help and asked him to forget about everything. The interlocutor noted that the guy made his rash decision rather quickly. He remembered that he knew a lot of useful information that he needed. Chuck looked at his interlocutor with interest, and he began to recall examples. Marcus said that he knew about the person who posted information about the newcomer responsible for Jack's death. He noted that they could find him if they wanted. According to him, the person presents himself as Jack's biggest fan. Marcus suggested that he might know something about the incident in Grand Tower, which would interest him greatly. Chuck quickly jumped out of bed and began shaking his interlocutor by the shoulders, trying to find out information from him about who and where this person was now. Marcus asked if he still needed his help. After a short pause, the guy said that from now on they could consider each other teammates. Chuck remained silent and thought that teaming up with this man wasn't such a bad idea after all. If he helped catch that guy, Chuck would be able to interrogate him about his parents. He began to think about the danger of targeting that guy. Suddenly, Chuck came to his senses and stopped. He looked around and wanted to ask something. He was interested in information about where Dave was now. Marcus said that the guy was in the hospital now because of his nose. The hospital building. The man was sitting at the computer and was surprised. He assumed that the treatment would take 2-3 weeks. The doctor turned to Dave and informed him that he was completely fine and his bones had healed perfectly. The guy couldn't believe what he heard. The man confirmed his words once again and grinned, arguing that his young body was very strong. Dave laughed too. A few minutes later, the guy was already leaving the hospital building. He spread his arms out to the sides and finally took a breath of fresh air. Dave was glad that now he would live without a plaster cast on his nose, feeling alive. The guy with a strange look turned towards the building. He looked at the glass door and assumed that he was not imagining things. Dave looked at himself in the reflection again, thinking that the bridge of his nose had become a little higher. The guy began to grimace and make strange faces. He remembered Marcus's words that you never know what can happen to you. The guy asked him to come home as soon as he finished his treatment. Dave looked at the sky and realized that it was somehow offensive to go home in such weather and with such a face. The guy was very puzzled, but someone came up to him from behind. The girl left her hand on his shoulder and called out to him. Dave did not expect this and jumped back a few meters. He trusted himself, asked the girl who she was and what she wanted from him. The guy saw a beauty in front of him. The girl apologized to him and said that she didn't mean to scare him. She hesitated and said that she felt awkward asking such a thing. Dave didn't understand what was going on. The guy covered her face with his hand from afar, saying that he was an atheist. In his head, he was only thinking about the fact that there was one reason why such a beauty could approach him. The girl was surprised to hear his words. She laughed and said that her interlocutor seemed to have misunderstood her. The stranger apologized for putting the guy in an awkward situation. Dave was confused but embarrassed. The girl said that she came up to get acquainted because the guy was her type. She offered to exchange numbers if he didn't mind and was free. She looked at him with guilty eyes and asked if she could invite him for a cup of coffee. Dave, who had previously been deprived of female attention, was surprised by this turn of events and didn't understand why she was staying so close to him. The guy was wondering if she wanted to do it right now. The stranger said that she did and asked if he was busy now. Dave thought about it, remembering Marcus' words. He took a couple of words out of context and realized that he was not finished with everything yet. The guy realized that he still had unfinished business. Dave loudly declared that he was free now, to which the girl was surprised and happy. She offered to follow her, because in that direction, according to her, there was a good cafe. The guy followed her. Dave, to the last, did not believe in what was happening, thought that today his 17-year bachelor life would end. Chuck asked his interlocutor what he was thinking about. He assumed that if the guy was rushing towards other performers who were wandering alone, then something unpleasant could happen to him. Marcus asked him to calm down. He explained this by asking Dave to come back immediately as soon as he finished all his business. The guy was sure that if something were to happen to his friend, he would immediately contact him. Marcus demanded that he not be held responsible, because if the guy had not suffered at that moment, he would not have to worry about his health now. Chuck remained silent, remembering that it was because of him that the guy had a broken nose. He still continued to insist that something could have happened to Dave anyway. Chuck realized that if an innocent person got caught in the crossfire of his revenge, he did not think he could forgive himself. Marcus tried to calm him down, saying that everything would be fine and the guy would be home in less than an hour. He promised that if Dave did not come by that time, they would both go looking for him. The guy simply could not believe that his friend's luck was so terrible and bad that he would immediately run into the performer on the way. Dave was standing in front of some big guy. The tall stranger already knew that the guy was a little over an hour after being discharged. He said it was nice to meet him and decided to ask him something. The girl stood behind him with a haughty look. The guy asked his interlocutor's name. They walked through some slums and abandoned houses. Broken old garage doors were covered with leaflets. Dave asked where they were going. He was wondering where they had to go and how long they had to go. The girl didn't stop and said that they were almost there. She quickly ran to the right and told him to follow her. Dave was surprised and hurried in that direction. The guy looked out from behind the corner with a happy look, thinking that there really was a cafe there. He cut off his speech when he saw the strange man's jacket right in front of his eyes. The tall guy said that it was nice to meet him. Dave was confused and didn't understand what was going on. The strange man knew his name and asked him again. The girl, with her arms crossed, stood behind him and insisted that it was him. The guy realized that this was some kind of trap and didn't realize how he fell for it. He started hitting himself in the forehead, realizing that he had already planned out his entire future with her. In any case, Dave felt deep down from the very beginning that it was a catch. The guy realized that it was only for a moment, but he was ready to give everything for her. He tried to turn around and leave. The guy put his hand on his shoulder and asked where he was going. He asked him not to hurry. It was a different guy with a whole gang in the background. Dave looked at the whole gang and realized that everything was not as bad as he thought. The guy loudly declared that he had already thought that he had run into more serious people. He insisted that he was only worrying in vain, and these turned out to be some servants from Dangu. The gang leader was furious at such an expression, and the girl's brother laughed and said that the rumors about the guy were true. According to him, he was described as arrogant and straightforward. Still, this stranger said that he couldn't help but like him, but rather the opposite. Every man should behave with dignity. The guy explained that, most likely, Dave had already heard about him, because he was the president of the 3rd grade of D1 High School. He extended his hand forward, saying that he hoped for further cooperation. The guy was shocked to hear about him. He realized that this was the same person who was offered a place with the gang leaders when he was just out of high school. Dave realized that Sam would be more dangerous than any performer. He said that since he was the first to offer cooperation, then maybe they could just peacefully part ways for now. Sam agreed. Dave was already happy, but his interlocutor said that this would not happen right now. Sam pointed at the gang and said that this would happen only after he and his brothers dealt with him. Dave looked at all the hooligans with his eyes. The guy rolled up his sleeve and swung his fist, saying that everything in the world is cyclical. He believed that before getting along, the guy should return the favor. Sam mercilessly aimed his fist at the guy. Chuck packed his backpack. Marcus did not understand what such a rush was and why the guy was already getting ready to search, because so little time had passed. Chuck was uncompromising because he thought that they still had a long wait because the guy was not picking up the phone. The interlocutor offered to go with him, but Chuck dissuaded him from this. He offered to stay and wait for his return. Marcus objected because his interlocutor had not yet fully recovered. The door slammed right in his face, and the guy thought that his friend was very impatient. The guy thought that his friend would still contact him if they just waited at home. He happily opened the phone and saw a call from him. Marcus was plunged into shock, not understanding what the hell was going on here. Sam continued to hit the guy. Dave dodged as best he could, but his opponent was a head stronger and bigger than him. The guy asked how long he would last, because his courage had gone in an instant. Sam stated that he had been waiting for this moment of reckoning for a very long time. Still, he managed to outwit Dave, and he hit him very hard right in the stomach. After the punch, Sam said that his opponent had disappointed him greatly. Dave was beside himself because he did not understand how it was possible to hit so hard and so fast. He fell to his knees and bent down. Sam said that this fight was a complete disappointment for him because he did not even feel sorry to waste his time on it. He called out to one of the gang leaders. All the participants and spectators were happy when they heard that now the task of humiliating the guy was on their side. The guys quickly ran up and started kicking him. The brother and sister began to go their separate ways. The girl said that she also wanted a cigarette like her brother. Sam said that he had the last of them anyway, and they met some tall man in front of them. He was much taller than the guy. Sam did not understand who it was. The man said that he heard screams nearby. He wondered if the guy knew where they were coming from. Sam was confused because he himself was very tall, and this man was a head taller than him. The stranger said that smoking kills and demanded that the guy throw away the cigarette. The guy hesitated and looked at it. He decided to be rude and told the stranger that he didn't care because he'd rather spend his life watching than lecturing others. The sister laughed at this, and the guy added that it didn't concern him. The stranger replied that his speech was too impudent for a schoolboy. Sam decided to be even more rude and called the man names. He wondered who the stranger thought he was. The guy assumed that this man was Dave's guardian. Chuck was running down the street very quickly and holding the phone in his hands. He heard only endless beeps from the receiver. He demanded that Dave connect to the line. Dave answered on the other end, and the guy was very surprised. Chuck shouted through the phone where the guy had disappeared to. He asked where he was now. Dave hesitated and was very scared of his answer. He replied that he was going on business, but suddenly his plans were interrupted. Chuck was furious and didn't understand why he hadn't warned him about his business. Dave was scared of his friend and said that it just happened that way. The gang leader was lying on the ground. Sam was lying right at the guy's feet. The tall man had taught them all a lesson. Dave said that a whole bunch of unforeseen circumstances had befallen him. The girl was unconscious and was awakened by strange voices. She woke up abruptly and caught her breath. The stranger demanded that Carl take his hands off her brother. The tall guy noticed that she had come to her senses rather quickly and he hadn't expected that. The girl grabbed the phone and promised to call the police if he didn't listen to her. She assured him that he wouldn't get away with it after what he had done to them. The girl started writing some number and saying that Carl would be arrested for cruelty, but he snatched the phone out of her hand. He raised it higher and the stranger couldn't write and call the police. Carl asked her opinion if it was okay for a crowd to beat up one guy. He squeezed the phone hard in his hand and it cracked, falling apart. The girl started screaming loudly and calling Carl names, because it was, according to her, her phone and it was very expensive. She was afraid that she would kill him, but she instantly lost consciousness and fell. Carl watched her fall to her knees and sat down on a chair. He noted that children at this time should watch their language, especially if they speak so thoughtlessly with adults. The man assumed that otherwise someone else would hear such a thing. Carl told the girl, who lost consciousness, that if he heard such a thing from them in the future, he might not be able to restrain himself and kill. The beeps continued to be heard. Chuck wandered down the street in a hurry, trying to find his friend. Marcus asked the guy if he had found Dave yet. Chuck replied that he had contacted him not long ago. The interlocutor was very surprised and, hastily putting on his backpack and jacket, asked what he had told him. The guy answered that he was in some alley. He asked if his friend had any business, after which he would return. Marcus demanded to find him immediately, to which Chuck did not understand why there was such a rush now. After a few seconds of silence, the guy asked if something had happened to him. Marcus asked the interlocutor if he had received a notification yet. According to him, someone had used the search. Chuck was surprised when he heard this and tried to repeat in fear. Dave was walking down the street. A strange man called out to him from behind, and he turned around. The guy was surprised to see Carl and asked why he had helped him. The man asked how he was feeling. Dave bowed and said that he felt great and thanked the man again. Carlos said that he was very happy and sheepishly asked him for a favor. He just needed a phone for a minute. He literally asked to call someone because he forgot his at home. Dave decided to offer him his without question. The guy started rummaging through his pockets, repeating that the man had saved him, and this was the only way he could repay him. Dave handed the phone to his interlocutor. The guy was shocked by what he saw in front of him. Chuck continued to ask in fear what this could mean. Marcus was surprised that his interlocutor did not even know about this, but offered to start from the beginning. The guy explained that performers have rights to use certain functions for which they have to pay. He said that the main ones are things like getting rid of corpses or hacking. Chuck demanded to get to the point faster because he was interested in what the search meant. Marcus, stumbling and running forward, stopped and decided to tell him everything. According to the guy, the search is a function that shows whether the performer's phone is activated in a certain area or not. He said that the exact location is, of course, impossible to determine. There was another function. Dave was very scared and wary, asking the man what was in his hand. He saw a phone in his hand and asked why he did not use it. Carl was a little confused and held the device in front of him. The man laughed and said that with age he only becomes more and more forgetful. The guy laughed too, but thought that something was wrong. He turned around and decided that he needed to get out of here quickly. Dave said goodbye to his savior and began to run away. Suddenly, his leg intercepted another leg. The guy lost his balance and fell to the ground in fear. The phone fell out of his pocket and he fell onto the concrete. Carl hurried to ask how the guy was feeling. Dave was lying on the cobblestones and next to his head was his phone. He said that he was fine and reached for his cell phone. The man got ahead of him and grabbed it with his hands. Dave did not understand what he wanted. If a person with the search activated gets close enough to another person who is also searched. The man brought the phones close to each other. The guy asked what he was doing. The cell phone vibrated and beeped. Carl looked at the guy and called out to him. He asked if he was the performer. If you bring two phones of completely different performers close together, a warning signal will sound. Dave was shocked when he learned that he was exposed. Chuck walked down the street and thought that this was pretty strange. In his opinion, what he had just heard indicated that not every performer could be tracked like this. The guy asked if it was possible to track just their phones. Marcus thought about it and agreed with him, because in his opinion, it made no difference. Chuck said that Dave had only recently been baptized, which meant that he didn't have the performer's phone yet. Marcus called his words complete nonsense and said that the guy, of course, had the performer's phone. He said that notifications about passing the test are not displayed on a regular phone. And besides, no one can go through the ritual without a phone from the very beginning. He thought again. Chuck was shocked to hear that Dave was already using such a phone. Marcus insisted that the guy should be found as soon as possible, but the other person had already hung up. It turned out that Chuck had nothing to do with it and did not understand why the call was cut off. The guy could not get his head around the fact that his friend was already using the performer's phone. Some strange man called out to him, and the guy turned around. He wanted to ask him something. A strange guy offered his help. The guy asked if he needed help. The hero looked straight ahead. The guy smiled at him. Chuck passed by and the guy called out to him and asked him to wait. He extended his hand to the hero, saying that he had said he would help him and that he had not hurt him. Chuck's eyes widened. The protagonist grabbed the man's hand. He began to squeeze his hand and the guy said that it hurt. Chuck asked in shock what was wrong with him. The guy replied that it was his hand. The protagonist asked if they knew each other and to stop talking nonsense about helping. The guy lifted the corner of his mouth and said that he did not know him, but him. Looking at the surprised hero, he continued that he knew him as a performer. Chuck abruptly grabbed the guy by the throat. Then he said who he was and how he knew him. The guy grunted that he would answer, but first. The guy pointed his finger and said that he should take a look. They were being watched. The voices were telling him to see if this was a fight and whether he should call the police. The guy covered his mouth. The protagonist pulled his hand away and the man fell on him. Then Chuck told him to spill it. He held his neck and the protagonist continued that that was all he knew. Something cut through the air with a scream. The man held 2 fingers forward. Blast waves flew from his hands. The man screamed to be saved. The man said that it was useless and that if he really wanted to live. His hand vibrated. The guy flew away with a wheeze. He fell to the ground and the man continued that it was better for him to use the force and not that the result would change. The man said that the probability of his survival would increase by 18. The guy grinned and it flashed through his mind that he would use it if he knew how. The guy asked how to use the force and that he had gone through the ritual, and therefore he should use it on an intuitive level. His hand was shaking and it flashed through his mind that it was on an intuitive level. The guy stood up, put his hand forward and screamed. The man covered his face and said, "Yes, that's it." Then he opened his eye and continued, "That's it." He looked at the guy's tracks and said, What, and here's the kid." The guy ran and thought, "Damn, it didn't work." Then he continued thinking, what was the point of the ritual if all he could do in the end was run? A beam flew past his shoulder. He turned to the man and thought, when did he have time? The man said that he had already said that it was useless. Approaching the guy, he said that now he had nowhere to run, and that he also did not enjoy killing a colleague at work. Thomas said that if he quietly surrendered, then he would let him die painlessly. The guy thought, what if he was destined to die anyway? Something flew through the air. He ran into Thomas, thinking that then he would die in battle. Then he yelled that he was the boss of Biko High School, Dave. He was holding Thomas on his torso. Dave's eyes widened and he thought. The guy looked at the man and thought that he couldn't lift him because he was heavy. No, that wasn't it. Dave was holding the man and he thought that something was pressing on him. He tensely continued to think that his strength, with every damn effort to lift him, he was being pressed harder and harder to the ground. Dave's eyes widened and he thought that since he couldn't lift him, the guy put his hands on the man's legs. Then he fell on him thinking that he would just lay him down. Thomas started to fall to the ground. He set his back. Dave thought that worked. Thomas was lying on the ground and his mouth was open. The men were lying on the ground. Thomas bared his teeth and said that damn, his ankle. He was yelling. The guy was pressing on his leg and he thought that it would break already. The man held up 2 fingers. Dave opened his mouth tensely. There was an explosion and the boys flew to the sides. The man was lying on the ground and said that it was close. Thomas went up to him and said that it was interesting. Then he went on to say that who knew that he would use his power for his benefit, that he had scared him, and that still he did not use his power. Why? The boy stood up and Thomas went on to say that this time he would be serious and would do everything like this. He opened his mouth and said that so that he would suffer in pain. Dave opened his eyes in fear. The man raised his hand up. Then he struck the boy. The boy opened his mouth and screamed. Then he clenched his teeth. Dave clenched his hand into a fist. He ran at Thomas screaming. The boy struck and the man dodged. Dave swung again and Thomas dodged the blow. The boy bared his teeth. He struck again and hit his fist on the protective barrier. Thomas trembled and cursed. Then he put 2 fingers forward. Dave tensed up. Shock waves flew from the man's hand. Dave fell to the ground. He lay there and said that it hurt. Thomas replied that he was strong and how many blows he took. He continued that yes, and his persistence deserves respect. Besides, while he was beating him, he got tired, and what was his secret? Dave leaned on his hands and said that what the hell was he talking about? All he could do was hold on, and what else was left for him? Thomas thought about it and replied that it was funny, but if so, why shouldn't he use force, or in order to use force, certain conditions are needed, or maybe. He widened his eyes and told him to wait, and maybe it was that he was not the performer. Thomas continued that it couldn't be, then it all made sense. The guy stood up. The man smiled and said that although no, he confirmed it with the phone, so he was definitely the performer. Looking at the guy, he said that then, guy, is it possible? Dave looked at the man who said he was a performer without powers. Then he continued that yes, sometimes it happens, someone goes through the ritual, but it does not benefit them. Dave thought in shock that there are performers without powers, and that then the ritual he went through was meaningless. Thomas grabbed his head and said that poor child, what a pathetic end he would have. He opened his eyes and gasped. The man began to cough and dust flew at him. Thomas held up 2 fingers forward saying that yes, all he can do is use dirty tricks, pathetic. Dave swung and screamed that he was so annoying. He hit him in the face. The guy added that he bit. Thomas made a face in pain and made a noise. Looking at him, the guy thought that it was dangerous, but the chance was worth it. Now he needs to continue beating him. Dave was throwing a lot of punches at the guy. Taking the attacks, Thomas said he was small. Suddenly, he sharply extended his hand. After hitting the guy, he added that he was a bastard. As he was falling, the guy thought that damn, even dozens of punches would not compare to his single punch. Trees appeared. The guy thought that it was unfair. Dave fell to the floor and wheezed, and Thomas said that he was sorry. If it depended on him, he would stop, but such are the circumstances. The guy got up, asked again, and then said that he was talking as if he was not in control of the situation. After all, he would probably kill him for the sake of reputation. Thomas asked in surprise about reputation. What kind of reputation would he get by killing him? To which the guy replied that because he was a super newbie who killed Jack. The guy pointed at him and asked him if he was the one rumored to be there, said it was a coincidence, but he was wrong. He didn't care who he was or who he killed. He would say this, he always thought the legends about Jack were completely exaggerated. The guy lay on the floor, listening to what he was talking about and seeing what he was capable of, only confirmed it. Dave looked away in surprise, hearing that in any case, he was not doing this for his reputation, but for his family, to which he asked again and then said what nonsense. Looking down, Thomas said that you see, he made a deal if he could kill 3 of the perpetrators. The guy sat up, hearing that he would be allowed to meet his wife, who had been captured. Raising his head, Dave heard that for his family, too, he would do anything, and then he thought, family, he seemed to understand. An image of a girl appeared, and Dave thought that he also began to fight for his little sister. Of course, as a child she could stand up for herself, but boys bullied her, and the guy added that the only one he worried about was him. With wide eyes, the guy thought, wait, who is he? Memories arose and he thought that he only had a little sister Chloe, but he had similar hallucinations before. Why does he continue to remember this child whom he does not even know? The guy frowned with anger. Clutching his head, he screamed that he was in pain, and Thomas turned to him. Suddenly Dave rolled his eyes. Bowing in front of him, the guy asked what was wrong with him, told him to wake up. Thomas froze, looking at him. Closing his eyes, the guy said that why was he worried about him? In the end, it was even better this way. Crossing his fingers, he added that he would kill him while he was unconscious. Suddenly, a multitude of needles appeared behind him. They were flying at his back. One of the needles hit his body. He wheezed in pain, and then asked that he missed one. How come? Thomas opened his eyes in surprise, hearing that he blocked it. Incredible. Looking at him, Marcus said that he even protected the acupuncture points, as he thought ending everything would be much more difficult than the last time, to which he replied that it was the same with him. Thomas asked, that is, backup like him, to which Marcus lowered his head and said that yes, he has backup. Throwing his hand behind his head, the guy said that now his opponent will be him. Smiling, he added that even if he does not want to get it in the neck. Thomas looked at him in fear, hearing that he should leave while he can. The guy asked that he has backup like him, to which Marcus replied that yes, something like that. The man held the phone in his hand. The guy shared the geolocation and asked to check. The hero looked at the phone in surprise. Putting it in his pocket, he asked what was it, what did he want to help him with? He was listening, to which the guy replied that, well, in short. Ron smiled and said that he had information about his friend. The protagonist frowned and thought that he was talking about Dave now, and then said that if this was the case, he would not need his help, since. Looking at him, the guy asked that Dave, yes, said that he was not talking about him. Throwing his arms out, he added that it was about Jack. Grinning, Ron asked what, so what, him? The hero frowned, hearing that this interested him. A modern building appeared. The protagonist said that he did not understand what he was talking about. Chuck closed his eyes and said that Jack, of course he had heard about his fame, but he had nothing in common with him, asked how information about him would help him. Raising his hand, the guy asked how, said that he had heard about something else. Approaching the hero, he added that, for example, that he was hiding inside his bag. The hero pushed him away sharply. Chuck furiously asked what he had in mind, to which he answered that he was spot on. Pointing his finger, the guy said that judging by his reaction, the rumors were true, he was inside, right. Jack was surprised to hear his name. Leaning over, the hero asked who he was and how he knew about it, to which he clarified that it was so important now. The guy put his hand on his chest and said that no, of course he could tell, but first they had to earn each other's trust. The hero grinned and asked again why he would trust someone who appeared out of nowhere, whom he didn't even know, but who knew the contents of his backpack. Ron held out his hand and said that yes, he understood that trust was hard to come by, but he had good intentions. He couldn't even imagine how valuable the information he had would be, and he wasn't asking for anything in return. The guy looked straight at him and said that all he wanted from him was 3 words, that he trusted him. The hero was perplexed, hearing that if he said that, he would tell him everything he asked. The hero flexed his arms and asked if that was all, that he only had to say that and nothing more, to which the guy responded approvingly, and the hero added that if that was the case, he didn't have much to lose. Chuck approached the guy and said that then he should listen and remember, he wasn't going to repeat it a second time. The hero approached even closer. Looking at the guy Chuck sent him, Ron looked at him in surprise. Gritting his teeth, the guy said that so, he would not wait for trust from him. Standing in front of him, the main character said that of course he would not wait, mainly when he thought about a trick on his part, and the guy laughed. The hero was perplexed, listening to the fact that with each second, he liked it more. Chuck opened his eyes wide, hearing that, to be honest, no such answer. Smiling widely, the guy finished what he wanted. Slime creatures appeared on the floor. Throwing his arms out, the guy said that he should get acquainted with his ability. The hero looked at the creatures in fear, and he added that the beasts of truth. Ron grinned maliciously. An orange glow appeared. Marcus deftly dodged the blows. Smiling, Thomas said that the moves were not bad, asked what he was looking at, that he had more experience in fighting than his friend. Yes, he added that he had even managed to dodge all the blows. Dodging, the guy asked what and how else. The guy ran to the side and said that he used his fingers to indicate the direction of the attacks. The man looked at his hand and said that that's how it meant. Well, that's the fatal flaw of this technique. Marcus swung at him, and he added that however, holding his hand behind his back, the man asked that it hadn't occurred to him that it could be a trap. Suddenly, he sharply clenched his fist. Blue lightning flew around the guy. He screamed loudly in pain and thought how painful it was. The man looked up, hearing that he was luring with one hand and attacking with the other. Clenching his fingers, the guy turned to him. Suddenly, he flew forward sharply. Marcus smiled and said that then he would have to take care of his hand. The man looked at his hand in surprise. Turning around, the guy thought that since he did everything with his bare hands, the effect would be short-lived. The man looked at his fist in confusion, and Marcus added that however. Suddenly, Thomas sharply extended his hand towards him. Dodging the beam, the guy asked what? Looking ahead in surprise, the guy asked how can he do? Particles flew around the man's hand and he said that it was interesting that he almost did not feel the strength in his hand. The guy frowned, hearing that he usually uses this technique to strengthen weakened muscles. Clenching his fist, the man said that but he would not have thought that he would use it in such a situation. Leaning over, Marcus said that a technique using the surrounding air to support the body, with such an ability acupuncture points in flight. Yes. Grinning, the guy said that it seems he has no choice but to use his secret weapon. On the ground stood creatures made of slime. The guy spread his arms and said that he should get acquainted with his ability. The hero looked at them in surprise, hearing about the demons of truth. The protagonist clenched his fist tightly. He swung at the creatures. Having received a blow, the demon wheezed. The slime flew around the fist. It flowed down the hero's hand. Suddenly it evaporated. The hero looked at his hand in surprise. Chuck asked in surprise, what? It was absorbed into his hand, to which Ron smiled and said that yes, it was absorbed, his charming demons of truth. The hero looked straight, hearing that they can possess a person's body. Looking at his hand, the hero said that the demons of truth, and then thought that he did not feel anything strange. The hero angrily clenched his teeth and said that his ability had a bad name, although what else could he expect from it? Closing his eyes, the guy answered that the funny part of his ability would soon be revealed, and the condition for its activation is. Grinning, he continued that to make a person's trust in himself fall below the baseboard, asked that before gaining trust by any means, is it not better to start from the very bottom? He means that if there is already trust, it will not work to get more anyway. Scratching his forehead, the main character asked what this means. He was talking all this nonsense just to annoy him. Looking to the side, the main character thought that there was no one around. A white beam appeared, and Chuck said that well. He swung his sword furiously and added that he had succeeded. The guy opened his eyes in surprise and said that it was the legendary Jack's knife, according to rumors. The slug was sitting on the hero's hand, and the guy added that he had heard of it. Looking at the weapon, the guy said that it was even scarier up close. The slug made a face, and the hero asked why his hand. Gritting his teeth angrily, the hero said what the hell. Another slug jumped onto the hero's hand, and he told him to let go. Looking at the creature, the hero asked again. He raised his hand sharply and cried out in pain. The hero was holding his bloody face. Folding his arms, the guy said that he had better think twice before recklessly attacking him. If he decides to do something like that again, the demons of truth will not only try to stop him again, but will also strike back in order to take revenge. The hero looked at him, listening to the fact that in building a trusting relationship, mutual violence is automatically excluded. If they want to become closer, they must act in accordance with their trust in each other. Looking at him, Ron said that unless he wants to become a victim of demons. Particles flew around the man's hand, and he said that it was interesting that he almost did not feel the strength in his hand. Marcus frowned and looked at him, hearing that he usually uses this technique to strengthen weakened muscles. Clenching his fist tightly, Thomas said that he would not have thought that he would use it in such a situation. Bending down, the guy said that the technique using the surrounding air to support the body, asked what with such an ability acupuncture points in flight. Yes. Putting his hand under his clothes, the guy said that it seemed that he had no choice but to use his secret weapon. The guy began to search for something under his clothes. Looking down, he thought. Marcus looked straight ahead, confused, thinking that he must have left him at home while he was getting ready. The man looked at him, listening to him say, "Oh, what should I do? Damn." Thomas swung his hand at him and said that he had given him enough time. He hit the wall and asked what he didn't think. The guy dodged the blow and said that he completely agreed with him and that he had shown such mercy. Clenching his fist, the guy asked if he could wait for him for about 15 minutes, he needed to get home quickly. The guy looked at the man's fist in surprise. Marcus blocked the blow. Gritting his teeth, he wheezed and thought about what he was doing at this rate. Looking at the man's fist, he added that it would break his skull. The man dealt a crushing blow to the guy. Falling down, he thought, damn. Thomas looked at the guy in surprise and said that he had held up pretty well. He deserved some peace, and Marcus wondered if he would have left his gun at home. Lying on the floor, the guy thought that no, if he had at least needles. When suddenly he opened his eyes in surprise. The guy jumped up sharply. Raising his head, Thomas said that he did not plan to give up. What an amazing willpower. The guy was breathing heavily, and the man added that, however, it was unlikely that he would defeat him, asked that his arm was broken, to which he asked again. Rushing forward, the guy said that it did not matter. Stretching his arm, he said that 5 seconds and it was done. Looking to the side, Marcus thought that with the help of acupuncture he only temporarily removed the pain, so he did not have much time, he had to finish him off with one blow. Looking at him in surprise, the man said that it was a good technique, asked that but was it not a temporary solution. The guy took out the needles and heard that he would not even be able to attack properly. Marcus abruptly threw the needle at the man. Thomas spread his arms out to the sides and asked what he had been hiding the games all this time, but wasn't it enough the first time to understand that they were against him? Summoning an air barrier, the man added that it was useless. Thomas exclaimed in surprise. The guy smiled, and the man began asking questions. Looking at the needles, the man asked why they didn't bounce back after the collision. Suddenly, the man screamed in fear. The needles stuck into the barrier, and he asked what when he. Suddenly, the needles pierced the man. He wheezed in pain. The guy smiled, hearing the scream, and said that now let him know what it was like. The man bent over in pain. Gritting his teeth, he asked what this strange feeling was. The needles were stuck in the man's back. Looking at him, the guy said that this was his first time using this technique in a real fight, and it worked better than he expected. The secret is that he used the metal and it as a source of attraction for the needles. You know, the pair of needles he used recently. The needles pierced the man, and he added that among them there was one that bypassed his defense. The needle hit the man's side. Thomas leaned down, and the guy added that it caught on his side. Standing in front of him, Marcus said that with her help, he managed to point the needles at one point, to which he replied that this means that the needles did not just bounce off after hitting the barrier, they tried to attract the one that was stuck in it. Grinning, the guy replied that yes, and honestly, he was very lucky. For such a maneuver he needed more needles to use the technique properly, but he used them all in the first attack. Marcus lay on the floor, and then added that that's why he was about to give up, when suddenly, the guy's eyes widened in surprise. He looked at Dave. The guy held out his hand and said that he should give his friend credit, although it was hard to say if it was luck or a coincidence, which surprised the man. Looking at the guy, the man said that okay, whatever it was, his attack worked. Luck was also an ability, and so his ability managed to hit his weak spot and cause severe pain, but that was all. Marcus frowned, hearing that he had nothing now, and he would be more careful now, and if this was all he could do. The man swung his fist and shouted that all that was left was to finish him off. The guy's eyes widened in surprise, looking at the fist. He grinned and asked what and why he assumed that. The man looked at him in surprise, hearing that that was all. Something appeared under the man's clothes. The man flew up. It was the repelling force of metal. Putting his fists together, the guy said that after the attraction of force, the man spat out blood, and Marcus added that the force of repulsion follows. Thomas gritted his teeth in pain. Suddenly, he struck the guy sharply. Marcus flew into the wall and wheezed. Looking at the man, he thought that damn, even during the pain he was able to pull himself together and attack. Grinning, the guy said that you can't tell by him that he is a tough nut, and then laughed. Standing in front of him, Thomas replied that he often hears that. Suddenly, he looked down in surprise and thought about the bleeding. Looking at him, the guy said that let him just look, the blood is gushing out, what to do, is there really nothing else for him to do but. The man summoned a barrier to the wound. Smiling, the guy said that he was surprised. Thomas rushed towards him, and the guy said that okay, he is definitely a tough nut. The man swung his fist at him. A modern building appeared, and a question was heard about what trust they were talking about. Ron stretched out his hand and said that it was ordinary. What else was there to think about? Only if they did not lie to each other. The main character looked at him angrily and said that he only told the truth, something like that. The guy grinned and said that it was true. Standing in front of him, the main character asked what would happen if he lied, to which he replied that if he lied, the demons of truth would take his soul. Chuck asked again, to which Ron smiled and replied that yes, so he should not lie, he did not want to lose him. Pointing his finger at himself, the main character said that he did not understand how a soul could be taken, and then asked what it meant to lose him when he himself placed this effigy in his body. The slug crawled on the hero's neck, and he said that it seemed that the rule of not lying did not apply to him. Suddenly, the demon flew away from the hero. The hero thought about him in surprise. The main character started coughing, and the guy asked how he could doubt him. Chuck was breathing heavily, and Ron said that this was a rather distressful act. The guy grinned and asked why it was hard to breathe. Yes, he said that this is what happens when they take away a soul. It will get easier soon. He waved his finger and added that for now. The demon held the man, and he said that he should be careful because after all the unnecessary things were removed, and the puzzle of the soul was assembled. The hero turned to the demon, hearing that death would come, and then thought that this was the soul. Looking away, the main character thought that his regeneration would not help here, and that it worked on these creatures too. It was not clear what to do. The hero raised his head to the guy, hearing that the rules were simple. Looking straight ahead, Ron said that they should tell each other only the truth, and not doubt the truth of their words. The hero looked at him angrily, listening to what? Well, in case of doubt. The demon stood near the hero's soul, and the guy added that he would say goodbye to the soul, asked what so what. Chuck froze and thought about what was true, not to doubt the truth of his words. Looking straight ahead, he thought that in case of doubt, the truth of doubt. The protagonist's eyes widened. Looking at the guy, he said that he should wait, if so. The protagonist confidently asked what would happen if he lied to him. Raising his hand, Ron replied that it was a good question. As he had already said, they would tell each other the truth, but if the words they doubted would turn out to be lies. Reaching out to the creature, he finished that the demon would take the liar's soul. Looking into the void, the protagonist said that he thought it was a trivial ability in which it could not attack the owner. Considering this, everything was not so bad. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that he would take him alive or play the truth. The guy looked at him in surprise, hearing that he was the winner no matter what. Holding hands, Ron said that he had goosebumps, to which the hero replied that okay, then he would begin. The guy smiled, hearing that the information was about Jack. Standing in front of him, Chuck said that he should tell him everything he knew about him. Frowning, he added that everything, completely. Marcus hit Thomas, but he blocked the attack. Thomas hit back, but Marcus managed to dodge at the last moment. Then Marcus dodged a series of attacks. He counterattacked and hit Thomas right in the face. He made an uppercut attack and hit Thomas right in the jaw. Thomas at that moment strengthened his hand. He powerfully hit Marcus in the chest. He was shocked, his eyes widened in shock and pain. However, Marcus immediately raised his leg. He hit Thomas, but the attack was blocked. Marcus jumped to the side, getting into a fighting stance. Marcus looked at Thomas and said that he was strong. Thomas clenched his fist and asked if Marcus had only just realized that. He added that, after all, he was using the air muscle technique, so of course the difference in strength between them would be significant. Thomas looked at him in surprise when Marcus said that he was not talking about that. Marcus held out his hand and said that there was no difference between them, it was all about Thomas' attacks. Thomas looked at him in surprise, because Marcus said that the difference between Thomas' current attack power and the previous one was significantly different. Marcus showed his hand and said that unlike in the past, he could easily block Thomas' attacks now even with a broken arm. He looked at Thomas's injured side and said that Thomas was out of shape, which could be seen from the unstable valve near his wound. Marcus made a dash and said that therefore it did not matter how strong Thomas' abilities were. As he continued to run at him, Marcus exclaimed that even the power Thomas could use was limited. He began to hit Thomas with a series of attacks and said that Thomas had been concentrating on one area for so long that he was about to use up all of his power, so in this situation, according to Marcus, the advantage was on his side. As Thomas fought back, he said that it was true that he was currently limited in power and that he was exhausting himself. Thomas hit back and shouted that this did not mean that he would give up so easily. Thomas looked at him seriously. However, his serious expression turned into a surprised one when Marcus, without moving, asked Thomas if that was true. Holding his hands in front of him, Marcus said that he was currently taking all of Thomas's blows with his face. They then began to exchange a series of attacks. Thomas threw punch after punch, but Marcus easily dodged and blocked these attacks. At one point, Marcus let out a dissatisfied cry and thought that no matter what he said, it was still not easy and there were not many gaps in Thomas's defense. Marcus looked at Thomas and thought that he was pinpointing the targeted attacks on his acupuncture points. Marcus swung again. He made a series of attacks, realizing that at this rate, victory or defeat was only a matter of time. Suddenly, Thomas looked at him calmly. Marcus was surprised, because Thomas said that adjusting to the speed of young people is not an easy task. Thomas stretched out his arms and used some technique that pushed Marcus away. The guy flew back and stopped. Then he smiled and asked if Thomas was tired of swinging his fists. He also said that Thomas should finally give up already. Thomas looked determined and powerful. He offered to end everything now. Marcus looked at him puzzled and wondered if Thomas had just taken and dispersed the airflow around him. Marcus smiled and asked if Thomas was giving up to suddenly stop and say such a thing in the middle of a fight. He also asked what Thomas meant. Thomas said about the last blow and that he was now focusing his power on his final technique. He then started to provoke Marcus to attack. Thomas tilted his head and asked if Marcus was experiencing an instinctive fear. Marcus was very angry, but he smiled and said that he simply thought that attacking an old man who could not even counterattack was immoral. At the same time, Marcus wondered how Thomas dared to provoke him so obviously. Marcus took a step back and something terrible happened. Marcus's vision blurred and he wondered what was wrong with his vision. Thomas looked at him smiling and asked how he felt. Marcus grabbed his throat and began to grunt, trying to breathe, but he could not. Thomas said that Marcus must have realized that the oxygen level in the air had dropped. According to him, this was the last technique of his ability. It turned out that Thomas had created a vacuum. The villain, looking at him, said that the oxygen level from his chin was rapidly decreasing. Also, during this technique, he could not do anything, but it did not matter because, in the end, according to Thomas, Marcus would last a maximum of 5 seconds. Meanwhile, Marcus was still holding his throat and trying to breathe. Marcus began to run, while Thomas said that in 5 seconds, due to lack of oxygen in the body, Marcus would lose consciousness and then hypoxia would occur and he would die. While Marcus was running, he thought that he would not make it in 5 seconds since Thomas was too far away. Thomas calmly said that Marcus's strength was admirable. However, in his condition, it would be unrealistic to reach Thomas. Marcus, grinning, ran at him, realizing that he did not have time. Marcus prepared 2 fingers to hit Thomas. He continued to run stubbornly, wondering how he could die without hitting Thomas even once. He wanted to hit Thomas in the acupuncture point. Marcus also thought that his caution worked against him because he should have attacked earlier without hesitation. Marcus' eyes widened in shock because he realized something. He began to attack the acupuncture point. However, the guy hit himself in the neck. Thomas looked at him in surprise and asked why he was suddenly using the technique on himself at such a time. Thomas was shocked when he realized what was going on. He realized that Marcus had simply slowed down the blood flow to his brain. Thomas told Marcus, who was already at his feet, that he could not do anything for the next 2 seconds. However, suddenly Thomas's legs gave out and he began to fall. He himself fell into a vacuum. Thomas was shocked because of the vacuum, he could not breathe either. He closed his eyes and grinned, thinking that Marcus had caught him in his own trap. He immediately cancelled his technique and fell to the ground. Thomas inhaled and immediately shouted that he was alive. Lying on the ground, Thomas said that he had dispelled the vacuum just in time. Thomas suddenly fell silent and looked forward. He sat down on the ground and looked at Marcus in surprise. The guy stood silently in front of him. Marcus smiled and said that he had won. The action shifts to Chuck, who was still talking to Ron. Ron spread his hands and said that he didn't even know, and also added that it would not be so interesting if he told everything. Chuck looked at him silently, thinking that, as expected, Ron would not tell so easily. Ron offered to answer one question at a time. Chuck put his hand to his chest and asked Ron how he knew about Chuck's connection to Jack. Ron held up a finger and explained that Chuck had recently been baptized and that one of the performers had died during the ritual. Chuck looked at him in surprise when Ron said that the deceased was his uncle. Ron crossed his arms and explained that the letter he left before he died talked about a red-haired guy with a twitchy look who carried Jack around with him. Ron walked past Chuck, covered his face with his hand and said that he also learned from his uncle about a super newbie named Dave and checked his circle for a red-haired guy. He pointed at Ron and said that's how he found Chuck. The guy then started waving his finger, denying that he was looking for Chuck to avenge his uncle. Ron put his hand to his chest and said that he and his uncle weren't that close for obvious reasons. Ron looked at him and said that he had just perverted Chuck on another occasion. Chuck looked at him skeptically and asked about the occasion Ron was looking for him, to which Ron replied that he had answered his question for now. Ron looked up and smiled, saying that it was his turn now. He put his hand to his chin and began to think of a question to ask Chuck. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers and shouted that he had thought of a question. He began to smile happily and asked how it had happened. Chuck frowned at him because Ron had asked him how he had ended up with Jack's head. Ron leaned over and said that Chuck himself would never have been able to defeat him. However, Chuck immediately replied that he had defeated Jack himself. Ron was shocked because he could not believe it. Chuck repeated once again that he had personally defeated Jack. Ron pointed at Chuck and asked if he had beaten Jack all by himself, to which Jack nodded. Ron was shocked. Then he suddenly grinned. He grabbed his stomach and started laughing as loud as he could, screaming about how Chuck was lying and not blushing. He pointed at Chuck and said that no matter how much Chuck wanted to avoid suspicion, he was too reckless in his lies. At that moment, a small monster appeared on his side. Suddenly, this monster jumped out. Ron felt pain because he had received the punishment of taking his soul, which is the price for doubting. He winced at this and wondered if his soul had been taken. Ron looked at Chan and wondered if Chuck had told the truth. He was stunned that this guy had cut Jack himself. Ron grinned, sweat coming out on his face. He frowned at Chuck and said he didn't know how strong Jack was back then since he wasn't very active at the time, but Ron had heard some things from his uncle. Chuck started shaking when Ron started talking about how 10 years ago, at the Grand Tower, 3 of the strongest clans with enforcers formed an alliance to defeat Jack. Chuck immediately grabbed Ron by the shoulders when Ron said that this meant that Chuck and his friends were at least as strong as that alliance. Holding his shoulders, Chuck said he was fed up until something useful came out of Ron's mouth. The monsters meanwhile looked at them and decided that it didn't count as an attack since no blood had been spilled yet. Chuck, still holding him, said that it was his turn to ask a question. He looked at Ron wildly and asked about who the people in that alliance were. The action moves to Marcus. Thomas was still unconscious on the floor. Marcus was carrying Dave and saying that he was not in a condition to carry Dave right now. Marcus looked at Dave and, calling him names, asked when he would wake up. At that moment, some yellow-haired guy was trying to bring Thomas to his senses. Marcus and the guy looked at each other. The stranger showed his hand and greeted Marcus. However, Marcus continued walking silently. The guy grabbed his head and, bending over, said that it was a rather awkward moment since Marcus did not even say hello. Suddenly, Marcus's fist was right in the guy's face. He immediately touched Marcus's fist with his finger. Because of this, Marcus flew back. He fell to the ground and grinned angrily. The yellow-haired guy folded his hands together and apologized, saying that he did not come here to swing fists. He also said that Marcus had attacked so suddenly that he had reacted automatically. He looked at Marcus smiling. Then the guy said that judging by Marcus's look, Thomas had given him a hard time. He was also interested in who the blonde guy was lying on the ground. In an instant, he was above Marcus's back. Marcus turned around and was shocked by the guy's speed. The yellow-haired guy put Dave on his shoulder and said that he thought that Thomas wouldn't cope. Marcus started yelling angrily, asking him who he was. He also yelled for the guy to put Dave down. However, the stranger turned around silently. Suddenly, his silhouette became huge and he looked terrifying. Marcus's legs began to shake with fear. Marcus, still standing, asked the stranger where he was taking Dave. The guy smiled. Marcus was still shaking and sweat appeared on his face. The guy chuckled and said that people usually need clean pants after that. He turned away and said that since Marcus endured it, why not respond out of the kindness of his heart? The action shifts back to Chuck. Ron smiled and said that, alas, those who were there are no longer there. Chuck looked at him in surprise. Frowning, Ron said that he knew the current clan that their scum belonged to. At that moment, the yellow-haired guy turned around and told Marcus that he could drop by for a visit if he wanted to try to get his friend back. They and Ron said at the same time that Phantom was the name of the current clan. Marcus and Chuck were shocked. Chuck looked at him and asked where it was. Ron spread his hands and said that Chuck was not a fan of following the rules. Chuck immediately swung his hand. Chuck's hand ended up in Ron's face. However, the monsters immediately rushed to his hand. They repelled the attack and Chuck hit himself in the face. Chuck immediately grabbed his hand, while Ron asked how many times he would have to explain that Chuck couldn't just go and attack. Chuck wanted to hit Ron with his own hand. However, the attack was repelled and Chuck hit himself with Ron's hand. Chuck stepped back. Ron laughed nervously and said that Chuck scared him. Chuck looked at him with his head down. Ron asked if Chuck didn't understand from the last time that nothing would work. He said that no matter what Chuck would swing, the outcome was always the same. Looking at him, Chuck thought about the fact that everything he touched was considered a weapon. Ron proudly raised his head and brushed dust from his shoulder. He spread his arms and said that so be it. For 10 minutes he allowed Chuck to ask him any questions. However, Chuck immediately answered that he doubted it. Ron was surprised and did not understand what Chuck was doing because he said that he doubted the answer. He smiled nervously. Chuck had a piece of his soul taken away as punishment for doubting his answer. Ron put his hand on his head and said that as far as Chuck could see, he had told the truth. However, Chuck, still cowering, decided to ask the next question. He glared at him and asked if Ron was also from the Phantom. Ron looked at him in surprise and said that he was not, but Chuck again stated that he doubted his answer. Ron was surprised because Chuck doubted his answer 3 times at once. The monsters punished him again and took a piece of his soul. Chuck fell to his knee, and Ron, smiling, asked if Chuck was crazy. He crouched down in front of Chuck and said that he didn't look so good right now. Chuck stood up and said that everything was fine. However, Ron noted that Chuck was saying such things when he could barely stand up. Ron pointed somewhere with his finger and asked Chuck to take a look. He pointed to Chuck's soul vessel, over which those small monsters were flying. There was one last piece of soul left. Chuck's soul vessel was almost full. Ron held up one finger and said that one mistake on Chuck's part and the vessel would be full. Chuck frowned at Ron while he was talking about how Chuck had no room for error. Ron put his hands in his pockets and said that if Chuck doubted him one more time, he would die. He smiled and said that even if he lied, Chuck couldn't carelessly doubt him, but Chuck suddenly said that he believed him. Ron said in surprise that he hadn't said anything like that yet. Chuck grabbed his shoulder and said that he believed in everything. Chuck started talking about how no matter what, from now on, everything Ron said, whether it was a lie or the truth, Chuck would not doubt Ron. The guy looked at him silently and grinned. Then he started laughing like a madman and said that Chuck was pretty smart. Ron pointed his finger at him and asked if Chuck really thought that this was the first time he had encountered such a thing. Ron said that Chuck was not the first, nor would he be the last to use this technique. He put his hand in his pocket and said that he kept something with him for just such occasions. He held it out to Chuck, asking him to take it. Chuck looked at the small capsule and asked what it was. Ron held out his hand and said that it was a vitamin. Chuck looked at him in surprise because he said that Chuck should swallow it because he did not doubt Ron. Ron smiled slyly and said that if Chuck did not swallow it, it would be considered as doubting him, and eventually Chuck's soul would be taken. Chuck looked at the capsule carefully, while his opponent said that if it turned out not to be a vitamin, then it would not be considered an attack on his part. He slyly looked at Chuck, pointing his finger at him, and said that it would not be considered an attack because Chuck swallowed it by choice. Ron thought about the fact that no matter what choice Chuck made, the probability of him dying was 50%. On the other hand, the chances of his soul being taken were not so great this time, because even if he doubted, the damage received would be equal to 25%. On top of that, Ron still had a big part of his soul. Ron looked at Chuck with his arms crossed and smiling, thinking that Chuck's death was now inevitable. Chuck held the capsule in his hands and looked at it carefully. He started to bring his hand to his mouth. Suddenly, Chuck swallowed the capsule. Ron looked at him smiling and thought that Chuck was smart, as expected. Then he smiled and thought that at first glance it might seem that the result would be the same as before, regardless of whether he ate it or not, but only the non-smart ones, thinking only of themselves, would think so. Given Ron's situation as the person who gave the medicine, he had another option to make Chuck doubt. Ron decided to do nothing, thinking that Chuck himself would doubt that he had taken the poison. In other words, even if Ron gave him the vitamin, Ron would never put himself at risk, so the best outcome would be to give Chuck the vitamin. Chuck put his hand to his chest while Ron was thinking that Chuck probably thought the same thing and swallowed the capsule, but Ron was already expecting it. At that moment, Chuck felt pain. His body started shaking because what Ron gave him was poison. Chuck fell to his knee. Ron looked at him smiling and said that no matter how cool Chuck thought he was, Ron had him in the palm of his hand. Ron looked into the distance and thought about something. A memory popped into his head of how some man told him that he would open his uncle's safe if he brought Jack's head. Ron sat down next to Chuck and said that to be honest, at the moment he found out that Jack's head was in his bag, nothing else interested him. He nervously reached for his backpack and said that Chuck had a lot to ask him about, but he was not interested in Chuck at all. He grabbed Chuck's backpack and shouted that Chuck lost. However, there was nothing in the backpack and Ron was surprised. His hands began to shake. Ron could not understand why Jack's head was not there. He opened the backpack again and indignantly asked why Jack's head was not there. Suddenly Chuck attacked Ron, who nervously said that this was impossible since Chuck reacted when Ron was about to touch the bag. Blood flowed from the mouth of a shocked Ron. A hole remained in his chest from Chuck's attack. Ron angrily winced and asked how Chuck could attack since this was impossible. He turned around and shouted at the demon that Chuck had broken the rules. The demon spread his arms and said something, but Ron was clearly dissatisfied with his answer. He grinned at Chuck. The guy was still lying on the floor unconscious. Ron wondered if Chuck was not the same as before. Chuck hit Ron again while he was saying that this could not be. Ron was lying on the floor, bleeding, and Chuck was standing over him. However, Chuck spoke very strangely and said that he had long wanted to say this, but never found a reason. Ron looked at him in shock. Jack and Chuck's body smiled madly and asked if Ron really thought that Chuck was standing in front of him. Ron held his wound and listened to Jack, who said that the thing was that this was a line from a very old and creepy story. According to him, it tells about a child who felt like he was being watched. But suddenly he began to shake and wave his hands and ask irritably why he had to explain such elementary things to Ron. Ron grinned in surprise, seeing something strange. He looked at Chuck's hand, from which hair was sticking out, which looked terrible. Chuck crouched down and asked if Ron was the one who said that he was not interested in him. Jack, still smiling madly, said that even though he wasn't in a trusting relationship with Ron, he would still answer what was going on. Ron looked in surprise as Chuck was about to lift his jacket. Chuck showed his stomach and it turned out that Jack and Chuck had merged into one. Ron jumped back and started screaming in horror, not understanding what was happening. He also asked if Chuck had absorbed Jack's head into his body. However, Jack chuckled and said that it was just the opposite. Suddenly, Jack's head spoke, saying that he was the one who had used the body. Jack pointed at Chuck's face and said that the reason he was using his face was because talking through his stomach while lifting his shirt on the street was kind of weird. Ron slowly crawled back and exclaimed that the reason Chuck was able to attack him was because it was actually Jack. Then Ron exclaimed in shock that nowhere did it say that Jack could do that, since his ability was to transform his body. Jack said that he himself was surprised when he recently became able to do that. Ron looked at him in shock and thought that of course he had heard about Jack's transformation abilities, which went beyond common sense, but this was too much. Ron grinned widely and thought that this was already too much, even beyond common sense. He also wondered why Jack was alive at all, since Ron's uncle had definitely said that Jack had died 10 years ago. Suddenly, Jack smiled and said that it was Ron's turn. However, the boy did not understand what he was talking about and asked about it. Jack glared at him and said that now it was Ron's turn to tell the truth. Ron was still shocked. Jack said that he did not have much time, as there was no time left for Ron to take his last breath, so it was better not to waste their time. Jack put his hand to his face and told Ron to listen carefully. Jack asked Ron a question that surprised him. Suddenly Ron smiled. Jack smiled, hitting his chest, because Ron chuckled and said that Jack had already gone that far. Ron smiled and said that he actually knew the answer to the question. Jack looked at him in surprise. Ron rudely said that he would not answer Jack's question. The guy looked at his wound and said that he did not have long left because of Jack. Ron's eyes began to redden and he said that he was dying. Jack looked at him in surprise, because Ron said that even if he helped Jack only because he was already a dead man, in the end he would still die. The hair on Jack's arm began to move and he said that it was true, Ron would die here. Ron's eyes bulged in fear. Jack ran at him, saying that he could not save him, but he could hurt him. Ron was terrified and closed his eyes. However, suddenly Jack stopped. His hand was shaking violently and Jack began to groan. Jack dropped to one knee and said that Chuck had gotten out of the den early. Jack sat with his head down and said that luck was on Ron's side today. Suddenly, Jack fell over and passed out. Jack's head appeared next to Chuck. Ron looked at it, stunned. Then he lay down and was glad that even though he was going to die, he would do it less painfully. Ron lay with his eyes closed, but suddenly he heard a sound and wondered what it was. He opened his eyes and was surprised. Chuck was standing in front of him, holding Jack's head in his hands. Ron smiled and said that it didn't matter because he didn't even have the strength to be surprised anymore. Ron sent everything to hell. Some time passed, it was already dark outside. Chuck and Marcus met in some park. Chuck found out that some stranger took Dave. They stood opposite each other and Chuck started yelling at him. He asked about the fact that Marcus didn't even try to stop this guy. However, Marcus replied that it was not that he did not stop him, it was that he simply could not stop him. Chuck pointed his finger at him and said that if Marcus thought he could not stop him, he should have at least stalled for time, but Marcus simply let him leave quietly. Marcus grabbed his head and asked him to stop screaming, as his head hurt. Marcus asked Chuck where he had been and what he had been doing. Chuck put his hands in his pockets and said that Marcus did not think Chuck was walking around the city and getting fresh air. Chuck then looked at the unconscious Thomas. Marcus turned around and looked at him. Then Chuck silently looked at Marcus. Marcus was surprised, because Chuck apologized and said that so much had happened that his nerves could not stand it anymore. The room was foggy. Marcus asked Chuck what was wrong with him and since when did he learn to apologize. Chuck asked back, irritated, if Marcus couldn't just take his words in silence. Marcus and Chuck sat down against the wall. Chuck suggested going home and taking a break since it looked like they'd both been through a lot. Marcus looked at him and asked if Chuck hadn't installed the app on Dave's phone. Chuck smiled and reached into his pocket for his phone, exclaiming that he'd completely forgotten. However, the phone said that the tracker was untraceable. Chuck covered his face with his hand and said that they got rid of the phone. Marcus added that they could have just deleted the app. Chuck looked at his friend and asked if the guy hadn't said where he was going. Marcus remembered and said that the guy had said something about some phantom. Chuck was shocked since his recent opponent had said the same thing. Marcus closed his eyes and said that they didn't even know where this phantom was. Chuck stood up and said that he had an idea. Chuck took out Jack's head and said that the people from there were hunting him. Marcus immediately asked why they needed Jack. Chuck looked at him and said that he didn't know yet, but that was the only thing they knew. And since they knew what they needed, and if those guys realized that Dave had nothing to do with Jack, they would come to Jack. Marcus looked at him, and Chuck continued talking about how that was when they would grab anyone who came for their soul. Chuck stood with his back to him and said that then they would go to their lair in order to kill everyone in it without exception. The next day arrived and the action moves to some store. Some guys came into the store enthusiastically discussing something. The seller looked at them suspiciously. A guy in a black sweater came up and said that this time everything would definitely work out. The guy put a can of soda on the cash register and told the seller to run and sell it to him. Suddenly, the seller looked at his hand in surprise. He asked the guy to take his hand off the soda can. However, the guy opened it at that moment. The soda gushed out on the seller and the hooligans started laughing, filming everything on camera. The seller closed his eyes and started yelling at them. He ran after them, but they ran away bursting with laughter. The hooligan in the black sweater continued to run happily. After some time, they found themselves in another area. They were sitting on the steps and discussing what they had done very well. The guy in the black sweater was smoking and reviewing the video they had made. He threw away his cigarette and said that it had turned out well. The guy in the blue shirt said that if this video went viral, they would split the profits from monetization in half, but the guy in the black sweater told him to fuck off. He looked ahead calmly and said that he would not upload this video anywhere, so they would not get anything. However, the guy in the blue shirt was unhappy with this and asked if they really took the risk just to hide the video. Then he called the guy cunning and told him to admit that he did not want to share the profits. However, the guy in black looked at him with displeasure and asked who he thought he was. He handed him the phone and said that he could even check whether he was lying or telling the truth. The bully, holding the phone in his hands, asked why he uploaded the video to the main account. Suddenly, he squinted and wondered what it was. He saw that his friend had 1 subscriber. The guy immediately answered and said that it was some girl. Then he turned around and when asked why the blogger would subscribe to him, he replied that it was not her. Suddenly, the guy looked at his phone because he received a notification. Someone wrote to him that the video was confirmed and he earned 50 shark points. He smiled evilly. The action moves to school. Marcus and Chuck were standing in a busy school hallway. Chuck crossed his arms and said that even if Marcus came and went like that, he was an outsider now. However, Marcus asked what it mattered since he hadn't been caught yet. Marcus pointed to his mask and said that no one would recognize him with it on. Marcus then stretched and said that being back at school after so long had brought back memories of his days there. He also asked how Jack was doing. Chuck replied that Jack was in a locker and surprisingly hadn't been acting up since he seemed to enjoy sleeping at school. Chuck looked at Marcus and asked about the Phantom, but Marcus replied that there was no new information. According to him, a week had passed since the incident, but since the last time he entered the lands of Nod, there was complete silence. The search engine was clogged with garbage, so it was difficult to track down any mentions. Marcus turned to Chuck and asked if anything strange had happened at school. Chuck looked at him and said that everything was business as usual, and besides, Dave's friends apparently didn't even know what was wrong with him. Marcus then asked about Dave's little sister. Chuck remembered talking to her and told Marcus that since this wasn't the first time Dave had disappeared from the grid and skipped school, they didn't think anything could have happened to him. Marcus put his hand on his neck and said that was good. But either way, they needed to find Dave as soon as possible. Suddenly, there was a scream and they both wondered what was going on. Someone's blood spilled on the floor. One of the guys was standing in the middle of the classroom and the guy filming it was standing nearby and trying to talk him out of it. The guy in the tracksuit started screaming and told them to shut up and keep filming. He showed his injured hand and said that it was just a small cut, and therefore he did not understand why they were making such a fuss. The guy holding the phone was horrified, because this madman asked if they really wanted him to cut them too. The eyes of the guy in the tracksuit turned red. He went crazy. The guy holding the phone in his hands decided not to argue with him and continued filming, saying that they would have a lot of trouble. When they continued filming, the guy in tights said that now he was going to make a second cut. He swung a stationary knife, intending to hit his hand and saying that he could. But suddenly someone grabbed his hand. The guy in tights looked at him in surprise. He asked Chuck to let him go, but the hero did not silently continue to hold him. Then the guy in tights grinned angrily and once again told Chuck to let him go. However, suddenly the madman began to fall. Chuck threw him to the ground. Holding him, Chuck asked if the madman had gone deaf. The madman, pinned to the floor, began to say that Chuck had no right to do this, even if he knew how to fight. However, Chuck, continuing to hold him on the ground, ordered the madman to open his palm and let go of the knife, but the madman sent him rudely. Then Chuck decided to use a backup plan and began to twist his arm, warning that if the madman did not let go of the knife by the time he counted to 3, then Chuck would break his arm. The countdown began and a second had already passed. The madman grinned angrily and looked at Chuck, while Chuck had already counted to 2. Chuck counted to 3 and was about to do it, but suddenly a terrible scream was heard. Chuck immediately looked towards the window. The students were standing at the windows and wondering what had happened. The madman let go of the knife and broke free from Chuck's grip. He immediately ran to the window and was clearly having fun. The students were looking out the windows and shouting that they needed to call the teacher and the police. One of the students was lying on the ground and bleeding. Chuck also looked out the window and saw that someone had jumped from the roof. The hero was very shocked and looked at the madman. The madman was looking out the window and saying that it was incredibly cool. Chuck looked at him in surprise because he was laughing with happiness. His face looked terrifying. He said that he would also become a shark. Chuck immediately grabbed him. He slammed him against the wall and pinned him. Chuck started screaming, asking what was so funny because a person died. The madman began to smile and did not answer Chuck's question about what it meant to become a shark. Chuck swung his hand and the madman got scared. However, then he suddenly turned his cheek and began to provoke Chuck to hit him. There were many people standing around them filming everything on camera. The crazy guy asked Chuck to hit him in a way that would get him on camera. Chuck grinned and called the crazy guy a name. However, the guy said that he had nothing to say to Chuck, and even if he did, Chuck wouldn't understand the meaning of his words. The guy looked at him crazy and told Chuck that only a select few could enjoy this game. Chuck was shocked. Some time passed and it was evening. Chuck approached Marcus and asked if he had found out any information. Marcus said that the kid was a high school student. Marcus waved his hand and said that the guy was not a victim of bullying, and there were no signs of being pushed, so he definitely jumped on his own without leaving behind even a note. Chuck put his bag on the bench and said that he didn't think it was just suicide. Marcus then said that the guy was recording videos, uploading them to a social network, and was clearly obsessed with it. Chuck immediately remembered the crazy guy who was also obsessed. Chuck put his hands in his pockets and asked if Marcus had a social media account. The guy replied that he did and asked what Chuck wanted to do. Suddenly, Marcus leaned back in fear from the bag containing Jack's head. Chuck was asking Marcus to find out anything about the dead high school student and the guy who had cut his hand today. Marcus looked at him and said that it wouldn't be hard, but he didn't see why it was necessary since they were already busy looking for Dave. Chuck asked for Marcus's phone number and said that they needed to sort that out first. He looked at the phone and said that he thought so. He then showed the phone to Marcus and said that it was the high school student's account. Chuck said that the high school student hadn't uploaded anything in the last month, but before that, he had been churning out a few every day. Marcus looked at him and asked what the big deal was since he could have gone into hiding because he had been exposed and was being threatened. Chuck continued to look at his phone while Marcus talked about Chuck not to cancel the fact that entrance exams were coming up and the high school student could study for them. Then Chuck showed him the phone again. Marcus was shocked. Chuck said that the account of the guy who cut his hand, he also did not post anything for 2 weeks. Chuck remembered that freak who was also obsessed with the recording. Chuck looked at Marcus and said that that crazy guy did not post anything either, not even that video. Marcus looked at him and said that the two may be related, but he does not understand what this has to do with the Phantom or the performers. Chuck threw his phone and said that first they will check if there are guys who suddenly stopped appearing on social media. Chuck added that if they figure it out, it will not be so bad, whether it is related to the Phantom or not. The action shifts to a guy who was standing at the edge of a roof. He was balancing and shaking, saying that he could do it. He looked down and was scared. The guy was filming all this on his phone and, turning to the camera, said that he had completed the task by lifting one leg on the edge of the roof. Suddenly, he began to fall. The guy began to scream and cry madly. Suddenly, someone grabbed him by the clothes, and then threw him back. The schoolboy was very nervous and wondered if he was alive. He raised his head and thanked his savior. However, Chuck and Marcus were looking at him gloomily, and so he got scared. The guy slowly began to get up from his knees. They were still standing on the roof and Chuck said that this was expected. They both stood in front of the schoolboy and Chuck said that this schoolboy also recorded videos and posted them on social networks, although the account he uploaded to was not his main one. Chuck noticed that even on a private account there was one subscriber. Chuck sat down in front of the schoolboy and asked him who this subscriber was, but the boy replied that he didn't know. Chuck stood up and, not believing him, asked again if it was true. The boy was scared. Chuck picked up a huge knife. Then he stabbed with this knife. It hit right between the schoolboy's legs. The knife stuck into the floor right next to the schoolboy and Chuck apologized, saying that his hand slipped. The schoolboy started crying and saying that he really didn't know because all he knew was that this subscriber called himself Dr. P. Marcus was suddenly surprised. He frowned and began to think that he had heard this nickname somewhere before. At that moment, Chuck asked the schoolboy how he contacted this Dr. P. The schoolboy, sitting on his knees, said that this person was the first to write to him with an offer to participate in an entertaining game. The boy looked down and said that at first he ignored him, but since this Dr. P had been pestering him with messages for days, he had to answer and the boy agreed to play the game for fun. The boy also said that Dr. P eventually sent him a file with the details of the tasks, which the boy was required to film, complete, and upload to his account, after which he checked and approved them. So, he began to earn points without thinking about anything, and his rating among the other participants slowly increased. Chuck looked at him gloomily and asked if the boy really risked his life standing on the roof just for some points. Chuck looked at him in surprise when the boy started telling him that these were not just any points, because if you earn enough points, you can become a shark. Chuck immediately grabbed him by the shoulders and started asking what was meant by shark. Chuck yelled at him and asked what this boy had in common with those guys. Chuck asked why they were all going crazy. The boy started sweating profusely and started talking nervously about what a shark was. However, foam suddenly started pouring out of his mouth. Chuck started shaking him and screaming about what had happened to him. He screamed and tried to bring the boy to his senses, but he passed out. The boy passed out completely. Chuck was shocked and did not understand what was happening. Holding the boy in his arms, Chuck wondered if he had really died. The action was transferred to the hospital. According to the doctors, the boy's breathing, pulse, and vital signs were normal. However, the boy was unconscious. Sitting in the hallway, Chuck said that they would watch him for a little while longer and hope for the best. Chuck looked ahead gloomily and said that this was not an ordinary seizure because it all happened just at the moment when the boy was about to explain what a shark was. Chuck looked at Marcus and said that the kid could have been brainwashed or hypnotized to keep him from saying anything in public. He said that it must be the work of the so-called Dr. P, and if they didn't find him, others could get hurt. However, Marcus crossed his arms and asked if it was that important. Marcus said that their priority was finding Dave, and whether there was some crazy person or organization brainwashing him was none of their business, because they didn't have much time to waste on useless things. Chuck got angry and started yelling that he knew about it, and wasn't Marcus suggesting that they just turn a blind eye to it? Chuck looked at him in surprise when Marcus said that it wasn't necessary. Marcus stood up and said that he really didn't care what happened to the kids who didn't think for themselves, but Marcus promised that he would help Chuck catch the perpetrator. Suddenly he said that he remembered something. Chuck was surprised because Marcus said that Dr. P is the performer. The action is transferred to some house. A guy and a girl were walking down the stairs and discussing something. Suddenly a black-haired girl passed by them. The guy turned around to look at her. A smile appeared on his face, and the girl walking with him got angry. She hit him. Meanwhile, the black-haired girl approached the door. She looked at the sign and thought about Professor Beck breaking his promises and not answering the phone. The girl wondered how dare he ignore her. She pulled the handle, but for some reason the door was closed. She was surprised and said that it was strange. Then the girl just tore the handle out of the door. Then she entered the apartment. It was quiet there, so she listened carefully to the sounds. She went into the room and saw nothing. Then she checked in the other room. However, there was nothing there either, so the girl said that as she expected, the professor had packed his things and run away. She went to his desk and said that she might be able to find some clues as to where the professor had run away to. Suddenly, she saw a notebook on the table in which some deal with Dr. P was written. She looked at it in surprise and asked if it was that same Dr. P. The girl narrowed her eyes, feeling something. She picked up a pen and started to twist it, and then threw it somewhere with incredible force. The pen stuck into some frame. It turned out to be a photo of the professor. However, someone was standing nearby and clearly did not want to be noticed. The guy looked at it in surprise, thinking that she would silently turn around and leave. Suddenly, he looked at something else and was shocked. The girl attacked him, but he managed to jump aside. The boy slid back and said that he thought she would calmly leave without finding him. The girl jumped again, intending to attack him with her foot. She kicked, but he blocked the blow with both hands. The girl asked him about who he was and where Professor Beck was. The boy, holding the block, laughed and said that both questions were difficult to answer. She said that she would act differently since he did not want to answer. She kicked him again and said that in that case he should die, but the boy dodged. Continuing to dodge numerous attacks, the boy said that he meant that she did not introduce herself. Suddenly, the girl stopped in surprise when the guy said that Professor Beck was dead. He looked at her nervously and said that he had a couple of connections and that they were trumpeting about it on TV. The boy looked at her in surprise and asked if she really did not know about it. She closed her eyes silently. Suddenly she started running somewhere, but the guy shouted after her to stop. The girl ran forward and wondered about her right as a hunter. She thought that the old man decided to make her life difficult even after death. The guy extended his hand, but did not shout. The apartment became quiet again and the guy said that she just up and left. Suddenly he smiled. The guy called someone and, calling him sir, said that he was able to find one. He said on the phone that he found Butterfly and she was heading to Dr. P. The action again transfers to Chuck. Marcus turned to Chuck and asked if he was interested in who posted the photo of Jack's corpse and declared a hunt for the super rookie. Chuck was surprised because Marcus said that it was a fan of Jack. Chuck jumped up and shouted that he remembered this guy. Marcus looked at him and said that he hoped that he was a phantom, but most likely this is not so. According to him, this guy, like other phantoms, is interested in Jack. At that moment, Jack looked out of the bag and said with a smile that he was tired of this popularity. Marcus continued to say that in all the time he was with this guy, he had never heard a word about the phantoms. Chuck listened carefully to Marcus, who was talking about hearing how the guy talked to Dr. P. This memory popped into Marcus's head. Marcus said that he remembered that Dr. P called this guy several times, although Marcus did not know what kind of relationship they had. Marcus put his hand to his chin and said that finding Dr. P would certainly take some time, but he was worth it. However, Chuck suddenly held out his phone and said that he had already found it. Marcus looked at the phone in shock and asked how Chuck managed to do it. The hero put the bag on his shoulder and said that the doctor's message was on this guy's phone, and therefore Chuck had tracked his location, but there was an error of 1 kilometer. Marcus followed Chuck and asked him where he learned to do this. Chuck walked ahead and answered that everything was possible on the black market, you just have to pay. The action moves to someone riding a motorcycle. Butterfly was rushing somewhere on a motorcycle at high speed. She looked ahead gloomily and was in a hurry. The girl was riding at high speed to the city of H1. At this moment, Chuck also said that they were going to the city of H1. The action moves to some forest area. Some guy was standing on a chair and laughing. He looked crazy, holding a noose in his hands. Suddenly, he fell off the chair and hung. He twitched and began to choke. He kicked his legs and shook. Suddenly, someone cut the rope. The guy fell to the ground. He looked at his savior and asked with displeasure why the rope broke. However, Chuck and Marcus were standing in front of him, who clearly looked unfriendly. Marcus pulled out the needles. He immediately threw the needles in the guy's face. This made him lose consciousness. Marcus said that this guy was the fourth one to fall under the shark's influence. Chuck showed his phone and said that they were somewhere nearby. Looking at the phone, Chuck said that he had determined the location. Then they went to some building. Then they went inside. Looking around, Marcus said that this was the perfect place, creepy and unsuspicious, and therefore they seemed to be in the right place. Chuck went ahead and said that he didn't think they had arrived, and therefore they should go further because he didn't see anything suspicious. Marcus ran up to him and asked Chuck if a monster would jump out at them now, like in the movies. They turned around in surprise because they heard some terrible sound behind them. Some man was standing in front of them. This guy was standing in front of them, his head down. Marcus suddenly recognized him and asked if this was really the guy. Marcus remembered that this was the guy who cut himself at school. Marcus looked up in surprise and wondered where this guy came from. He saw a hole in the ceiling and was surprised that the guy could break through the ceiling. Marcus walked towards the student and said that he was hurting himself. Marcus looked at Chuck and said that he would quickly put this madman to sleep. However, in an instant, the guy was in front of him. Marcus flew back from a strong blow. In an instant, the madman approached Chuck. The madman struck, but Chuck dodged. Then Chuck leaned on one leg, preparing for the blow. He kicked the madman in the face and seemed to cut him. However, it turned out that blood spurted from Chuck's leg. The madman turned around and bared his teeth, showing his incredibly sharp teeth. Chuck was stunned, wondering if this madman really bit off part of his leg. He looked at his teeth and wondered if he had them like that before. Chuck looked up in shock as the madman pounced on him in an instant, opening his mouth. Suddenly, Marcus grabbed the madman. He threw him to the ground and started yelling at Chuck, asking why he stood up. Marcus yelled at Chuck to come to his senses and move on. However, Chuck had already run away. Chuck ran forward and thought that this schoolboy had not been like this before. He suddenly stopped and thought that he needed to quickly find Dr. P. Suddenly, he looked into the open room. What he saw shocked him greatly. He saw a computer with many monitors in front of him. Chuck turned on the computer and happily exclaimed that he could find a clue here. However, the system asked for a password. He started trying passwords, but he could not find the right one. Chuck grinned angrily, because he had 2 attempts left to enter the correct password, otherwise all the information would be deleted. Suddenly Jack started typing something on the keyboard. Chuck started yelling at him, but the system allowed access. Jack narrowed his eyes and said that he just used a popular password. Chuck was very confused and annoyed. He got down to business and said that maybe he could find something about the doctor or the shark. Suddenly he saw a folder called Shark. Chuck looked closely at the monitor. He opened some file. Chuck was shocked by what he saw. Meanwhile, Marcus was still fighting with the madman. He dodged his attack, and then he hit him right on the chin with his hand so hard that the madman was thrown into the air. However, the madman did not lose consciousness. He opened his mouth and began to roar. The madman immediately stabbed Marcus in the back using his teeth. Marcus was unhappy with the fact that he was injured. He picked up needles, saying that apparently he would not achieve anything with ordinary blows. Marcus threw these needles at the acupuncture points. The madman fell to the ground and calmed down. Marcus fixed his hair and said that it was not easy, and therefore it was worth using the needles from the beginning instead of saving them. However, the madman began to slowly rise from the floor. He stood up, which shocked Marcus, who hit the needles right in the points. Suddenly, the madman made a dash and disappeared somewhere. He immediately bit Marcus on the side. Marcus groaned in pain and thought that he had let his guard down, because the madman was stronger than he thought. The guy realized that if he continued to try to knock him out with simple techniques, he would die. Then Marcus used the repelling force of metal on the madman. He swung his hand, intending to make another attack, but someone shouted at him to stop. Chuck stood in front of Marcus. He was silent until his comrade asked him if he had found Dr. P. Marcus waved his hand and began asking a lot of questions, while the madman was already running at him. Marcus immediately kicked the guy in the face. He looked at his opponent carefully and said that it was a trap. Chuck ran back and said that they needed to get out of here right now. Marcus ran after him and asked in shock what was going on. Chuck said that Dr. P knew that they would be here. Marcus looked at him in shock and asked how he could know that, to which Chuck said about the shark. Chuck said that people who pass the final stage of the test turn into so-called sharks after committing suicide. Chuck ran forward and said that among them there are those who do not die, and therefore Dr. P brings bodies that are on their last legs to turn into sharks. Marcus was shocked and said that this means that Dr. P is watching the tasks right from the site. Chuck said that Dr. P saw and knew everything from their meeting with the participants until they arrived here. They continued running forward and Chuck said that maybe Dr. P had set it up and forced them to come here. Marcus asked if the guy they just saw was a shark too, since he had weird teeth too. However, Chuck said that the guy wasn't a shark. Marcus was shocked, since Chuck said that the guy was a dead man who was unlucky. Chuck suddenly stopped and looked around. They both stopped and Marcus asked in surprise why Chuck stopped so abruptly. The monsters started growling and Chuck said that they had missed their chance to get out easily. A huge number of these monsters appeared in front of them. Chuck rushed forward, while Marcus was worriedly wondering how many of them were there. Chuck immediately cut one of the monsters. He looked at Marcus and asked him where his confidence was. The guy got angry because Chuck ordered him to hide behind him if he was scared. Marcus immediately ran forward, indignantly saying that he was not scared. Marcus immediately hit one of them and said that he was just counting their number. Chuck smiled because Marcus exclaimed that he was stronger than him. Marcus killed another monster and said that this was debatable. Chuck continued to chop them down. The monsters continued to run at them at breakneck speed. They were still in that building. Suddenly, the door opened outward. Chuck and Marcus, completely covered in blood, walked out of the door. There were so many corpses that they did not even know how many monsters they killed. Marcus waved his hand and began to argue with Chuck, saying that almost all the kills belonged to him. Marcus reached for Chuck's bag and asked Jack about who killed more. He happily asked if he had not killed more opponents. However, Jack said Chuck's name and Marcus was not satisfied. Suddenly, Jack got furious and started yelling, asking why Chuck had zipped it. Jack continued yelling about how he couldn't wait to chop them all up and that it wasn't okay to have fun alone. Chuck just zipped it back up. Chuck slung the bag over his shoulder while Jack yelled at him to open it. Marcus laughed nervously and said that it was a really cute backpack. The action shifts somewhere and we see the monster again. Butterfly was standing in front of him, holding a weapon in her hands. She attacked him with a katana, but it seemed like the monster was unharmed. A moment later, the monster literally fell apart. Lucy just stood there. She turned around and looked at it and said that it was a disgusting and vile hobby. She looked at the rat and said that it was disgusting that someone would put an animal's brain into a human body. Suddenly, someone behind her called out to her and said that it was a bit rude. The guy in a mask came out of the shadows and asked her why she found it disgusting. The bald guy in the mask smiled and said that it was an examination of the soul and body, which was a rather complex art form. Lucy put her katana on her shoulder and asked if that was the guy who could also talk. The bald guy held out his hand and said that there was a misunderstanding, since he was not one of those pieces of trash. However, Lucy immediately cut off his hand. She turned around and asked if he had just called it an art form, and now he was taking it back, saying that it was trash. However, it was not a hand that fell to the floor, but a piece of clothing. The man took off his cape and apologized, saying that he never took back his words and still believed that Dr. P's work was an art form. Suddenly, he took off his feet and ran towards Lucy. While he was attacking repeatedly, the guy was saying that in the process of creating a work of art, side effects were inevitable. The man hit her directly with a blow. However, Lucy stood still. He was shocked. The girl immediately swung her sword and said that she didn't know what he was talking about. The girl hit him with her katana. Her legs were shaking, and the man was still standing. She looked at him in shock. He blocked the sword with his hand as if his skin was made of steel. Lucy looked at his hands in surprise and wondered if the blades came out of his muscles. The man then asked if after seeing everything, she still didn't understand that this was the greatest creation. However, Lucy suddenly smiled. For some reason, the man became nervous. Lucy somehow began to chop his hand. She managed to chop his hand and blood spurted out from the wound. She cut not only his hands, but his entire body. There was blood all around Lucy, and she calmly said that she expected it. The man was cut in half crosswise. Lucy left the building and headed for her motorcycle. She went somewhere. Lucy was obviously in a hurry, judging by how fast she was going. Her eyes were dark, and she was thinking about how she just needed to get her license to hunt super rookies regardless of Dr. P's activities. But she had a bad feeling. She turned around in surprise, seeing a bright light. A white car was speeding straight at her. Her helmet immediately flew off her head. The action suddenly shifts to Chuck and Marcus, who is talking about the veracity of the materials Chuck encountered. Marcus looked at him and asked about how many of these garbage dumps there were. He added that everything turned out to be larger than they expected, which means the situation is becoming more dangerous. Chuck looked at him and asked what was scary about these monsters. However, Marcus said that the problem was different. According to him, if they were unlucky, they would be drawn into this matter. Chuck looked at him carefully and asked what he meant. Marcus looked at him in surprise, as if it was completely obvious. Meanwhile, a man stood in front of Lucy. He looked at her smiling. Meanwhile, Marcus answered Chuck that they could be drawn into this by members of an organization that called themselves Unwritten. The girl was heading towards her black motorcycle. She sat behind the wheel, checked the gas and decided to move forward. Putting on her helmet, she turns to the side and sees a car rushing towards her. The girl only manages to see the last moments before the impact. A split second later, the helmet flies off her head and everything flies apart. The man who hit her is very sorry about it, according to him, and gets out of the car. The man runs up to the unconscious girl and asks how she feels and if she is hurt. The stranger asks her to hold on a little as he is about to call an ambulance. The girl asked him to stop. She got up from the ground and said that his acting looked too unnatural. She asked who hired this man and whether the doctor was involved in this. The stranger replied that he thought he would do a good job. He said that the doctor did not send him. Taking iron handcuffs out of his pocket, he said that he was there on the orders of the boss himself. The girl was surprised. She started running in the opposite direction while the man stood and watched her. In a split second, he managed to catch up and asked where she was running so fast. Swinging his leg, he hit her and threw her to the floor. The girl fell back onto the asphalt, covering herself with her hands from the blow. The stranger asked not to make rash decisions. He suggested just having a short date. The guys discussed the fact that it was not entirely clear why the performers did not kill random people. Chaka was outraged by the nonsense his partner was talking, because, according to him, all they did was kill innocent people. He remembered those bastards they had met before. Marcus winked at his partner and was interested in his opinion. Still, he did not believe that the performers cut everyone indiscriminately. The guy assumed that if the performer could kill as he wanted, then corpses on the streets would be a common occurrence. Passers-by would take it calmly. Marcus asked his interlocutor if this was true, but he himself answered that it was not. The guy said that extremely crazy people are very rare, and usually they kill one or two in a secluded place so that they cause mass panic. Marcus asked Chuck if he thought there was any point in them going so far. Of course, they could just like it, but perhaps there is another reason. Jack was spinning and singing a strange song. The guys suggested removing him from the conversation. The perpetrators kill secretly and usually go online anonymously. Marcus knew that this was because, like ordinary killers, they are afraid of going to jail. Chuck was surprised by what he heard. He did not believe that the perpetrators could be caught at all. The guy suggested that there were countless perpetrators among the police themselves. In his opinion, there was simply no one to catch them. Marcus explained that there are unregistered ones. Chuck asked who they were and if he meant the ones he was afraid to deal with. The guy answered positively. He told them that there was a secret organization in the country that was not mentioned in any papers or documents, an unregistered organization, or unrecorded. Marcus said that they needed to make sure that they did not attract too much attention. The girl was surprised to hear about the date. She spat blood on the ground and said that she was not crazy enough to go on such a thing. She explained that she would never go on a date with an old man like him. The man was at a loss when he heard such disappointing news. Of course, it hurt, and the girl threw a katana at him. The sharp blade rushed straight at his face. The man dodged it in an instant. He looked at the side of the fallen sword and realized that it did not hurt him as much as it could have. When he looked back, he no longer saw the girl. The Secret Service agent did not understand where she had disappeared to. At that moment, she was right under him and decided to kick him in the leg. A moment later, the man lost his balance and fell to the ground with her. The girl turned over several times in the air. Looking down, she realized and was horrified. The girl saw how the strange man was standing on one leg in an unnatural position. A second later, she saw a fist heading straight for her head. She received a serious blow, from which she flew back several meters. It was a cold-blooded blow with which the man responded to her impudence. A moment later, the stranger simply stood up on one leg on the ground. He looked into the distance and sighed, saying that this was already the 99th refusal this year. The man realized that now everything had been decided. He began to approach the girl, saying that the talk about him being able to get married while working for the state was complete nonsense and a lie. Of course, he did not want to die an old bachelor. Something sounded behind him and caught his attention. The man turned around and looked back. At that moment, the girl had not actually lost consciousness. The stranger began to be sucked into a strange quagmire on the ground. The man complained and began to pull his legs out of this strange liquid. He realized that this was very bad timing. He was about to break free, but the girl was behind him and swung. The employee looked back, but did not notice anything. Chuck assumed that if this was a government organization, then its employees were ordinary citizens. He made this conclusion based on the fact that these people were fighting against performers with superpowers. Of course, it was difficult to win here. The girl swung her sword and stopped a few meters behind the man. Of course, these were not ordinary people. Marcus was surprised that Chuck thought that they were ordinary citizens. He explained that normal people would not pose a threat to performers. In his opinion, these guys were definitely not ordinary. The girl's sword broke into small pieces. She was terrified, but turned towards her opponent. The man was still trying to get out of the quagmire. Chuck didn't understand who he meant by unusual people. It seemed like the guys understood each other perfectly. The stranger laughed and said that he seemed to understand why the girl was wearing a cat helmet. Marcus said that the unregistered were the same as them. Performers. The man called the helmet rather ugly. The girl thought that what she saw was simply impossible, since the strength of her earth armor could compete with the strength of iron. She was sure that it was simply impossible to break it with simple physical efforts. Suddenly, she realized the power that was right in front of her. The girl suddenly realized that the man in front of her was from the organization of the unregistered. The Golden Serpent. The man rushed to the attack, swinging his fist, saying that she could not know about this because he was not that famous. The opponent began to defend herself. The man replied that everything was correct and he was the fourth leader of the organization. After the strong blow to the earth armor, the girl did not even seem to stagger. She turned her attention to the place of the blow. The man continued to boast that he had superhuman strength. In a second, the girl flew to the side, losing her earth armor. Still, she stood her ground and asked if she should consider this fight an honor. The girl was well aware of what a powerful organization did in order to catch her. These people sent a superior, not a low-ranking employee. The man grabbed her hand with preliminary apologies. He said that he was not here to catch her, but suddenly, the stranger threw her straight to the ground. He claimed that she simply accidentally interfered with his investigation. The man continued to attack with multiple blows. After the last blow, the girl flew into the wall and fell down with a crash. The Golden Serpent asked her if she was upset that he was not here for her. He insisted that he could not understand that he hurt the girl's feelings. The man began to call himself a scoundrel in irony and laugh. The girl gathered her strength and called him uncle, explaining that she was very offended. The Golden Snake was surprised to hear himself addressed in such a way. He declared that he was a bachelor and demanded that he not be called that in the future. The girl continued to insist that even with superhuman strength, he could not do anything. He could not even hurt her. Of course, the girl understood that even though she said so, without earth armor she was in serious danger. She did not understand how it happened that the earth armor, which lasts for a very long time, broke with just one blow from this scoundrel. The girl spent too much energy on it and on maintaining it. She realized that in the future she should act extremely carefully. The man asked about his specialty. He clenched his fingers into a fist and said that, after all, his specialty is superhuman strength. The man said that he still had not shown his strength. The girl was confused when she heard this. She didn't understand how all his previous attacks before this. The opponent replied that they were just physical skills without the use of force. The man said that he was simply born with such great strength, but it was never his ability. Although, perhaps, the strength is not what it used to be because the years take their toll. The opponent turned to the girl that she knew his nickname, but did she know why it was that way? She decided to answer, explaining that the man looked like a viper, but he interrupted her. According to him, she must find this rather strange because his specialty is superhuman strength. He said that nicknames like elephant or bear are usually used to express power. The man asked one last time why he was called a snake. He continued to think carefully about his opponent. The girl was horrified because she had already begun to understand. The man asked again why his strength was associated with a snake and whether she knew about it. Suddenly, he began to turn into a strange shell. The opponent did not understand what was happening to his leg. She could not believe her eyes. It was not just his leg. Chuck was still asking his friend about those performers. He wondered if they could use their abilities just like everyone else. Marcus replied that it was a given. Chaka still couldn't understand why the executors had to catch other executors because it was abnormal. Marcus asked his interlocutor if he considered himself normal. Without waiting for an answer, he decided to summarize the main point of their conversation. The girl watched as many men turned into a snake shell. Suddenly, he abruptly disappeared from the spot. The opponent did not understand what had happened and where he had disappeared. After a second of pause, blood gushed from her mouth, and she screamed in pain and shock. Marcus continued to explain how the independents differed from other government agencies. The girl's body was completely pierced through. She did not understand when he managed to do this. Suddenly, the man began to appear right in front of her. He returned to his previous appearance and clenched his hand into a fist again. Marcus said that they were allowed to commit murders at the official level. The girl screamed in pain and shock, spitting out blood. Marcus explained that, unlike other government agencies, the independents had one privilege. The opponent did not understand when the man managed to deal her a crushing blow and at the same time remain unnoticed. His former appearance began to manifest itself again right in front of her. The opponent of the city clenched his hand into a fist and looked down. He was allowed to commit murders at the official state level. The girl was defeated. Zack fell to the ground and began to breathe nervously. He realized that at his age, having used force only once, his breathing was ragged. The man ordered someone in the car to remove this young lady from the road. He himself was going to rest a little. Zack waited a little longer and was surprised not to understand why no one was coming. He decided to look back, not understanding what was happening. The man stood up to his full height and began to stretch, calling out to his partner. Zack was seriously worried and did not understand where his partner was. Chuck was very surprised when he learned that the organization of the Unwritten existed 10 years ago. Marcus did not immediately understand why his interlocutor did not immediately realize such a scale. He said that it was quite possible, but he himself simply did not have enough information for this. Suddenly, a strange tentacle squeezed the guy and began to pull him back. He screamed and continued his chaotic movement to the side. Chuck did not understand what happened and tried to help his partner. On the way to Marcus, he was also grabbed by tentacles. It wrapped around his body and also pulled forward. A moment later, Chuck crashed into the wall from a strong blow. The guy did not understand what was happening to them. Trying to get up, he saw Marcus next to him. The strange stranger asked with tentacles why he was walking without turning around. The guy continued to approach and asked why he was not noticed during the approach. He decided to warn the guys to stop chasing the doctor. Chuck came to his senses and began to wipe the dust from his face, finally realizing what their opponent looked like. The guy said that he did not want to upset his opponent, but they knew that he was following them. Chuck expressed his disappointment that it was not the doctor himself. According to him, then he would have instantly cut off his head without any bias. The stranger said that these words were quite impudent and grabbed him with a tentacle. Marcus was surprised to see this. He ran to free his comrade and demanded to let him go. The second tentacle rushed towards him. The stranger said that he had already warned them twice and was not going to repeat it a third time if the guys ignored his words again. He said that Marcus would die next. The stranger began to squeeze Chuck tightly with his tentacle. The guy was desperate and no longer heard their conversations much. He did not believe that they could be intimidated by such simple threats. Chuck suggested trying and seeing who would die first. The guy kept silent and looked greedily at the guys. He said in a quiet, measured voice that he had already warned them. In a split second, he threw Chuck to the ground several times and let him go. Marcus quickly rushed to attack while Chuck was coming to his senses. He clenched his fists and wanted to destroy his opponent. On his way, he encountered a strange obstacle, yin-yang and 5 universal elements, the repulsive force of metal. His opponent was surprised to see this. He said that when they attract and repel each other, the needles scatter randomly in all directions. According to him, it was simply impossible to dodge. Marcus wanted to destroy his opponent, but he saw something strange. The guy in front of his eyes began to pour his own tentacles on himself. He insisted that the goal here was too obvious and it was quite easy to defend himself. The opponent said that everything would be fine, as he had predicted that they would end up next to each other. Suddenly, he saw Chuck, who was already running to attack and swinging at him. The guy hit him furiously and cut his tentacle into several small branches. The opponent, apparently, was not going to give up, but he was amazed at the impudence of his rival. He noticed that Chuck had the ability to regenerate and noted that it was quite familiar to him. The guy pointed to his tentacle and said that he had the same one. Marcus tried to get closer to him, but the stranger passed his tentacles through. The stranger coolly continued to tell that he finally realized why the doctor was watching them both. Marcus asked for help and for mercy. He tried to pull the tentacle out of his chest alone, but nothing helped. The stranger was surprised that this guy did not have regeneration, and he was not able to restore himself. Chuck got very angry at him and ran with his sword to attack. The guy coolly dodged every blow of the tentacle. There were many of them, but he could hardly cope with them. At the very end, Chuck swung his sharp sword to cut off the guy's head. The opponent proudly said that he expected it. A second later, Chuck was also hit by his appendage. The guy was clearly not ready for such an attack. The opponent said that his rival never accepted his friend's lesson. According to him, attacks whose goals were absolutely obvious were expected by each person, like a fish on a hook. The opponent said that if the guy tried to save his friend so openly, then he would ultimately fail. Chuck was scared for the first time and worried about Marcus's health. Suddenly, the opponent looked back and saw the cut-off appendage of his tentacle. He did not understand what happened to him and how the guy was able to get out of such a grip. Marcus was a few meters away from the guys, holding a tentacle in his hand. Chuck didn't understand why his partner was there. The guy told him to shut up because he had already caught up with him. It was another unwritten one. He stood and looked proudly at the guy with tentacles. The guy pierced the protagonist with his tentacle and said that he had not learned his lesson from his friend's example. Menacingly raising his head, he added that attacks whose purpose is obvious if he tries to save his friend so openly. Suddenly, he stood in a stupor. He turned around in fear and saw how another tentacle appeared. And then he saw how the other guy flew to the side. Chuck, looking ahead, asked why he was there, to which the guy replied that he was able to catch up with him. A man appeared in front of him. Looking at him, the protagonist thought that this could not be. He continued to look ahead and then thought that this was his new homeroom teacher. The guy, raising his head in fear, said that they had stumbled after all. A second later, the man hit him in the chest with his hand. Chuck, watching this, screamed in fear, and the teacher, raising his head, said that this would help him hold out for a while longer. The guy looked ahead in surprise and asked that he didn't understand what they were talking about. He saw a yellow towel in his wound, saying that the bleeding had stopped. Then he tried to get up, but something was holding him back, and then he asked what was happening, why the man was trying. Looking ahead with displeasure, he said that he was stuck, and the teacher added that he should not move. If the wound gets bigger, no one else will help him. The guy, seeing this, said menacingly that it was synthetic rubber glue. He had some interesting things in stock. The man, looking at the mixture, replied that he quickly guessed. It seems he was well informed. Then the guy would have released a tentacle at him, shouting that of course he knows, and he also knows that it is a small thing. His tentacle was suddenly cut off by someone, and he added that he could not tie it up like that. At that moment, the protagonist was able to cut off his tentacle and break free from the grip. He looked menacingly in his direction. The guy, smiling broadly, said that he forgot about him. He added that he would go out on his hand if he wanted to die quickly. Suddenly, he turned around in fear. At that moment, Chuck put his blade to the teacher's neck. Frowning, he said who he was, how long he had been chasing him. The man looked ahead menacingly. Then he stretched his arms out to the sides, saying that he was a homeroom teacher looking for a student. What was so strange about that? Chuck shouted back at him to stop fumbling with his words. Frowning, he added that from the day he arrived as a homeroom teacher, he already knew what he would need. Before it was just a suspicion, but now it became clear to him. Looking ahead menacingly, he added that this was all because he was not registered. The teacher replied that at the moment. Tomorrow, tentacles were heading towards him at great speed, and the man added that it was much more important to dodge in time. At the last moment, they managed to jump away from the guy's attack. He looked ahead menacingly and said that it was a waste of time if they continued to chatter. Stretching out his tentacles, he shouted that he would make shish kebab out of them with one blow. Chuck and the teacher managed to dodge the attack. The man, looking menacingly ahead, told the protagonist to deal with the tentacles on the other side. They need to concentrate on the limbs and not rush to attack the body. Taking a step forward, Chuck replied that this was a joke. Why should he listen to him? Suddenly, the tentacles hit him in the stomach with all their might, and a moment later he was thrown back. Turning around, the teacher shouted that he needed to be careful. The tentacles may not be very strong, but they are accurate. The protagonist, getting to his feet, said that he thought he had not understood it yet. The teacher rushed forward, shouted that since he already understood, let him concentrate and work better if he could catch him. Looking at his student, he added that he would answer all his questions. The protagonist, raising his sword, asked that he give him his word, after which he cut the tentacles with all his might, shouting that he should not take back his words later. Suddenly, a tentacle approached him from behind. Chuck swung his dagger and cut it in two, thinking that, as he thought, his regeneration again. And a new part of the tentacle appeared. The protagonist cut it again. He looked ahead with displeasure. Gritting his teeth, he frowned. After which, swinging his sword, he shouted that he continues to cut them, but there is no end to them. Opening his mouth wide, he shouted that how much longer can this continue? The teacher, looking ahead, answered that he did a great job. Looking at him in surprise, asked why he leaves the tentacles alone and just came here. Then Chuck looked back. He saw that one tentacle no longer regenerates. The teacher sealed it with glue. Seeing this, he thought that they had stopped regenerating. The guy looked ahead with displeasure, said that it was rubber glue, then thought that his tentacles could no longer grow, so he could not control them. He turned around menacingly. At that moment, the teacher opened the flask and said that now it was all over, after which the teacher poured out the contents of the flask. Smiling, he said that if he stopped the other tentacles with this, he would have no other way to counterattack. The guy looked ahead with fear. Then he smiled widely. The tentacle began to tremble, and the guy added that he had told him that it was some kind of rubber band. Suddenly, the tentacle split into 4 parts. It opened wide, and the man looked ahead with fear. A moment later, the tentacle swallowed the teacher's hand. He looked ahead with fear, after which he fell to the floor, clutching it, and the guy said that he thought he could only stretch and squeeze the tentacles. Seeing this, the protagonist made a dash towards him, and the guy replied that the basic principle of military strategy and tactics. He grabbed Chuck, adding that you can't reveal all your capabilities to the enemy. Stretching out his hand, he added that he, of course, showed it, and because he could be dealt with one ability. Chuck, clenching his teeth, replied that this bastard looked down on him. A second later, the tentacle hit his hand. The protagonist's sword fell to the floor, and the guy, looking at it, said that it was useless. Smiling, he added that his tenacity is impressive. It's not bad at all. Looking at the teacher, he continued to say that unlike this scum of the unwritten, who can't get up from his knees. Coming closer to the protagonist, he continued to say that he had demonstrated fighting spirit, so he would give him a little advice. Frowning, he continued to say that he could still admit his defeat and beg for mercy. In addition, he could work with him under the doctor's command. Looking at Chuck, he added that if he agreed, then not only he, but also his blue-haired friend would live. The guy, smiling widely, continued to reflect that he had planned to take him with him because the doctor needed him, but he needed to see how he would act. The protagonist, looking ahead, answered that he would first like to know something. The guy replied that he should ask. Looking menacingly ahead, Chuck said that the creatures he creates, why do they become them? The guy, looking ahead, answered that he failed to make sharks out of them. The protagonist replied that he was not talking about that, he was interested in something on a more fundamental level. Looking at his opponent, he added that he would like to know why they became objects of experiments. The guy, putting his hands on his hips, replied that he asked a good question because one of his duties is to find test samples. Lowering his head, he replied that how could he explain it to him? When you buy milk in the store, you take it after carefully checking the expiration date, production date, quality. Raising his head, he smiled, added that he knew. Looking at Chuck, he continued to say that he simply takes what is in front of him. Menacingly looking ahead, he added that this is a good answer. A moment later, Chuck spat in his face. The guy looked menacingly at the spit on his cheek. The protagonist, smiling, said that he, as he thought, all of them are simply disgusting performers. The guy, looking at him, asked what about his side. Chuck, looking ahead with displeasure, replied that he had not yet understood he would never work with someone like him. The guy, wiping his cheek, replied that he had nothing to do with that. Looking at his tentacle, he added that if you cut off his head, it would grow out of his body or his body out of his head. Pointing his tentacle at his opponent, he shouted that he was asking which side it would be from. The tentacle menacingly opened its mouth. Chuck, looking ahead, smiled, and the guy felt something inside himself in fear. Something was trying to break out. The teacher approached them and thanked the protagonist, after which he picked up the remote control and said that he had been holding it for too long. The guy looked ahead with fear, then shouted that how was that possible? Loud screams were heard throughout the room. We are transported for some time. The guy, looking ahead with displeasure, shouts that they are bastards. He is in the sharpening blade, the deadly weapon of the unwritten number 44. Looking at him, the man says that he is very grateful for his old-fashionedness. The guy looked ahead with displeasure, trying to catch his breath. And the teacher, smiling, said that, of course, he underestimates the unwritten. He came after he found out who he is and what abilities he has, and even his ability to absorb objects with tentacles. Clicking on the red button, he added that one way or another, as he probably knows, the downside of this weapon with a remote control is a long launch, and the biggest problem is to place it in the target's body. The guy, looking menacingly ahead, answered that he knows, but when he remembered the moment when he absorbed the teacher's hand, telling him not to tell him that it was then. The man smiled and pointed at his severed hand, saying that he was right, that at that very moment, before he came here, a deadly weapon had been placed inside his hand. Looking ahead, the boy replied with displeasure that he had given up his hand only to catch it. The man replied that he would not, his arm was originally a prosthesis. Then the protagonist approached them and addressed the teacher. Looking ahead, he asked if he had forgotten about their promise. The man replied that he had not at all. Smiling, he said that what he wanted to ask, he would answer everything and even tell about things he had not yet been interested in. The protagonist stared ahead silently for a few seconds. We are transported to a man who clenches his fist. He looks around. Then he sits down on the floor and says that he really is not the same as the one who used force only once before, and his breathing has already become uneven. Opening his mouth wide, he added that he should take this young lady again, and he would rest for now. Then he looked ahead in surprise. Raising his head, he asked what this air bread was. The one who had risen looked back with displeasure and repeated this phrase several more times. Putting his hands on his belt, he asked where he was carried. Then, frowning, he shouted puff bread. Putting his hand in his pocket, he said that this bastard never comes on time, he will get it later. A second later, he took out handcuffs, smiling, looking away, said that she must be in a lot of pain, let her hold on a little longer, the guy in the ambulance is late, she understands that. Looking away, he did not see anyone, after which he began to dangle from side to side in fear, shouting that where did she disappear to? He did not even notice how she escaped. His face was covered in sweat, and he said that he screwed up. Standing in front of the boss, lowering his head, he thought that if he returned without results, then he would just kill him. Clutching his face, he said that this is a damn idiot, if only crispy puff bread was here on time. Suddenly someone called him from behind. A teacher appeared in front of him, that he was not late. Raising his hand, he added that he asked not to call him that, people might think he was a liar, to which the man shouted at him to shut up. What was he doing there, that he could only crawl here just now? The teacher replied that he had some business. Hearing this, the man frowned in displeasure, asked what he was talking about, what he had to do besides come here. Then he saw the guy behind his friend. Looking at him, he said that he was the same guy, the manager who works for the doctor. Could he really catch him? The teacher raised his hand and replied that yes, as he saw it. Hearing this, the man raised his hands and told him to come here and he would kiss him. The teacher replied that he was crazy or something, to which the man replied that he was just happy. Then the teacher looked at the boy and said that if he was so happy, he should buy him a new prosthesis. His previous ones were temporarily taken away, to which the man replied that he should go and tell the accounting department about it. The boy, watching this picture, clenched his teeth. We are transported to the shelter of hope. The boys are playing football in the yard. The woman raises her hand and says that they will get hurt. They should play carefully. The priest, turning to her, said with a smile that they are growing up fast, they should be left alone, to which the woman replied that doesn't he remember how one of them had to have a cast put on. Looking at the priest, she added that he even cried when they took him to the hospital. Turning around, the priest answered how the guest who came earlier was feeling. The woman answered that they changed the subject, everything was fine with them, they hadn't had dinner recently. The priest put his hand in his pocket and replied that it was an incredible relief and he was grateful for her hard work. Hearing this, the woman replied that if he understood everything, let him give her a bonus, to which the man replied that it seemed that sometimes he had problems with his hearing. Then suddenly he noticed some paper flying to the side. Going to it, he stretched out his hand, and then, picking it up, he examined it. The woman, looking at him, said that he still carried that photograph with him. In the photograph, he was with a little boy. The woman, looking at her, said that the other children must be jealous. The priest laughed and then replied that they already knew about it. He loved the others just as much. Looking at the woman, he added that he could not do much for this child, and he was very sorry. Hearing this, she replied that didn't he say that he left himself without saying a word? What could he do? It was not his fault. The priest, looking at the photo, replied that he could not calm down, whether he was doing well, whether he was alive. This worried him even more, because he had not contacted them, although they say that no news is good news. Suddenly someone approached them. He added that he would like to see him at least before he died. The woman covered her mouth in fear, looking ahead. The priest looked back in surprise. He looked ahead in fear for a few seconds. The protagonist appeared in front of him. We are transferred to a guy with a bloody hand. He says that it is because of him. The teacher answers that he should not be afraid for now. He is not going to hunt him. Smiling, he added that everything is fine. He removed the rubber cement. To be precise, he is not going to catch him, but the guy who is connected to him. The guy jumped back in fear and asked what he was talking about. He shouted at his hand that he should not tell him something. He is a bastard, to which the teacher replied that everything is correct. Looking at the man in front of him, he added that he would catch him. That guy tried to kill him, to which the teacher replied that he had not caught him yet and had no idea where he was. Looking at the guy in front of him, he added that even if he knew, he would not have told him about this secret investigation. Turning around, he added that, however, meeting him at school was half a coincidence. The protagonist, looking menacingly in front of him, asked what half meant, to which he replied that the point was that he had been looking for him for a long time, but because of the investigation, it was not recorded. Raising his hand, he added that he even found out what area he was in. At the same time, a case arose in this area and it was the performer associated with the lobster. Smiling broadly, he said that he did not think that they would meet him at school. Suddenly Chuck extended his hand, telling him to wait, because this was even stranger. Frowning, he added why he was looking for him and why for so long. The teacher looked ahead in surprise and after the answers, how could he explain it all started about 10 years ago? Looking at Chuck, he added that it happened after the death of his parents. The protagonist, looking ahead in surprise, asked what he was talking about, to which the teacher replied that his parents asked him for a favor. Stretching out his hand, he added to make sure that he did not contact the performers, but in the end he was late. Chuck's whole body shook and he replied that he understood what he was trying to say. He was familiar with his parents and they knew about the existence of the performers. Frowning, he added that he wanted to say that his parents were also not registered. The teacher replied that he could not answer him. Chuck frowned, and the man replied, looking ahead, that this looked full of suspicion. Everything is clear to him. He does not ask him to believe in his words, he just wants him not to die. Looking menacingly ahead, he added that he was too weak to survive among the performers for a time when he did not know about their existence, not to return, therefore there is only one solution. Looking ahead, he added that it is necessary to contact the priest. Lowering his gaze down, he added that if he does not believe him, then let him see with him, because there he goes the way to become stronger. We are transferred back. The protagonist with a smile approaches the priest. Looking kindly ahead, he says that how long they have not seen. Looking at the priest, he added that how he feels. A sign about a free lunch for a neighbor appeared. Someone shouted that great, let them now stand in line. People stood one after another. Someone said that Lord, let the old man not get in line, to which he replied that he did not get up, and someone said that he should not be greedy, leave a little for the poor. The man looked away in surprise, hearing that he had already taken food before. What can he do if he is still hungry? He needs more. A boy appeared in the distance. It was heard that this was his last time. No more. Good. The protagonist looked straight ahead. Bowing down in front of him, the man asked what he was doing here, where his parents were. The protagonist lowered his head in fear. The man thought, looking at him. Raising himself, he said that he should wait here for a bit. Chuck looked at him in surprise, hearing that he asked to give one portion. Holding out the food, the man said, "Here, let him hold it." The protagonist abruptly rushed past him, and the man did not have time to finish. The man turned around in surprise. The girl, looking at the protagonist, asked what the heck. He wanted to take food after standing in line. The man looked away and listened to the fact that didn't his father bring him food, and that uncle, what? He is suspicious. Laughter was heard and a rumor that their father had suddenly become suspicious, to which the man closed his eyes. Residential buildings appeared, laughter was heard. The sign of the shelter of hope appeared. Someone said that then he first met the hero. Pointing at the hero, the guy asked what it meant. This scoundrel was always like this, said that he has not changed a bit. Raising his hand, the guy asked that he is absolutely the same, understands, said that he cannot trust anyone and is always suspicious, asked that he has not grown at all, yes. Sitting on the bench, the man said that then he also perceived it as childishness. But who knows, maybe he would have done the same if he were in his place, if everyone thinks of the events that are happening as accidents and does not trust them. Royd put his hand to his face and said, "Accidents? What the?" To which the hero said that enough talk about the past. Turning away, the guy thought that now he looks like an insensitive person, but his MBTI belongs to the sensitive type, and the man apologized and said that he blurted out too much. Gritting his teeth, the father said that he wanted to stop talking about the past and move on to the present, asked how he was now, by any chance. Looking at him, the hero heard that he had not gone down the wrong path, yes. Taking him by the shoulders, the man said that he hoped he would not take revenge, but would live a normal life. He was sure his parents would want the same. Raising his eyebrows, the man said that he was not saying this only because he was a priest. Any loving parent would think so. The protagonist thought, looking at him. Taking the priest's hand away, Chuck said that he knew his words were sincere because he was there and saw how the other children treated him in the orphanage. The man was upset, listening to the fact that he could not change his choice. Yes, this was not the path he should take. Lowering his gaze, the hero added that but it was inevitable. A photo from the past appeared, and Chuck said that leaving him and never seeing him again was all for one reason. Turning his head away, the protagonist said that he did not want to hurt him, for him he was a parent. Leaving, the hero said that that was all for today, offered to talk about the rest later, to which the guy turned to him in surprise. The priest looked towards the hero. The guy asked to wait for him. A dark room appeared. Someone asked that he was not going to ask him. Then why did he come? To which the hero lowered his head and said that he did not want to shock him anymore. Sitting on the bed, Royd asked what he meant, said that and this after he told him that let revenge be inevitable. Looking at him, the hero replied that he did not know that he was killing the performers, to which the guy asked what and so what. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that his father was like his own to him. If he met his dad again, he could confidently tell him such a thing. The guy was perplexed, hearing that he kills in the name of revenge. Can Royd answered that of course he can't, to which the hero noted that exactly. Putting his hand to his face, the guy thought. Looking at the hero, he asked that then he simply refuses to become stronger, to which Chuck replied that as if he had the right to do so, let him get up and leave, and he asked what was where. Looking to the side, the main character said that he should remember what the unrecorded one said. He only mentioned a meeting with his father, but there was no talk of telling him everything. A memory popped into the hero's head, and he added that to be precise, he said that here he would find a way to become stronger. Jumping up in surprise, the guy asked what he wanted to say, and the hero said that it was true. He did not send them to a specific person, but rather to a place. The building of the shelter appeared, and he added that somewhere inside the shelter. Looking straight ahead, the hero finished that there was something. He was surprised to hear a strange sound. The guy asked fearfully what the sound was, to which the hero pointed to be quieter. The protagonist took hold of the door handle. Looking out, Royd whispered that it was that person. The woman was walking down the hallway, and he asked that wasn't she a nun from the orphanage. She had something in her hand. The guy asked that it was so, and the protagonist gritted his teeth and replied that yes, he was right, that nun, her. The woman looked nervously to the side, and the hero added that she wasn't in the orphanage when he lived here. Looking at the hero, the guy asked what he was saying. She wasn't here before, to which Chuck replied that he ran away from the orphanage 3 years ago. She probably appeared after that. The woman walked slowly down the hallway, and the guy said that then it must be her, to which the hero replied that he should not jump to conclusions, they should doubt all strangers now. The woman sat down on the floor, and the hero suggested that they first see what she was doing here. Suddenly the woman began to leave. Leaving the room, the protagonist said that she left. They can go out. Looking at the object, the protagonist thought that she left it right in front of the door. She delivers something to the person in that room, and Royd asked what it could be. Sitting down, the protagonist told him to move over, he will open it, to which the guy asked that right now, suddenly there is something dangerous there, shouldn't they protect themselves? Turning around, the protagonist said that there is no time for this, quickly, while no one has left, when suddenly someone turned to him. They looked ahead in surprise, hearing the question, what and who are they? To which Royd replied that the thing is that something happened. The girl stood in front of them, and the guy awkwardly greeted. The door slammed shut, someone apologized. Putting his hands on his hips, the protagonist said that he didn't think they would be caught so quickly, however, they still caught a glimpse of the contents. Looking away, Chuck said that he thought their guesses were wrong, there were medicines and bandages, nothing suspicious. Looking at the guy, he added that they should probably look elsewhere, to which he replied that he was very sorry. The hero angrily asked if he was listening to him, to which Royd got scared and said that yes, he was listening. The hero was perplexed to hear that the woman seemed suspicious, to which he replied that he said the same, there was nothing to doubt, asked what seemed strange to him. Raising his hand, the guy said that the answer suggests itself, one only has to look at this perfect face and body, to which the hero replied that he was an abnormal idiot. Chuck looked at him in surprise, hearing that she was the performer. Looking at the guy, he asked again, what for suddenly, to which Royd replied that he was telling him, the face and body. Bandages appeared on the girl's body, and he added that especially the bandages on her stomach. As a novice practicing doctor, he would say that this is a pretty serious injury, but she is being treated not in a hospital, but in a shelter. A view of the girl's eyes opened, and Royd said that in those tears under her eye, tear tattoos symbolize that. Looking straight, the guy finished that the man committed murder, such is their meaning. The backpack hung on the hero's back, it was said about what it means, that woman definitely killed, such a girl remained in the place where they were sent by the unregistered. Smiling, the guy said that no matter which side you look at it from. Sharply opening the door, the protagonist asked why he said this only now, to which Royd asked again. The window in the room was open, and the guy asked how he could break into other people's rooms so easily, but she was not here. Looking out the window, the protagonist said that damn, they let her go, to which the guy replied that it was true, she really ran away in such a short time. Putting his hand to his face, Royd said that but the strangest thing was different. He asked why she ran away, she had a reason, maybe. The girl was sitting on the roof, and he added that someone was chasing her. The girl was breathing heavily, and then asked who those guys were, why they were hiding near her room. Frowning, she thought that it didn't matter, those guys. Memories of the guys appeared in her head, and she thought that they even smelled of something bloody, but they can't be ordinary people. Clutching her stomach, Lucy asked what the performers, or the recorded ones, were chasing her. The girl wheezed in pain and said that whoever they were, she had no choice but to lie low until she recovered. Suddenly, someone asked behind her that she needed help. Looking to the side, she asked who was here, where were they from. Lucy turned her head in surprise. Red eyes appeared in the distance. The elevator arrived at the floor, someone asked that it was still not there. Walking along the corridor, the man apologized, and the guy asked what about the food. He prepared everything correctly, to which he replied that yes, everything was done without any problems. Taking a step forward, the guy asked what could be the problem. They did not have much time, to which the man apologized, and the guy said that he did not need his apology. Turning around, the hooded man said that he was going alone, so let him stay here, to which he responded approvingly. The hooded man began to greet. Dave was scared when he saw him. The guy looked at him and heard that why was he so surprised. Sitting down opposite him, the man said that he shouldn't be nervous, just relax, he was so nice to him, he made him sad. The man looked at the knife thoughtfully. Dave was confused to hear that he was really not going to eat. He spread his arms and asked why he was unhappy with the food, asked him to explain what was going on, said that his people had put their hearts into the preparation. The guy grabbed the knife, and the man exclaimed in surprise. Smiling widely, he said that it seemed like he had finally changed his mind. Raising the knife, the guy angrily shouted that he should let him out of here right now. The man was surprised to hear that he was going to stab him now. Stopping the knife, the man said that he had understood everything wrong. Looking away, he said that it was not him that needed to be stabbed, but the other guy. The guy was tied up on the floor. A voice in the room said that how could one make such a mistake? There was nothing simpler than this in the world of murder. Smiling widely, the guy said that in the end, he had prepared all this just for him. Pointing at the guy, Dave said enough of this nonsense, asked what it was all for him. The guy angrily shouted that he didn't remember him. The guy thought about it, hearing that the only younger one he had was a sister. Frowning, the guy thought about the fact that he, of course, had a vague memory, but his family said that they didn't know anything about it. Stretching his hand out to the side, the guy said that everything was fine. His hand glowed, and he added that even if he didn't remember him. Dave looked away in surprise. Screams were heard in the room. Dave fell to the floor in fear, and the guy said that the sooner he strengthened his resolve, the better. Tears poured from the guy's eyes, and he said that until the day when the man turned into a cube, and he continued that this would happen to him. Looking away, the guy said that he would quickly prepare everything again, so he should be calm until then. Dave, sitting on the floor, was breathing heavily. The guy looked down in fear. The sign of the shelter appeared. Someone said that he told him that he did not know this woman. Standing in front of the guys, the woman said that the girl was injured. She had nowhere to go, so she asked for a favor, and she let her stay for a while. She did not have her passport. How would she know who she was? Stretching out his hand, the guy asked why she was so secretly sneaking along the corridor, as if she was afraid of being caught. Looking at him, she answered that it was the middle of the night. She could wake up the children. Of course, she had to walk carefully. There was not even a light. The woman asked again in surprise, hearing that she was sure that she did not give her anything except medication. Raising her head, the woman said that they called her here in the middle of the night, asked what the purpose of her interest was, suspected her of secretly committing some acts, to which Royd replied that it was not him. The situation speaks for itself. The situation. The hero looked straight and listened to the fact that no, what kind of situation is this? Why is he asking as if he does not know? He is interested precisely because he does not know. It is stupid to ask when everything is known. Leaning over, the guy asked that her answers had long sounded unconvincing. Noticed, said that anyone could say that she was afraid of getting caught, to which the hero stopped him and apologized. Bowing, the main character said that they were a little shocked. That's why they got so heated. To which the guy asked again, and Chuck continued that they apologized for such a rude interrogation. The guy asked again in surprise, hearing that he also apologized. Leaning over, Royd apologized. Turning her head, the woman said okay, she forgives, to which they thanked her. The protagonist looked straight ahead and asked if he could ask her the last question. She folded her hands and asked again, to which he replied yes, about those medicines. The woman was confused, hearing that her father knew about it. The protagonist looked down, hearing that why did he care? Should she report to him about every step? Taking a step forward, the protagonist said that it turned out he didn't know, to which she asked him to wait. The protagonist looked at her, and the woman said that everything was wrong. Gritting her teeth, she began to get nervous. Suddenly, the protagonist looked away, hearing that he knew. Holding his hands behind his back, the priest said that he said to take the medicines to her, and the woman turned to him in surprise. Looking straight ahead, the man told him not to make a fuss here, suggested they talk inside. Sitting on the couch, the man asked about the killer's mark. Looking at the woman, he said that when he and his sister saw her, they did not notice any tattoos, and she confirmed it. Raising his hand, Royd said that perhaps she hides them with makeup, but she does not need to do this when she is alone in the room. Putting his hand to his face, the priest said that it seems true. Looking at him, the protagonist asked that he was not surprised, to which he replied that several years ago. The hero was surprised to hear that the people who lived here often disappeared unnoticed. An empty room appeared. It was said that, but considering that their things also disappeared, it was not considered an accident. It seemed to him that they quietly left. He still tried to talk to the police, but he was told that there was nothing strange about this. Sitting on the floor, the protagonist asked what he was saying. This happened often, not that the priest replied that yes, about once a month. The hero asked in surprise, hearing that people from the government had come here once. A memory from the meeting flashed, and the man said that they had come to investigate, and showed him photographs. Surprisingly, they were photographs of missing people. The priest looked at the man, and then said that according to what the government official had said, these people were murderers. The guys looked at each other in surprise, hearing that they called themselves a secret organization, and the hero thought that they were unregistered. The kitchen appeared. Someone asked that if the missing woman was also involved in this case, her tattoos and sudden disappearance. It sounded convincing. Putting his hand to his face, the priest said that another oddity was that after several weeks, during which government officials continued to come here, these incidents completely stopped. Asked why again suddenly. Looking straight ahead in surprise, he added that this is what happened. Opening the shelf, the man said that for sure, his words last time, he meant this situation. Taking out the paper, the man said that yes, here it is. Standing in front of the man, the guy said that as soon as he visits him again, let him show him this, to which he asked who he meant. Smiling, Patrick said that it was better for him not to know who he was talking about. Looking at the paper, the priest thought about what he thought. He meant one of the missing people, but handing the envelope to the hero, he said that he should take this. Think. The hero looked at him and heard that it was meant for him. The hero slowly opened the envelope. He looked down. Putting the envelope away, the main character thanked the priest, to which he replied that you are welcome, let him take care of himself. In the room, the hero was heard turning to the guy, to which he responded approvingly and said goodbye. Looking at the priest, the woman said, "Oh my God." She asked, confused, why he gave it to the children. Who knows what he will use it for? Said that he can trust it to a child, but he could have changed a lot after leaving the orphanage. The woman asked more importantly why he did not tell her about the murders, to which he replied that about that, everything happened before she arrived, did not think it was necessary to talk about it. As she left, the woman asked that if not to mention this, then what else, what horror, to which the priest apologized. Looking away, she asked what it meant, if something happens, responsibility will be on him, yes, and she does not know anything. The man was upset to hear that she was about him passing on top secret documents and all that. Suddenly the priest turned to her, to which she responded. Scratching the back of his head, he said that no, just by chance. The woman was surprised to hear his question. The blue sky appeared. Missing person files appeared. Someone asked about it. Looking at the papers, the protagonist said that there was no beginning and end, only instructions, asked what it was, how to become stronger. Showing the papers to the guy, he asked what it was like, in his opinion, it looked like, to which Royd replied that he did not know. It seemed that they could have worked out something, but this part of the manual looked strange. Looking at the documents, the guy said that when he saw the field, he should go without turning his head until he saw a red glow. The moon disappears when it meets the night with its gaze. Asked what the hell, a secret code. They turned around in fear, hearing that they were fools. An open backpack appeared. The protagonist said that he told him not to go out, asked what he had opened the backpack again, to which Jack replied that he had already sat there long enough. What else did he want? He felt suffocated. Jack smiled and asked what they could expect by joining forces when they were both newbies. At times like this you need to ask veterans like him. The hero turned around when he heard that the contents of this document was about confirmation, to which he asked again what he meant. What happens after baptism in the church? There was a baby in his arms, and Jack answered that it was true. Since he was from a Catholic orphanage, he should know a lot about it. After being accepted into the church community, the ceremony performed is the sacrament of baptism. Confirmation is necessary to prove his deep faith in religion. He further added that for performers, the ceremony of gaining power is also baptism, so confirmation is. The hero said in surprise that the sacrament strengthens power. Looking at him, Jack answered that it is true. If they call this ritual a first-class change, then he supposes confirmation belongs to the second class. The shelter of hope appeared, and he added that anyway, he has a bad character, whether it is baptism or confirmation. Knowing their terminology will not be enough, cannot believe that even the place of the ritual is next to the Catholic shelter. Looking at the documents, the protagonist asked that then, if he follows this guide, he will be able to pass confirmation, to which Jack replied that if the instructions are correct, then yes. Looking straight, he said that just like baptism, it is a way to open the door to the ritual of confirmation. There is a difference in where and when the door appears, in general. The hero thoughtfully looked down, hearing that he needs to try to figure it out. The roof of the building appeared. The red figure looked straight. Looking at it, the girl thought that this is a real person. Frowning, Lucy added that it does not matter whether he is a person or not. The girl rushed forward, thinking that it did not change the fact that she was dangerous. The girl froze, hearing that she should think some more. Looking at her, the figure said that it already knew that she was strong. The girl's wounded stomach appeared, and the figure added that her wounds had not yet healed, and she did not have a weapon with her. There was not a particle of dust that could be used. Standing in front of Lucy, the figure said that she could still defeat her, but there was a reason for doing so. She was not here to hurt her. Smirking slightly, she added that she was here to help. The girl frowned, looking at her. A ladder on the roof appeared. Lucy said that it was true. If she really did not intend to attack, she had no reason to fight either. Gritting her teeth, the girl said that but it was hard to believe this nonsense about her being here to help. Standing in front of the figure, Lucy said that if she did not want any misunderstandings to arise, he should tell her everything he was offering her. For what price? Lucy asked him to tell her specifically what the matter was. Looking straight ahead, the girl asked what kind of deal she wanted to make. The woman asked in surprise, asking if she had ever entered the room while he was not inside. Spreading her arms, the sister asked why she would come here secretly, said that he had no money, so she had nothing to steal. It was easier to take candy from a child, to which the priest asked what was so, while the woman asked in amazement, hearing that she had learned that the documents for Chuck were top secret. The man looked at her carefully. The woman looked straight ahead, confused. Putting her fist to her mouth, she cleared her throat. Laughing loudly, the woman said that she was interested in what he would say next, so he asked how she knew. He had just told her everything. With his hands on his hips, the priest replied that no, he hadn't, and she pointed out that he had said that the government people had given it to him. The priest was astonished to hear that they had secretly given him the documents during a secret investigation. Obviously, they were secret documents. With her hands folded, the woman asked that of course the documents were very important, but were they that shocking? To which he replied that well, he hadn't opened the documents so he didn't know the contents, but that wasn't what had shocked him. Standing in front of her, the priest said that it was to verify her words. The woman's eyes widened when she heard that he had never said that the government had given him the documents. She asked him about it in amazement. The hero turned around when he heard that the contents of the document were about confirmation, to which he asked him what he meant. What happens after baptism in the church? There was a baby in his arms, and Jack replied that it was true. Since he was from a Catholic orphanage, he should know a lot about it. After being accepted into the church community, the ceremony performed is the sacrament of baptism. To prove his deep faith in religion, confirmation is necessary. He then added that for performers, the ceremony of gaining power is also baptism, so this is confirmation. The hero said in surprise that the sacrament strengthens power. The blue sky appeared. Someone asked if he was ready. Looking at the hero, Royd asked that he had connected his phone to lawn. Looking straight ahead, the guy said great, and now let him turn his back to this stone. Walking forward, the guy said that first 70 steps to the north. Then he added that 99 to the southeast. Walking to the side, Royd said that now 70 steps to the west. Turning his head, the guy said to turn to face the left. The hero looked at the stone. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that, and again where the stone was, a notification came to the hero's phone. The guy asked in surprise that he had caught a signal. Holding the phone in his hand, the protagonist answered that he had. Suddenly, the stone began to fall sharply. Cracks appeared on the stone. Looking through the smoke, the guy said that the stone. Looking at the hole, Royd said in surprise that the stone opened. Peeking out from behind the hero, the guy asked if the instructions were real. The guy stretched out his hand forward and told him to wait for him. Entering the cave, he added that this was his impatient nature. The man looked out from behind the tree. Suddenly he rushed forward. The guy ran into the cave. The wind cut through the speed. Everything around was covered in fog. The grass rustled in the wind. Frozen, the guy asked what this place was, a field. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that it was empty and there was nothing. Looking at the main character, Royd asked what he remembered, said that he should go straight ahead until he saw a red light. Grabbing the hero by the head, the guy asked what he was doing. Looking away, the guy said that he was crazy. The instructions forbade him to turn his head. He was going to finish the game without even starting. Taking his hand, the main character apologized and said that he knew, but for some reason he could not shake the feeling that someone was standing behind them, to which he asked what was behind them. Clenching his fist, Royd said that he should not talk such nonsense. He already had a feeling that a ghost was about to jump out, to which the hero asked what kind of haunted house he was. Let him be afraid of what was really scary. If he was shaking because of a ghost, he came here in vain. A girl appeared behind them, and Royd said that in any case, they would pass quickly as stated in the instructions. Lucy frowned, looking at them. On the roof, they heard what it was. The girl looked at the documents in surprise and asked that the report of the organization of the unwritten. Looking at the figure, Lucy said that in addition to everything, its contents, just let him not tell her, to which she replied that it is true, this is exactly what she thinks. With wide eyes, the girl heard that confirmation, to which she replied that is expected. Smirking, the girl said that but if she gives this, she probably has a huge request for her, asked what exactly she wants. Looking at her, the figure replied that nothing like that, just confirmation. Raising a finger, she added whether this instruction is real or the information and it is false. The figure said that it wanted her to prove it and be confirmed herself, to which she smirked and replied that in other words, she was asking to be her guinea pig. Lucy asked with wide eyes how dare she. Standing in front of her, the girl said however. Smiling, she added that the deal was good enough for such daring. Taking a step forward, Lucy said okay, it's a deal, she'll do it. As she left, the girl added that she would be her guinea pig. Present tense. Frowning, Royd said what the hell? It can't be this place. Looking down, the boy asked what the cliff was. Gritting his teeth, Royd said that it definitely said to go straight ahead. But the path ended before the red light appeared. Sure, maybe if they waited a little longer, the red field would appear. Looking down, the protagonist asked how long to wait, said that about 10 minutes had passed since they arrived. He remembered. The guy looked away in fear, hearing that the instructions said they had no more than an hour. Clutching his head, Royd asked what they should do. Raising his head sharply, the guy said that they were right. The direction asked that maybe they had lost their way. Their path appeared, and the guy added that they probably initially went in the wrong direction, telling him that if he even slightly lost his way at the beginning, the scale of the error in the end will be huge. Looking down, the hero heard that they should go the other way at least now, to which he asked what how to turn around. Wasn't he the one who said that if they turned back, they would instantly die? Confusedly looking straight ahead, Royd said that who knows, they no longer have another way out, and the hero asked what about this method. Looking at the main character, the guy asked what method. The hero sharply bit his hand, and the guy asked. Royd screamed in surprise about what he was doing. His head went, why was he biting? Clenching his fist tightly, Chuck said that he shouldn't worry, he was in his right mind. The main character's hand was bleeding, and he said that if the red field does not appear, the grass was in blood, and he continued that he himself will make it so. The entire floor was in blood. Someone said that she told him to ignore it. Standing over the man, the figure said that she did not plan anything towards him. Leaning over, the woman said that he had a very keen eye. She copied all the documents and then returned them to their original place because he could suspect something. The man wheezed and heard that how did he even notice the traces of the scotch tape. Looking at the priest, the sister said that there was no need to be upset because the child he adores. Laughing, she continued that she would lead him to hell. The priest furiously asked about the fact that she was going to kill him too. What did he have to do with it? The woman lowered her head and said that it was a direct relationship. Unlike him, he was the executor and secretly communicated with the unregistered. Raising her hand, she said that the unregistered had handed over all the documents to the executor. In other words, he was a traitor, to which the man asked in surprise what she was talking about. Putting her hand to her head, the sister said that he doesn't even know what she was talking about. Well, it's better for him not to know. Turning around, she said that in general, let him rest in peace, and she would go. Grabbing her leg, the man shouted that no. Turning around, she asked did he have anything to add, to which he replied that she couldn't leave. The priest said that the child should not dare harm Chuck, to which she replied that it was tragic, he almost died, but still. The man gritted his teeth, hearing that it was too late, even if he tried to stop her. Looking down, the sister said that something bad would happen to them soon, whether she did anything or not, because they had documents proving that they deserved to be punished. The hero bit his hand, and she added that they would have to pay with their lives. Blood was flowing from the hero's hand. The blood dripped directly onto the grass. Looking at the glow, the guy asked what the hell, even though the red field did not appear. This method. Royd asked in surprise what he saw, said that it seemed like the grass had just moved. Suddenly, the grass began to grow. Looking at it, the guy exclaimed in surprise. A ball appeared from the grass. Looking up, the guy asked what it was, where they were. Taking a step forward, Royd asked that they were trapped. Stretching his hands forward, the guy said that this thing was not moving, damn it, offered to get out of there. Stopping him, the hero told him to step back. The tip of the knife sparkled. The hero made a sharp swing of the sword. Looking ahead in fear, the guy said that the sword was also useless here, to which Chuck replied that it was unclear once again. Suddenly, a voice was heard from behind. Well, crap. Royd said in fear that someone was behind them, and Lucy said that she had been following them since they mentioned the instructions and stuff. Raising her hand, she asked why they continued to just hit the wall, to which he asked since when she had been here. Putting her hand on the guy's shoulder, Lucy said that his friend noticed her quickly, but he was slow, to which he asked again. The main character looked at them thoughtfully, listening to him talk about being slow, what he was talking about, and why she was so rude on their first meeting. They had seen each other before. He could do whatever he wanted. Looking at the hero, Lucy said that he should answer her too. Looking down, the protagonist heard why he went all the way to the end instead of turning onto the red field, and even sacrificed his own hand for it. Gritting his teeth, Chuck said that it sounded like she already knew a lot about the red field. The girl asked again in confusion, hearing that she was taking things very lightly, how much she knew. Leaning over, Lucy said that she also wanted to ask him, said that he was acting like he knew everything, but how much she knew. Looking at the guy, she asked that the instruction they were talking about, wasn't it a report for the unwritten, to which he asked that how was she. Looking down, Lucy asked what was right, then why. It sounded like he had leaked the information. These are all her feminine tricks. The guy was confused, hearing that he should show her the instruction, to which he asked why should they? Handing her an envelope, the protagonist said that here. Royd asked in surprise why he just gave her the instructions, to which he replied that they can't even get out of here now. It's better to join forces. Looking down, the girl thought. Looking at the protagonist, Royd shouted what he would order to do if she escaped, and the girl thought that this was definitely different from what she received. The one she had was probably the stolen original, and they had a fake. The protagonist looked at the girl and asked if she was done. Lucy smirked, hearing that she understood something. Right, let her tell them. Suddenly a white beam appeared, and she asked what if she doesn't want to. The hero put a knife to her throat. With wide eyes, Chuck said that then he saw no point in leaving her alive. Smiling, Lucy asked that this guy had completely lost his mind. Standing in front of the protagonist, the girl said that he pointed the sword at her because of a joke, to which Chuck asked again. Hitting his hand, the girl said that yes, it was a joke. Leaving, she added that his report was a fake. There was evidence that someone slightly changed the instructions. Looking at her, the protagonist asked that then she saw the original, to which she answered that no, a copy, but it was not changed. Gritting her teeth, the girl said that and the hero grabbed the knife, and she said that she was warning him that if he pointed the sword at him again, she would not leave it like that. The hero asked again in surprise, hearing that because he pissed her off. Suddenly an earthquake began. Looking at the walls of the ball, the guy shouted that everything was vibrating. Let him get ready, the second gate. Looking straight ahead, the girl added that they were opening. A red dome was flying around them. Looking to the side, the hero said that the second gate, and the guy said that the grass walls had disappeared. A white beam appeared. It was said that if they met the gaze of the night, let them be careful with the moon. It was written in the document. Looking at the girl, Chuck asked what was said there initially, said that in the original document before making changes, to which Lucy asked again and then answered that at first there were 2 sentences. The girl looked to the side and said that they would meet the gaze of the night, let them be careful with the moon. Looking at the paper, the hero asked that and that's all, to which she replied that he should look at it himself if he did not believe. After reading the contents, the protagonist thought that this was really written there and nothing more. Looking down carefully, Chuck thought it was strange, 2 sentences instead of 1. Looking to the side, the hero thought that then why did they need to change anything at all, why, and Royd asked in surprise to look. Pointing his finger forward, the guy said that they saw something there. A brown pile appeared. Approaching it, the hero asked what it was, dirt. The hero looked down in amazement. Suddenly, a creature crawled out of the dirt. Looking at this, the protagonist said that there was something inside. Suddenly, the ball abruptly jumped on him. The hero looked at it in surprise. The ball was lying on the floor, and the hero asked what the iron sphere was. Suddenly, the sphere began to shine. Taking it in his hands, the protagonist said that it glowed, maybe, and Lucy turned to him and said that he should look better in front of him. The pile began to rise, and she added that the pile of dirt, it. Raising her head, Lucy asked what was moving. Yes. They opened their eyes in fear, hearing a scream. The huge monster opened his mouth wide. The monster's hand began to grow. Hitting the ground, he screamed. Running away, Royd screamed what kind of giant monster. This was also in the instructions. Looking at him, the main character said that if he was right, this monster, that very night. Rushing forward, the guy asked again, to which Chuck replied that yes, the instructions said about the night. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that it disappears when you meet the gaze of the night. Let him be careful with the moon. He is not sure of the exact meaning of these sentences, but they can roughly predict the meaning. Looking at the protagonist, hearing that firstly, the night is dangerous, secondly, they must protect the moon, that is, they must protect the moon from the night. The monster was catching up with them, and the guy asked him what he thought for himself when this monster woke up and began to pursue them. Surprised, opening his eyes, the guy said that when he picked up the ball that flew out of it. Holding the sphere in his hand, the protagonist said that it is true, if this is the moon, according to the document, the night should begin the pursuit. Turning around, the protagonist thought that but one thing confuses him, if this monster is night. Turning back at the monster, the protagonist thought that where are his eyes? Suddenly the creature hit the ground and screamed. Looking at the protagonist, the girl turned to him and asked how much longer they would chase him. Grabbing the iron sphere, the protagonist said that he looked around, wondering if there was anything else, but it seemed to be just the ball and the monster. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that he thought so too, they just needed to protect the moon for a certain amount of time, but nothing was happening. Putting the ball in his pocket, the protagonist suggested moving on to the second hypothesis, and someone asked in surprise. Striking at the monster, the protagonist asked what else could be done. Looking straight ahead, he added that besides just killing. Wide-eyed, the protagonist asked what the monster was. Looking at his weapon, the protagonist thought it was a sword. Grabbing the weapon, Chuck wondered if he was going inside. The protagonist looked away, hearing his name. Raising his hand, the monster screamed loudly. Raising his hand back, Royd shouted for him to dodge. Crossing his arms, the guy shouted that he would take care of everything and used yin-yang and 5 golden elements, human strength. The monster raised his hand in confusion. There were needles on the ground, and the guy asked what, why. Looking at the monster's hand, he asked what, why not. Taking a blow from the monster, he added that it does not work. After the blow, the guy flew far back. Looking to the side, the protagonist shouted the guy's name. Rushing forward, he added that he. Suddenly, the hero turned his gaze to the side. Surprised, his eyes widened, the hero wondered what it was. The hero bowed before the monster. Looking straight ahead, Chuck thought that great, he can do it. Suddenly, the hero rushed towards the monster. Chuck jumped up. Looking at him, the monster exclaimed in surprise. The monster swung its hand at the hero. Looking at him in fear, Lucy shouted for him to stop, asked what he was doing. The hero approached the monster and she said that it looked like. Crossing his arms, the hero sighed heavily. The hero flew back after the monster's blow. Looking at him, the girl turned. Gritting her teeth, the girl asked what he was in his mind, what he was doing, said that it did not look like he was going to attack. Looking at the main character, Lucy said that he simply rushed to him and began to defend himself, asked what kind of people he was. Rising up, the hero answered that he was not one of them. This was done on purpose to confirm the guess. The girl asked again in surprise what and what he understood, to which he replied that 2 things, it is better to see than to hear. Pulling out the iron sphere, he said, here, let him look. Lucy's eyes widened in surprise as she asked what the sphere that had flown out of the monster was. Hadn't it been glowing completely before? Why were the 2 LEDs off? The girl thought that they should be careful with the moon and said what it was. Looking away, Chuck said that yes, that's right, it was the moon. The indicators on the display indicated the remaining chances. Memories came to mind, and the hero said that when Royd was attacked and hit, the LEDs turned off. If the light went out when he was attacked, it would mean failure. The monster turned its head, and the protagonist added that yes, and getting hit by such a monster 10 times over was sheer hell. It could be a kind of penalty if there were several people with it, as in their situation. Looking at the protagonist, Lucy said that's right, the more people, the less difficulties. But he said that he had found out 2 things. What was the second one? To which he asked what she hadn't noticed. He had just shown her along with the sphere. Looking at his hand, the hero said that his wrist, to which she asked again. The hero's sleeve was torn, and he said that under his clothes there was a metal wire that supported the shape of the wrist, but the hero looked at the monster and added that right before he pounced on the knight, he intentionally tore some fabric so that the wire was visible. Crossing his arms, the protagonist said that he defended himself so that his right hand was in front, and then lightning emitted from the hero's hand, and Chuck said that the metal wire was absorbed by the knight, just like in the case. Looking at Lucy, he said that his sword and Royd's needles, to which the girl asked what it meant. A bunch of this dirt absorbs metal. Looking to the side, the hero replied that yes, to be exact. Flying to the side, the hero shouted that she only absorbs metal. Lying on the ground, the hero shouted that because the fabric was not absorbed along with the wire, asked that he had a weapon that was not made of metal. Turning to the girl, the protagonist said that because it could work, and she replied that the weapon was not made of metal, he did not have anything. Gritting her teeth, Lucy replied that no, she did not take a weapon with her at all. With her eyes wide open, the girl asked to wait and turned to the hero. Looking at the stones, she asked what about those broken pieces of stones. Looking down, the protagonist asked that they use the stones as weapons. Of course they can use them, but they are too big and heavy, how to control them, and the monster is constantly moving. Looking at him, the girl asked that then they will stop him, to which he asked again, and she answered that the monster. Standing in front of the monster, Lucy said that if he uses her skills, he will be able to grab her, but it will not be long, only a few seconds. Rushing forward, the girl said that after she immobilized him, he would attack, asked what he thought. Turning around to look at her, the hero replied that now was the best decision. Running up, the protagonist said that great, then they would begin, let him stop him when he gave the signal. The hero abruptly grabbed the stone. Throwing it at the monster, he screamed. Gritting his teeth, the monster screamed. Suddenly, it ran after the hero. Turning around, Chuck said that he had become faster. The protagonist abruptly jumped up. Reaching for the stone, the hero wheezed. White rays appeared. Picking up the stone, the hero tensed up. The monster approached him and screamed loudly. The hero said loudly that now. The girl was surprised to hear that she should stop him now. Stretching her hand forward, Lucy used the earth armor technique. The girl used mud hardening on the monster. The hero clenched his teeth tightly and picked up the stone. Suddenly, he threw it sharply at the monster. The stone flew into the monster and it screamed. Grinning, the hero thought that yes, it worked. Stretching his hand forward, the main character thought that great, they will not stop and will strike again. The monster behind the hero made a sound. Chuck slowly began to turn around. The main character opened his eyes wide. A green light appeared in his eyes. Looking up in surprise, the hero asked what. Suddenly everything was covered in bright light. A green eye opens wide. Chuck looks at him in bewilderment. A green eye looks out of the monster's throat and he asks what it is. It begins to glow in his face. The guy is drowning in rays of light. He looks at the broken piece of his shoulder. The shock wave knocks something down. The monster's light strike left a deep trench in the floor. The red-haired man holds his shoulder. The red-haired man thinks about the mark on the floor and about his wound and cannot understand what is happening. The girl calls out to him and says that he is being attacked from the front. The monster is right in front of him, preparing to attack again. The guy dodges at the last moment. He looks at the stream of light and realizes that it is a laser. Chuck looks at the monster and continues that it will disappear then. Then he will meet the gaze of the knight and realizes that he was the gaze of the knight. The red-haired man frowns and realizes that they were talking about this laser. The monster howls while the guy says that he thought he almost destroyed it, but it seems that it has its own second phase. He calls out to someone asking to stop the monster a second time, because it seems that the idea with the stones was more than successful, but there were not enough of them for a complete victory. The red-haired man looks in horror. There are no other stone pieces left near him. The guy looks around and thinks that this is the monster. He does not even know if it did this on purpose or he was just lucky, but it broke all the pieces that could be used as a weapon against it. He takes the shard and continues that he has no choice but to take them. He calls out to the girl asking if she is ready. He needs her to stop the monster right now. She groans and Chuck wonders what happened. She is holding her bleeding wound. The guy thought that things are bad because her wound opened right after she used her special power. The guy looks at the ready monster and understands that there will be a second time. The red-haired man looks where he is pointing his laser. The attacks are carried out on the floor. The eye emits a beam of light. It pierces the floor again because Chuck successfully jumped away. The girl was saved from the aimed blow of the monster. The red-haired man asks her if she is okay, to which she gives a positive answer and thanks for saving her, and he replies that it is not a problem. He looks at the wound and continues that judging by the blood on her bandage, she has become much worse and clarifies whether she will be able to use her skill. Lucy touches the bandages in confusion and thinks that she can use them again when the bleeding slows down. She looks away and says that instead of her wound, there is a puddle under Chuck's feet and she says that he should take care of himself. The guy looks away and replies that he is fine and she should not take his condition into her head. It hurts, but it is bearable as long as she thinks that his condition is much worse. The red-haired man runs away and shouts that when he needs her ability again, he will give a signal, and until then the girl should recover while he distracts the monster on himself, and she is perplexed by the fact that he is running with a wounded leg. She raises an eyebrow and does not understand why he does not care about his injuries. It seems like it is not the first time he has lost limbs. Lucy looks at Chuck and understands that this has nothing to do with her. The guy looks away. He thinks that even though she said she would be able to use the ability in this state, he shouldn't expect too much from her. The red-haired man continues that now he only has a piece of stone and therefore from the outside he won't be able to do anything except damage its shell. He looks at the eye and understands that his main target is right inside the monster's mouth, and there you can really do damage since there is no protection in the form of dirt. Chuck squeezes the stone in his hand and says that it depends. He throws it and continues that he will do it or not. The stone flies aimed at the eye in the mouth. He notes that he did everything well and hit it. The projectile approaches the target. The eye begins to glow right in front of the stone. The red-haired man crushed it into crumbs. The laser pierces not only the projectile, but also Chuck himself. The guy looks at the hole in his chest in bewilderment. The red-haired man flies back. He falls to the floor with a crash. The bleeding body coughs convulsively. The red-haired man thinks that this is bad because it was his last hope, but it did not work properly, and at the moment he has no ideas to counteract the laser. He holds the sphere and continues that the moon is almost out, and because of the regeneration, he will not even die, so he cannot let the moon switch. The red-haired man looks at the monster and says that why did he not use his ability from the beginning? Did he give him hope for winning, or was there another motive? The red-haired man looks in horror. He looks at the trench and realizes. Chuck takes the stone and realizes that he can only die or pass out. The red-haired man calls out to the monster. The guy is getting ready to throw. He thinks that this time this is definitely his last hope and he has no room for error. The red-haired man swings and continues that he needs to calm down and act carefully, just like now. He throws a second time and thinks that he will hit the stone in its mouth. The girl is confused about what he is doing because it is literally the same thing. She thinks that the stone is useless. The monster uses a laser, and she continues that it is useless against a laser. He shouts for the red-haired man to dodge, and he replies that he knows that the stone will crumble into powder. Chuck takes the moon and says that this is exactly what he wants. He puts the moon under attack and continues that he needs the laser to hit him. The room is filled with a stream of light. The guy looks at the attack with fear. The red-haired man says that she must understand that the moon does not have its own light. The guy looks forward and continues that it only reflects the light of the sun. The protagonist jerks sharply. Lucy spread her legs and asked if he really defeated this monster, which means they should have reflected the laser beam with the moon, but how did he understand that? Chuck turned around. The girl opened her mouth and noted that first they need to deal with his chest. The laser penetrated right through, after which she saw a healed wound. Lucy looked at him in surprise and noted that his leg had also recovered, and Chuck noted that it was his ability. Then he looked at the ball and added that it was instant regeneration, thanks to which he had figured everything out, the moon, the key to defeating this creature. The protagonist raised his finger, heard how this related to the matter, and asked if he remembered when he first fired a laser. Then he looked at the corpse of the monster and added that at that moment, when they began to use stones as weapons instead of blades. Chuck opened his mouth and noted that to be precise, as soon as they stopped using metal objects, then he began to shoot a laser. And he realized something, whether this monster called the Prince's Knight had, according to which he could not use a laser against metal objects. Lucy opened her eyes and Chuck noted that he thought so. Then he touched his chest and said that when he grabbed his chest, which was pierced through, he discovered that this hole was the size of the moon. Then he looked at the floor and added that the knight avoiding metal, the moon made of metal, and the laser having the same radius as the moon, he believed that these were not just coincidences. Chuck gritted his teeth and said that there was a similarity between the metal in front of the laser and the moon and that they could both reflect. Lucy spread her hands and said that that was all. It sounded reasonable, but he was just guessing. And if this was not the key to the solution, if he was wrong, the moon would stop burning, and they would all die, and Chuck asked so what? Then he gritted his teeth and noted that whether it was a guess or not, if they had not tried, the result would have been the same. The girl froze. Then she smirked. Then she put up a finger and noted that she believed him. He heard something. The monster's body began to dissolve. The heroes looked at the remains and noticed that there was something below, after which they saw a metal object and noticed that it appeared. The protagonist pushed the guy. Then he hit him and shouted for him to get up. Marcus jumped up and shouted that he had a secret weapon against the monster. Then he turned around and asked where this monster he was talking about was hiding, and Lucy noted that his friend had already defeated it. The guy fell to the ground and said that he had lost to the newbie again, and the girl asked what was wrong with him. Marcus turned his head and called the protagonist. Chuck turned around and heard what was going on with the bag. Then he opened his eyes and thought that, for sure, when the laser pierced him, it also hit the backpack. Then he opened the backpack and added that Jack should have dodged. Chuck opened his eyes wide. Then he turned around abruptly and thought that he was not there, but since when? He was not there from the very beginning. Marcus put his hand on his shoulder and asked not to say that he was not there. The protagonist looked at him and noted that they would talk outside, and the guy asked how they would get out. Chuck looked at the floor and noted that he thought this thing in the ground was the gate to the outside and that it needed to be placed in the center. Then he stretched out his hand and said that they needed to insert the moon that they had. Then he put the ball in the center. The platform lit up. The protagonist leaned over and the hatch opened. Then he looked down and heard that this was the path, but he could not see its end, and it was generally safe. Chuck opened his mouth and noted that he was going first. Then he jumped. Marcus looked there and said that he was not afraid of anything at all, did not think for a moment, and the girl asked what about him. Then Lucy looked at him, heard that of course he would jump too, and asked what he was waiting for. Let him jump. The guy smiled and noted that the ladies were going ahead. There was silence. A moment later, the girl kicked him. Lucy looked down carefully. Then she turned around. She looked carefully into the darkness. Red essences flew through the air. Chuck stood in the middle of nowhere. Then he looked straight ahead and said where he was. It was not the end. Then he opened his eyes and thought that he did not remember anything like that in the document. The protagonist gritted his teeth and said why those two were taking so long, the feeling that he was already waiting. Then he opened his eyes. Lucy gritted her teeth and asked if she was sleeping now. Then she looked into the smoke and thought that if she was not hallucinating, then there was no point. The girl saw the killer and thought that the one standing in front of her was not that Jack. Dust flew in the air. The protagonist froze in the middle of nowhere. Then he looked straight ahead and asked where he was. Then he opened his eyes and thought that he did not remember anything like that in the document. Then he turned around and asked why those two were taking so long. It felt like he had been waiting forever. Chuck opened his eyes. The ram opened his mouth and screamed. The protagonist looked at him carefully. The ram turned around and started to leave. Chuck followed him and thought that he should follow him. Then he looked at him and added what kind of place this was. Everything was absolutely white here. He could not see anything. The protagonist opened his eyes. The stranger began to stroke the ram and remarked that he was a good boy. Then he turned and greeted the protagonist. The protagonist opened his eyes and heard that he had done a great job here. The ram began to disappear. Chuck looked at him and asked who he was and where he was, and he replied that he himself had come here after confirmation. Then he gritted his teeth and asked if this was part of the test. The guy adjusted his cap and noted that it was. This was the final scene. Then the knife approached the guy and he noted that as soon as he defeated it, he should consider that confirmation would be P. Marcuson. Then the guy quickly dodged. Then he stood up and said that he had not finished his sentence. The guy raised his leg. Then he hid and asked if they could talk first. Chuck moved back. Then he put out the knife and noted that they had nothing to discuss. The guy spread his arms and noted that he had a lot of questions for him. Then he smiled and added to throw all these curiosities aside, first he would ask something. Chuck looked at him and heard why he wanted to be confirmed. Then he opened his mouth and answered because he wanted to get stronger. The guy smiled and noted that it was understandable. He was asking why he wanted to get stronger. Chuck stared at him. Then he squeezed the knife and noted that he needed to destroy the performers. The guy raised his hand and said that so that's it. He wanted to kill the performers, Then he smiled and asked why. Chuck froze and stared at him. Then he squeezed the knife. Then he swung it and shouted that how much longer he was going to interrogate him like a child. The guy jumped back from the blow. Then he lowered his head and said that he should ask that. Then he swung it. The guy struck and asked how much longer he was going to interrupt their conversation. The protagonist's knife flew to the side. The guy adjusted his cap and said that since he didn't have a weapon now, they needed to talk some more. The protagonist hit him sharply. Then he struck again and shouted that there were many attacks without weapons. The guy dodged and noted that he understood they could communicate during a fight. Then he hit the protagonist and noted that he was still able to answer him. It was because of his parents. Chuck gritted his teeth and glared. Then he clenched his fist and shouted, why ask if he already knew the answer? Then he hit his opponent hard. The guy looked at the shattered fist. Then he started walking towards the protagonist and noticed that it hurt like hell. Then he looked at him and told him not to get angry. He was scaring him. He wasn't making fun of him, or so it was. Chuck looked at him furiously. The guy smiled, heard that he knew so much about him, and replied that he was asking him now, but it was the wrong question. Chuck started to get up and heard that it was more correct to ask how much he knew about him. The guy took off his cap. Chuck opened his eyes. The protagonist, under Jack's influence, opened his eyes and noted that he could because he knew more about him than he did. Chuck opened his eyes and noted that it was a face, and he replied that it was true, it was his. The guy smiled and noted that, how should he introduce himself? He is an artificial intelligence created based on information about him, although his hair is cuter than his red. Chuck stepped aside and noted that, unlike him, the guy has absolutely no taste in clothes. And the guy asked him not to make him laugh, sometimes you just need to accept such facts as they are. Chuck reached for the knife and asked him to stop talking nonsense. Then he pulled out the weapon and asked what exactly is known about him. The guy smiled and answered that the reason he is trying to kill the performers is not actually related to the death of his parents. The protagonist pulled out the knife and noted that he had just proven that it was a fake. For what other reason would he do this? The guy raised his hand and noted that he was also interested in what makes him do all this. Then he smirked and asked, all this boring hero stuff, would he share with him why he was putting so much effort into trying to save people who were unimportant to him, why he wanted to find someone like Dr. P. Chuck looked at his opponent calmly. Then he opened his mouth and noted that he said he knew him well. But that was not true at all. He was looking for Dr. P to find out some information about the Phantom, and he heard that this ghost was connected with the incident 10 years ago. Then he straightened up and noted that since he now had no information about the Phantom, he needed to catch at least one performer. Then he decided that Dr. P was the most suitable option. The guy smiled and asked if this was true. This was the only reason. He did not believe it. Then he began to unbutton his jacket and noted that he could check. Then he took it off. The protagonist ducked and noted that he was behaving disgustingly. Then he pushed the jacket aside and asked him what he thought. Would it work on him? Then he opened his eyes and was surprised. He saw a guillotine in front of him. The guy grabbed the rope. Then he smiled. Then he grabbed the second one and noticed that it was only him, the man himself. The blade gleamed and the guy noticed that there were 2 places on the guillotine. Chuck opened his eyes, heard that there was no need to be so surprised, because everyone has a blade, and noticed that he was crazy. Dave was lying on the guillotine and screaming, and on the other one was the protagonist's mother. The guy let go of one rope. Then he shouted to his friend that now he had to choose one of them. Then he smiled and asked who he would choose. There was a bloody hammer lying on the construction site. Royd looked straight ahead and asked what he should do. There were corpses lying on the ground. The guy looked at them and thought that he had just killed someone. Then he opened his eyes and added what would happen to him now. He would go to prison, his father was a charlatan, and now he was a murderer. Then he jerked, hearing a siren. The guy showed him his phone and asked if he was surprised. There was an app with lilacs on the phone. The stranger smiled and said that he seemed to be a child. But he himself had killed adults. How cool, there was something in him. Then he looked at the guy and asked how old he was, and he answered that he was 14. Royd gritted his teeth and heard that at such an age, even his first murder was when he was older. The stranger showed his finger and said that it was decided he would be his partner. Royd started to run away. The stranger suddenly appeared and asked where he was going. Then he looked at the corpses and noted that he would be caught if he left the corpses like that. Even if he was not an adult, punishment for double murder could not be avoided. Then he folded his arms and added that he could turn a blind eye to it. He had that opportunity because he was a performer. Royd looked at the phone and heard him take it and go home. The stranger grinned and said that he would make sure everything was cleaned up. He could come by in a few days. And then, as soon as he decided to become a performer and his partner, he should contact him on this phone. Royd stared at the phone. Then he lowered his head and said that he was just fooled that day. Royd jumped back. Then he hit the stranger and shouted that how could he say that and try to cut his stomach. The stranger hit him sharply and asked if that was his problem. Royd looked at the scratch on his cheek. Then he fell to the ground. Tom lowered his claw and asked if he thought he deserved it. Then he smiled widely and added that in the end, he was the one who pissed him off to no end. Royd hit his opponent and he noted that it was expected. Tom dodged, then again and noted that it was expected, and this and even this. The executor opened his mouth and asked if he had forgotten. He was the one who taught him. Then he hit him and noted that that was all he knew. Royd looked at the wound. Then he opened his mouth and shouted that he was not a very good teacher back then, and Tom asked why he always shifted the blame onto others. Then he smiled and added that he was great at teaching. It was he who was incapable of learning. Royd covered himself with his hands and heard that even that day when he got angry and stabbed him. Tom hit the guy in the face and asked if it was his fault that he could not cross himself. Royd flew to the side. Tom twitched his claw and told him to stop complaining about him. He could not cross himself because he had bad skills. He was damn angry now, he understood. He then raised his claw and added that he covered for him after the murder incident, taught him how to fight, and even explained how to become a performer. Then he swung and remarked that he had done enough as his partner, so what more did he need? Royd opened his mouth and asked if he seriously didn't understand. Then he clenched the corners in his fist. Then he threw them at the enemy and shouted that he tried to kill him with his own hands. The guy clenched his teeth and added that he did not deserve the title of partner. Then he opened his eyes, hearing that it seemed like he had crossed himself after all. Tom smiled and remarked that he continued to fail next to him. If you think about it, shouldn't he thank him? The corners fell to the ground and the enemy remarked that he wanted to develop more after his attempt to kill him. Then he jumped back. Then he hit Royd and shouted that he definitely thought he was worthy of being called a partner. Royd flew back. Then he smiled and thanked him. Tom smiled widely and asked that he had finally come to his senses. Now he understood how to thank his partner. Then he saw 2 blows and added that it was all the fruit of his efforts. Tom looked at the wound on his cheek. Royd stood up and remarked that he was grateful that he had not given up so quickly. Because of him, he had been able to test the new weapon. The projectile flew past quickly. Royd caught it and said that he thought the needles were too light. Then he looked at the balls and added, so these should be just right, acupuncture balls. Then he swung them and remarked that this object was usually used to massage points on a prone person, but with its spikes and considerable weight, it was perfect for ripping skin. The balls pierced the enemy's chest. Then they began to circle around him. A ball hit his hand, then the other. Royd stuck out a fist and remarked that he would make sure he paid for his betrayal. Tom narrowed his eyes and grunted. Then he opened his eyes. Then he swung and asked again about the betrayal. Tom squeezed the balls in his claws and asked what betrayal he was talking about. Then he lowered his hand and added, he thought it would be different with him. Tom smiled and said that the guy he was running around with, Chuck, he was no different. Royd gritted his teeth and asked if he knew Chuck. He was a fake lobster. Tom leaned on his leg and said that he was an illusion created from your memories. Then he flew at his opponent and asked if it mattered. Then he hit him hard and yelled that the point was that Chuck was also a fake partner. Tom started making quick attacks and yelled that it was like that with all performers, kill or be killed, that's what a real relationship is. Then he hit the guy hard in the chin and added that when he became ballast, he would kill him too. Royd threw his head back and heard him stop obsessing about partners. Then he smirked and thought about it when he said he would kill all the performers. Royd pointed at himself and asked, including him. Then he put his hand out and explained that he had tried to kill him the first time they met, right before the baptism, and now the real executor would kill him. Chuck turned his head and heard that either he was exempt from responsibility since he had nothing to do with his parents. Royd waved his hand and added that everything was fine, why was he even asking? Then he smiled and noted that of course he wouldn't kill him, they were friends, and Chuck noted that there were no exceptions. Royd's eyes widened when he heard that it didn't matter whether he had anything to do with his parents or not. He wouldn't leave alone any killer he couldn't control. The protagonist turned and added that he would kill him too. Tom swung his arm and shouted that judging by the fact that he couldn't answer, he saw that he understood everything himself. Then he swung his arm harder and added that he could consider that guy a partner, but he had never called him that. He was even closer to his idea of a partner, because he was telling the truth. The claw came closer. Then she started shaking and Tom asked why. Royd lowered his head, heard why his hand was vibrating like that, and asked if he knew how many acupuncture points were in his hand. Then he imagined the points on his hands and noted that, according to rough estimates, there were more than 100 of them, a hand, a miniature map of the entire body. Acupuncture points on the hand are connected to other points on the body, as he said earlier. The real use of these balls is massage and impact on acupuncture points, including those in his hand. Tom gritted his teeth and shouted that his body would not move. Then he opened his eyes and shouted that his whole body was vibrating. Royd looked up and said that Chuck was different, unlike him, a fake who pretends to be a partner. Then he leaned on his hand. The shells flew at Tom. The guy gritted his teeth and noted that he was a real friend. Then he remembered looking at the protagonist and saying that he was heartless, let him kill him, but he thought he would give in so easily, killing him would be difficult. Royd opened his eyes, heard that he knew it would be hard, and replied that he didn't think he would agree so quickly. The protagonist turned around and said that of course he would kill him in the end, but after he solved the rest of the problems, he was saving this for last. Then he looked away and added, because after he killed him, he would be sad. Royd opened his eyes. Then he smirked. Then he looked away and noted that if he felt sorry for killing him, he didn't have to do it, did he know? And Chuck noted that he would kill him. The two heroes were fighting each other, looking away in fear. One of the guy's hands began to dissolve. The hero could not understand what it was. The guy was moving forward. Something was passing through the hero's body, forming a hole. The hero screamed angrily. His legs were on the ground, on his knees. The guy standing next to him looked at it with a smile on his face. The system window told the guy that he had passed the test. The blade, the second murder weapon. The guy with wild eyes said that it was specially for Chuck. In one place was a scared Dave. In the other blade, the hero's mother was looking forward. The guy was holding 2 ropes with a blade on them, and then he said to choose one of the 2. The hero was waiting for an answer. One of the blades began to fall quickly. Chuck ran to the side at great speed. The guy smiled, saying that he knew it. The main character ran towards his mother. His hand reached for the rope. The hero grabbed the cord tightly, saving his mother. Chuck held the rope. The guy gritted his teeth, glad that he had succeeded and was able to catch it. The villain laughed, telling Chuck that when the time comes, the guy needs to make a decision, because you can't be a hero for everyone. The protagonist looked askance at the guy, listening to him talk about how he shouldn't be blamed for this, that he chose his mother, and not his friend. His hand held the weapon tightly. The weapon was flying towards the guy when he told Chuck to focus on the spot. The hero quickly dodged. He looked forward and told Chuck that life is a series of difficult decisions. The hero looked back, not understanding what that sound was. His eyes were filled with surprise. The weapon prevented the blade from killing Dave. Jack looked at the weapon, surprised that Chuck used it to block. The hero looked away and was surprised that this was not an attack on him, and it was commendable to him to think that Chuck decided to save his friend even in such circumstances. The protagonist hit Jack in the face. The guy flew a long way from the blow. Chuck calmly said that he didn't care what it was because it was an illusion. The hero hit Jack, saying that he didn't like his overconfident behavior. The guy with a smile on his face asked the hero what he would like to do if he were in reality. Chuck angrily looked ahead. His teeth were clenched. The protagonist hit Jack, asking him to close his mouth. Chuck yelled at the guy that he was talking too much. Jack continued yelling, saying that the guy needed to hone his goals and actions. The hero calmly told the guy that he was wasting time and energy trying to achieve this. Jack yelled at Chuck that his goal itself was a complete contradiction. Chuck realized with surprise that he was the executor himself. His hand held the ground. The hero looked ahead in fear. Something began to pass through Chuck. The guy screamed, feeling a sharp pain. Jack looked at the guy, saying that he should have held off on hitting him since they were one. The hero laughed, saying that if he hit him, he would hit himself. Chuck slowly stood up. Jack carefully watched what he would do. The guy held out his hand, offering to make a deal. Chuck looked at his double, who offered to stop wasting time saving useless people and start focusing on avenging his parents. Jack held out his hand. The main character began to be surprised, since his other half offered to tell him the whole truth about 10 years ago. Chuck began to ask Jack about what he knew who killed their parents. The hero looked away with a smile on his face. He snapped his hands, saying that he did not trust promises made verbally. Dave sat tied up in the middle of the heroes. Chuck looked at Jack with confusion, who was saying to chop off. Dave looked at the protagonist, and the guy answered that he needed to chop off his head. Chuck looked away, pursing his lips. Jack smiled, and the protagonist asked him that they were one. The guy ran up to the weapon, saying that Jack didn't know him well since he had been in a similar situation before. Something quickly began to fly. A knife pierced Chuck's body. Jack touched his stomach, saying that he would die with him. The hero clenched his teeth and listened to the protagonist, who said that he didn't care. The guy quickly wounded Jack. Chuck looked at him calmly. The second part, with its last breath, asked if he wanted to know who killed his parents. Chuck looked at the floor. Jack tried to get up, and the protagonist answered that he was sure that he knew as much as Chuck. The guy looked at him, answering that if he really was like him, then he knew as much as you did. Jack, with a smile on his face, asked Chuck what the point of dying before death was. Blood began to flow from the hero's body. Chuck looked at the floor. His teeth were clenched. The guy shied from side to side and said that he would not die. Jack looked at the body of the lying hero. The guy laughed, telling him to talk some more. Jack looked at Chuck and told him to be grateful for this suit. The hero was driving crazy. Chuck was lying, and his other part was wondering how long they could keep the answer to themselves. Jack decided to watch it. Someone started calling the guy. Chuck, surprised, asked Marks where they were. The hero looked at the ground, and his friend answered that the last test was difficult, so the guy lost consciousness as soon as he came out. Chuck asked the hero how his test went. Marcus showed how he fought and said that he knocked out everyone with his deadly technique. The hero stood in front, looking at Chuck, and said that it wasn't his blood on his body, but other people's. The guy asked the main character if he felt any changes. Chuck looked at the hero with confusion, who said that they had been confirmed, which made them stronger. Marcus answered thoughtfully that he had realized his abilities during the baptism, as if someone had put information into his mind. Chuck answered that he had no idea what could have changed. The hero looked thoughtfully at the floor. The guy's leg was intact, even though Jack had cut it off. Marcus asked the guy what he was thinking about. The hero looked away and said that something had definitely changed. Jack's head was lying on the grass. The hero quickly began to grab it. Chuck asked him with confusion where he had come from. The hero pointed to the stone, asking why he was there and not inside it. Jack answered with a smile on his face that he was an experienced performer who had already gone through everything. In other words, he had passed the exam. The head answered that it could be anywhere except for one place where he could not get. Jack asked Chuck why he should run away. The hero told the guy that if he was carried in a bag, he would show where the body was. Chuck began to look at him with displeasure. The guy began to leave. Marcus asked Chuck in surprise where he was going. The hero looked in surprise at Chuck, who was leaving for the shelter to tidy himself up and change his clothes, so that he could then meet the doctor and say goodbye to the priests. Marcus decided to wait for the girl who had not yet come out. The hero looked in surprise at Chuck, who replied that it was none of his business. Chuck looked at the hero, telling him that this woman had not been in their group from the very beginning. The heroine was standing alone in some place. The girl noticed and surprised that she was completely cured. The heroine saw something to the side. There was a bloody weapon at her feet. The girl looked at it in surprise. There were dead people in the room. There was a man lying on the floor. Next to him was a woman. These were the heroine's parents. The girl looked at the corner in fear, where someone was. Jack was slowly approaching her. The heroine realized that this was the last test. Her hand reached for the weapon. The girl jumped on Jack. Blood splashed on the sides. The hero looked away. The heroine stabbed someone. The girl answered that she was very angry. Marcus asked the hero with bewilderment if he was too cold, since the heroine was helping them anyway. Chuck calmly answered that they just had to try to pass confirmation. The hero answered that they knew nothing about her and had no idea what test she was taking. The guy thought that maybe she failed the test and died. The building, teeth touched fingers. A security guard stood next to the hero. The guard held the guy, saying that outsiders were not allowed in this place. The hero hit the man with all his might. The rest of the people gathered, asking what had happened. The guy told them to try to stop him. The hand asked everyone to step back. Someone began to slowly approach. The man approached Tom, asking for forgiveness for such rudeness. The guy said that they were just employees and did not know anything. Tom laughingly answered that he was already going to deal with everyone. The hero asked to take him to the fox. The man looked at Tom with confusion. Tom laughingly answered that he was confused because the fox constantly changed his name. The hero asked if he could go now. The man told him to follow him. Tom quickly ran away from the guards. The door opened. The man answered that he had a guest. The guy with a smile on his face answered that so much time had passed and apparently it was not easy to come here. Tom asked the man to learn how to pick up the phone. The guy was looking at his phone, saying that he must have been away and hadn't heard. The hero was asking the guy where he was. The man was looking at Tom with confusion. Tom was shouting that he had given all the information and that they needed to catch him already. The guy was answering that he hadn't caught him yet. Tom couldn't understand what kind of nonsense this was. The guy was answering that he had no idea how to use his abilities when he had just become a performer. Tom was looking at the hero in surprise, who was asking if he was really a newbie. The guy was asking the hero with confusion who he was. The hero was answering that he was and that he even had evidence. The guy was taking out his phone, saying that surveillance was visible where all the footage was. Tom was looking ahead with confusion. The hero was answering that it was one person. Chuck was standing on the recording. His gaze was directed forward. Suddenly, everything changed. Chuck began to understand something. The hero saw his father dead on the floor. Chuck screamed, asking who did it. His father, with his last breath, answered that the children were in danger and the hero needed to be careful with the nuns. Later, Dad died. Marcus screamed at Chuck to move. The hero screamed at the boy to go to the shelter, and he himself would take care of his father. Marcus looked at Chuck and said that judging by the state of his father, the nun had just left. The hero quickly left. The boy was running. Chuck did not know what to do. The hero decided to quickly kill the nun. The boy was approaching the shelter. A nun was walking near the shelter. Chuck quickly jumped on her. Smiling, Lucy said that this was the final test. Raising her hand to the blade, she noted that even in the illusion, Lucy suddenly jumped up and rushed at Jack. Blood began to splatter in all directions. Jack's clothes and mask were stained with blood. Lucy thrust her sai into the boy and cried out that she was faster. Watching Jack closely, she noticed that she was more furious. Pointing his finger, Jack smirked and emphasized the fact that it was obvious why she was there. Watching Lucy pull the blade out of the corpse, he said that she was interesting and was asking to be killed. Holding his hand to his face, Jack asked what to do, adding that he had already killed everyone he wanted for today. Lucy asked him not to kill her. Jack's eyes glowed blue. She waved the blade in front of him and asked him to die. Jack grabbed the weapon and said that it was a good idea. He stabbed Lucy and noted that he was going to kill her anyway. Blood sprayed from Lucy. Jack heard a crash. Turning around, he said that he accidentally killed her. Clutching his head, he said that he needed to follow his new plan for the years and live as planned. The blade was sticking out of Jack's leg. Looking around, he asked how this could have happened. Lucy was lying on the ground and showed him the middle finger. Jack looked at her and asked if she was still alive, noting that he hadn't killed her then and if so, she wasn't dead either. His gaze became wild. Jack started running at her, screaming that he knew it and couldn't help but kill her. Lying on the ground, Lucy smirked and said that the difficulty level was the same. Marcus sat over his father and asked if he was feeling better. The man looked at her and asked if Marcus had called the police, noting that Chuck was in danger. Marcus asked him not to say much, adding that he wasn't in the best condition. He noted that the police were pointless and that they could handle it themselves. The man was taken aback by this. Marcus calmly noted that there was no need to worry about the protagonist and that he was stronger than he thought. Chuck rushed at the woman. Marcus emphasized the fact that he would have no trouble dealing with this granny nun. The protagonist waved his blade at the woman. There was a loud bang. Marcus was taking needles out of the man's body and said that of course Chuck was weaker than him, but still. Looking at the floor, he asked if those were high-heeled shoes. He noticed marks on the floor. Stunned, Marcus asked if anyone wore high-heeled shoes there and if there was anyone there besides the nun. The protagonist saw a girl behind him. A knife was sticking out of his neck, which stunned him. Smiling, the woman said that she knew she would come and was waiting. The girl showed him the sign of the orphanage and said that initially her duties included taking care of the orphanage, but she received new instructions, according to which she needed to catch Chuck. The protagonist held his neck with his hand and asked again if he needed to be caught. Chuck hit the girl in the stomach. He began to run away from them. The woman saw the knife on the ground and said that if she pulled the knife out, the bleeding would increase. The woman picked up the knife and noted that Rapstor had told them to catch him alive and she would be in trouble if he died. The protagonist continued to run away from them. They started chasing after him. Chuck suddenly stopped. The woman was surprised by this. He stood still, holding the blade in his hands. With his back to them, the protagonist asked if they would see anything if they were there. The dumbfounded woman asked again. Holding the cleaver in front of him, Chuck asked if that was kind to the children, adding that he was talking about the murder scene. Holding her hand to her chin, the woman sighed. She began to laugh and clarified who would die there and asked them not to worry, noting that they would not kill him. Chuck suddenly appeared next to the girl. The protagonist jumped up. He flew at the woman, who was saying that if you really killed Jack, as rumors say, then there is a chance. Blood began to splatter from the woman in different directions. She was furious and screaming loudly. Lucy grabbed her head and said that it hurt. Looking around, she asked where she was. Lucy remembered Jack running towards her and thought that at that moment she thought that this was the end. Looking at the stone, she noticed that she survived and ended up there, probably meant that the test was passed. She looked closely at the stone and noted that she thought that she had to defeat Jack. She wondered if they were taking pity on her. Her face was serious. Standing quietly on the ground, she stated that whatever it was, the test was passed. Clenching her hand into a fist, Lucy said that she did not know how to use her new power yet, but all the wounds were healed and then she would go again to find a doctor. There were tattoos of tears under her eye. Loud screams were heard. A woman was lying on the ground and screaming that her left arm was injured. Chuck stuck the blade into the ground near her face and said that he thought nuns didn't swear. The furious protagonist asked why she tried to kill the Holy Father when she broke into the orphanage. The nun closed her eyes in pain. Chuck grabbed her and started yelling at her to tell him when she planned to kill her father. Taken aback, the woman asked again and added that it was a plan. Her eyes suddenly went blank. Her head started to droop. The dumbfounded protagonist asked if she was dead. Looking at the woman's corpse, Chuck mentally noted that something was wrong and that it was as if she hadn't died, but had been disconnected from the power supply, like a robot. The girl said that the protagonist was curious. Holding her hand to her face, she said that in fact, there was no plan and there was no need to kill someone who didn't know anything, but this priest suspected something, so she had to finish him off. Looking at her, Chuck asked if she had been human all this time, noting that he had thought the opposite. Covering her mouth with her hand, the girl said that this was the whole idea. Standing in front of him, she told him that few people would think that the real puppeteer was the doll itself and that she would have to find a new corpse for the show. Looking at the woman's corpse, she said that nothing could be done. Surprised, Chuck asked again about the new corpse and clarified if this meant anything. The girl stood in front of him and said that the woman had died about 2 years ago. Throwing up her hands, she said that the thing is that her power does not allow her to control the living. The protagonist was shocked. He saw teeth and people and clarified if this was Dr. R. Squinting, the girl said that these were mannequins made from unsuccessful experiments received from Dr. R, her fighting puppets. The human puppets pounced on Chuck. The room was light. Sitting at the table, the stranger asked about the crazy woman in red latex. The guy answered that it was true and he was very surprised when he found out that the shelter she was exploring was in the intermediate photo. The guy said with a satisfied look that there was a real super rookie that the fox was talking about. The guy grinned and noted that he ordered to immediately capture him. He was asked if it was possible and if he thought she could handle it alone. The guy imagined Chuck standing among the corpses and said that he killed Jack. The main character asked with a serious look if that was all. The girl was shaking with fear and asked how that was possible. She was out of breath and said that it meant it was true that he killed Jack. Chuck walked towards her and said that he did not kill Jack and it was someone else. The girl asked not to act like an innocent lamb, adding that the organization received all the recordings from the surveillance cameras. The protagonist asked seriously if she was talking about Dr. R, noting that they had pretty good information resources. Chuck thought that everyone at the top already knew. Holding the blade in his hand, the protagonist thought that maybe it was even for the best. If he could quickly save Dave, then hardly anyone would risk messing with him in the future. Chuck rushed at the girl. He was suddenly stunned. The surprised protagonist asked what it was. There was a huge scarecrow standing behind the girl. The guy with a smile on his face said that of course he knew that it was not enough. After all, she was pretty mediocre. Putting his hands behind his head, he said that that's why he decided to help her a little and sent her something, a gift from the doctor. Grinning, he emphasized that he sent the very real shark. Holding her hands in front of her, the girl asked why Chuck froze. The surprised protagonist asked if this was also waste. Looking at the huge man, Chuck thought that this was not so and that he emitted a much more dangerous aura. The girl looked at the protagonist and said that this experiment was not a failure. Pointing to the side, she asked to look there. Chuck's face was furious. The guy held his hands to his face and noted that even a shark could not compare to Jack, which meant that he would not be a match for a newbie either, so he sent him another one for the 2-for-1 promotion. The girl pointed at the monster and said that it was a surprise. The man's eyes were glowing red. The guy had a red mask on his face. The girl spread her hands and said that these boys were different from those scum. Smiling, she said that this was a special gift from Dr. P, real sharks. The guys started running at Chuck. The protagonist frowned at what was happening. The guy was near Chuck. Taken aback, the protagonist noted that this one was strong. He suddenly turned around. The second stranger swung his blade behind his back. Chuck started to run away and thought that indeed, their level was completely different compared to those scum. The guy hit him from the side. The protagonist fell to the ground. Stunned, Chuck mentally asked if the blow was that strong, even if it was not an accurate hit. Looking at the enemy in front of him, the protagonist emphasized that if he had hesitated a little longer, he would have had to drink through a straw. The guy delivered a powerful blow to the ground. Chuck managed to dodge and was preparing to dash. Shifting his gaze, the protagonist said that they do not stop pressing, they are really different. But, as far as he knows, sharks are created from those who committed suicide, but did not die. Chuck asked if she could only control the dead. The girl kept her hands behind her back and asked again. She answered with a serious look that everything was correct and sharks were created from those who did not die, but to be precise, the dummies were also in a not dead state. She imagined a human heart and brain and said that if she had to control the breathing and heartbeat of each mannequin, her energy would quickly run out, meaning that they only had minimal life functions. Of course, if they were completely dead bodies, she could also completely control them, but this is very impractical. The protagonist imagined the woman and mentally asked if it was true that she consciously refused to control the nun and the garbage, and if they were already dead bodies, it would be strange if they fell after several blows. Chuck stood in front of her and said that they figured it out and clarified what a shark was. The girl with a smile on her face said that it is better to see once than hear 100 times and he should focus on the battle. The mannequin struck the protagonist. A red aura hovered around it. Being in a cloud of dust, Chuck asked her not to worry. He covered himself with a blade and noted that he was already quite focused. The protagonist was suddenly taken aback. The dummy began to hold him. The second guy swung his fist at him. Chuck flew to the side. He managed to land on his feet and stop. The enraged protagonist thought that as soon as he dealt with one, another one appeared and he did not see how to defeat them. He suddenly looked away. Watching the girl, Chuck wondered why she did not attack herself, and maybe controlling 2 sharks is quite difficult. Looking at her, the protagonist assumed that she herself was not very good at fighting. Chuck was stained with blood. He noted that in any case there was no other way out, however, puppets. He looked at the dummy and emphasized that especially the one who specializes in speed would most likely run to protect her. The protagonist took off his backpack and thought that in order to get to her before the fool, he needed to discard everything unnecessary, even if it reduces the attack. Chuck started running at the girl at lightning speed. The puppet watched this. The guy was getting ready to throw a dummy. He threw it at the protagonist. The puppet appeared in front of Chuck. He held the blades in front of him. The protagonist wondered how he had time. The guy swung the blades and dealt powerful blows to Chuck. The dumbfounded protagonist began to cough up blood. He fell to the ground and screamed that this was bad. Lying on the ground, Chuck noted that he had underestimated them. He looked at Jack, who offered to help him. He watched the protagonist and said that if he borrowed his body for a while, he would quickly deal with them and return it to him. Chuck asked her to shut up, adding that he had already told her not to think about using his body anymore. The protagonist began to get up and noted that he did not trust Jack. Looking at the puppets, Chuck noticed that individually they wouldn't be too difficult. He was suddenly surprised. The girl looked at him and asked if the main character was upset that he couldn't get to her and asked him to look at himself, desperately muttering something under his breath. Chuck replied that he wasn't muttering to himself. The girl was surprised by this and asked again. The main character held Jack's head by the hair and noted that his pot was still boiling. The girl was shocked by this. She asked with a frightened look if it was Jack. Jack, with a smile on his face, said that now it was a 2-on-2 fight, not counting her. The girl was taken aback and said that this was the same legendary performer who had no equal, which meant that he really killed Jack. Jack's eyes glowed blue and he said that he was actually alive. The girl was trembling with fear and asked how Jack spoke. Holding her hand to her face, she asked how the child managed to defeat Jack, adding that she saw Chuck fight and Jack could not lose to him. Jack looked at her and cried out that the protagonist was just lucky. The girl smiled at these words. She suggested with a satisfied look that the reason was that Jack disappeared for 10 years, and during this time, he probably weakened for some reason, which is why a brat like him was able to defeat him. Chuck listened to her silently, holding Jack's head in his hands. She pointed her finger and noted that if her guess was correct, then the current Jack was no longer such a big threat. Besides, he did not have a body, and by killing the protagonist, she would be able to get Jack and maybe get a promotion. Jack looked up and asked again if he was weak. Chuck threw his head at her and asked her to try to deal with him then and see if he was strong or not. Jack flew at her with a satisfied look. The puppet managed to cover the girl. He swung his fist at Jack's head. Jack's head flew off. Chuck punched the guy. Turning around, the protagonist asked why Jack had come back, noting that he should have held back at least one. Jack asked what he could do if he didn't have a body. Frowning, Chuck replied that he wouldn't give him a body, and he didn't like losing consciousness at that moment. Jack hung on his back and said that he and the protagonist were practically one family, and in a family it was customary to help each other. Jack's hair moved towards Chuck's hand. The hair wrapped around his hand. The protagonist suddenly cut the mannequin. Blood spurted from the man in all directions. Chuck was surprised by what happened. Examining his body, the protagonist thought that his strength had suddenly increased. Looking at his hand, Chuck clarified what it was. Purple energy enveloped Chuck's body. Jack used exoskeleton mode and asked if he had helped normally. Taken aback, the protagonist replied that it was not bad, although the sensations were quite creepy. The second dummy ran at Chuck, while Jack said that it was a sign of his gratitude, but next time he would lend him his body. The protagonist suddenly jumped up and replied that he would think about it. He swung his blade. He dealt a powerful blow to the guy. The guy's head was cut off and lay on the ground. The stunned girl held her face and began to scream. She sat above the head and said that this was her precious shark, given to her by the doctor. Turning and looking at Jack, Chuck asked if he poured in the power, did it mean that he borrowed his body? Jack cried out that if he did not control the body, then the protagonist did not lend it. Looking back, Chuck emphasized the fact that he still would not give his body. Jack asked if the protagonist heard of such an expression as favor for a favor. Chuck asked if it was fair that Jack had used his body twice at his own will. The protagonist was suddenly taken aback. He was hit hard and sent flying. Surprised, Chuck asked what it was. The puppet continued the fight without a head. Getting up, the protagonist asked if the body could move if it was dead. He noted that the girl had said that it was not unable to move, but that it was not capable of moving. The enraged girl said that she would not forgive him for this. With an angry face, she said that she would kill Chuck. The puppets rushed at the protagonist. The bodies of the mannequins were cut into small pieces. The protagonist began to walk towards the girl. Standing over her, Chuck said that with such cuts, even if they could move, it would clearly be pointless. The frightened girl begged him to spare her. The protagonist stood in front of her and assumed that those she had killed, the nun and other people, probably said the same thing. Chuck raised his cleaver and asked if she had spared them. The girl screamed that she would give him the information. She put her hand on her chest and said that she would tell him everything from the location of Dr. P's deputies to the sharks. Looking at her, Chuck asked how she could know such a thing. The girl said that she had worked for Dr. P for a long time, longer than most deputies, so she could proudly say that she knew quite a lot. She screamed that she would upload the location of the deputies to the protagonist's lawn terminal. Only they knew the location of Dr. P, so she could not tell him, but here was the information about the sharks. The girl knelt down and asked how he could handle that. Chuck was furious. Holding the phone in his hands, the protagonist began to say that the location of the deputy and information about who the sharks were. He clarified how he knew that this was not a lie. The girl spread her hands and said that she was in no position to lie and that it was all over for her. Dr. P's sharks were dead, which meant that she was dead for him too. Chuck assumed that she was really telling the truth and that he would believe her. A smile appeared on the girl's face. She stood up from her knees and screamed that she would definitely repay him for sparing his life. Swinging his blade, Chuck said that he had not said that he would spare her. She was shocked by this. The girl screamed that the protagonist was a fool, after which blood began to splatter. Chuck began to swing his cleaver, shaking off the blood. He saw that he was being called. He stared at the phone screen. Bringing the phone to his ear, the protagonist said that he was at the device. Marcus asked him to come back quickly if he was finished. Chuck was scared by this. The room was light. The protagonist folded his hands in prayer. He stood next to Marcus and began to pray. Chuck opened his eyes as he continued to pray. His father stood in front of them, asking for eternal peace to be davron by mercy. They were standing in a church. As he walked outside, the man said that although it was hard to believe, he kept his hands behind his back and noted that having seen it with his own eyes, he now knew that the protagonist was not lying. Closing his eyes, the man smiled and stated that he would have believed Chuck anyway. Looking away, the protagonist asked why the Holy Father trusted him. Looking away, Chuck emphasized the fact that he raised him and he didn't even say thank you for it. And on top of that, he left the orphanage without saying goodbye. And then, without explaining why, he came back and put him in danger. The man listened to him silently. He looked at Chuck and said that in fact, that day, he was not the only one who couldn't say goodbye. The man remembered Chuck leaving the orphanage and stated that he had known for a long time that he was driven by revenge. The man looked after him with a sad expression and noted that seeing him leave, he did not have the courage to stop him. Standing in front of him, the Holy Father said that he hoped that he would not live for the sake of vendetta, but at the same time he knew that this determination was so strong that he would not be able to break it. He calmly said that even now he hoped that the protagonist would abandon this path, and even more so he could not support his thirst for blood, but thanks to it he was able to help many people, for example, him and the children. The man stood quietly and added that he himself did not know what was right, but if Chuck really needed to do it, then let it not be for revenge, but for the sake of saving someone. He looked at the protagonist, smiling. He asked again if Chuck asked why he believed him, adding that the answer to this question was in his own words. The protagonist said that he raised him. Chuck was surprised by these words. He remembered standing in front of the little protagonist and asking him if a parent didn't trust their child, then who could they trust? The protagonist listened to him silently, his eyes wide open. His face was completely calm. Chuck started to walk away and asked for forgiveness, noting that his request would be difficult to fulfill and he could barely control himself. Stunned, Marcus cried out that the protagonist was stubborn. Smiling, he asked the Holy Father not to worry, noting that he was only saying so, but in fact, of all the people he had seen, Chuck was the most caring. With his back to them, the protagonist turned to his father. He continued to stand with his back turned. Turning around, Chuck asked if he could come to confession next time. The father and Marcus were looking at his back. The man smiled broadly and said that Chuck could of course come at any time. A smile appeared on the protagonist's face. He started to walk away from them. A guy's voice could be heard in the hallway, trying to call someone. The dumbfounded guy asked what day it was today. The doors were locked. Sitting in the dark room, he said that there was no one outside, and apparently no one in the other rooms either. Sitting in the dark, he thought about how little time there was and the food was irregular. The sunlight was not getting in at all and there were no clues to understand how long he had been there. The hallway was well lit. The guy saw a small glimmer of light through the peephole. The guy seriously noted that he would like to know what was going on outside, but in front of him was only this hole. He was suddenly taken aback. The light began to disappear completely. The glimmer of light appeared again. A bright light began to envelop the dark room and spread. The guy was scared. The girl ran down the hallway. She entered the room and called the chief. Out of breath, she said that Tendril was currently in the containment area. The man was surprised by what he heard. The people entered the room. They saw that only a cape remained of the guy. The enraged boss asked the guard how this could have happened and what was on the security cameras. The guard replied that as far as he knew, there were only cameras in the hallway, but they didn't show anything. Frowning, the man asked where the idiot had gone then and if the guard was going to say that he had teleported. The man crossed his arms and asked if he had really teleported and if the guy had been hiding his ability from them. Patrick walked up to Zach and said that he didn't think so. Patrick smiled and said that Tendril hadn't used his ability anyway, at least not directly. He noted that the guy was in a straitjacket. Zach replied with a serious expression that he had. The girl stood in the room and said that how he got out wasn't that important. She spread her arms and emphasized the fact that where he went was important. The plot introduces us to the head of the 7th section of the Invulnerables, Sami. He chuckled and asked if that was why Zach was always lagging behind. Furious, Zach asked if she was making fun of him when he was in trouble. Sami, smiling, said that she would find Tendril, but Zach would owe her. Taken aback, Zach asked what she wanted from him. Sami said she had an idea. Pointing at herself, she said that they would split the bounty 9 to 1, and of course, she would get 9. She folded her hands behind her back. Sami, looking innocent, asked if Zach really didn't want to share with her. Zach was confused by this. He replied with a satisfied expression that they had an agreement. Sami started to run away and said that she would contact him when she found him. Patrick, looking displeased, asked how Zach could have agreed so easily, noting that he had been tricked. Zach looked away and asked what else he could do, noting that he had no idea where Tendril had gone. Patrick replied that they could find him themselves. Zach suddenly looked away and asked if Patrick was sure that he could find him before the head of Section 7. Patrick looked at Zach silently. Zach told her with a serious expression that once she caught the scent, the game was over and trying to compete with her was pointless. They would only waste their time, so in this situation, this was the best solution, because no one could compare with the head of Section 7. Sami ran down the corridor with a satisfied look. There was a purple glow in the forest. Looking around, the guy said that he almost died and asked where she had been for so long. The girl asked him not to complain. Tendrill's face was displeased. Looking around the dense forest, the girl said that if it weren't for the doctor's orders, she wouldn't have thought to come. Tendrill approached her and asked what the doctor said. Looking at her back, he asked why she froze. She frowned. Turning around, the girl asked how much money he had in his account. Tendrill replied that he had enough. The girl, looking serious, said that she probably had a lot too, but no matter how much. She suddenly pierced Tendrill's head. Looking at him, she said that it would never be enough. Sunlight enveloped the coffee shop. Looking at the menu, the girl asked for a repeat order. She kept her hands on her hips. The guy, looking uncertain, said he wanted a hot iced Americano. Standing behind the cash register, the girl asked if he wanted hot or iced. The guy said he wanted a hot iced Americano. Closing her eyes, the girl said that she could not make a hot iced Americano and asked him to choose either a hot Americano or iced. Standing in front of her, the guy asked why. He looked at her and asked if they made coffee. The girl asked him to understand that iced Americano was cold and could not be warm and maybe he had made a mistake. Frowning, the guy asked again if he had made a mistake. He went behind the cash register and asked if he had made a mistake. The girl covered her face with her hands and screamed that if he continued, she would call the police. She opened her eyes and was surprised. The guy was standing behind the coffee machine and making coffee. Looking at him, she asked what he was doing. The guy put the glass on the table and said that everything was ready. The girl was shocked by what she saw. She examined the drink. The girl grinned. With a smile on her face, she said that it was just iced Americano. The furious guy asked again. He bit his lip and asked why the girl was stubborn and always looking for excuses. She poured coffee on her and asked her to look. The dumbfounded girl asked if he was crazy, adding that she was going to call the police now. She suddenly felt that the coffee was really hot. She fell to her knees and started screaming in pain. The guy stood over her and said that he hated those who did not admit their incompetence the most. Frowning, he asked if it was really that hard to do his job. Marcus walked next to Chuck and asked how much longer they had to go. He asked with a displeased look to sit down. He saw a coffee shop and offered something to drink. They were looking at the building of the coffee shop. The main character's face was displeased. There were people shouting to hide in the street. The heroine walked down the street, asking where everyone had disappeared to. The girl was humming a song with a smile on her face. Someone was sitting behind a tree. The heroine laughed, answering that she had found him. The girl told the hero that he was a prankster and had gone too far. Sami answered that she would take her back to prison. The guy did not move. The heroine slowly approached him, wondering if he had been sleeping for so long. Sami smiled, answering that it would be easier this way. The guy quickly opened his eyes. The hero quickly jumped on the girl. He clenched his teeth. Sami hit the hero in the face, saying that he had scared her very much. The guy jumped back into a tree. Sami told herself that she was cute, but that did not mean that she should be pestered. The guy began to look at her with incomprehension. The heroine told the guy that if he did this again, he would not live anymore. The guy tried to hit the girl. His hand reached forward. Sami hit the guy, asking if he was ashamed of being such a rude person. The girl screamed that she should teach him a little lesson. Punches flew across her face. The hero was hit in the face over and over again. The guy flew to the side. Sami looked at him with displeasure. The hero was lying to the side. The guy did not move. Sami shouted at him to sit still so that he would not get it again. The hero began to approach the girl again. Sami did not understand what was happening. The heroine's hand was raised. The girl hit the guy with all her strength and asked if he had done this enough. The hero hit the ground. The guy's head was in the ground. Sami looked at her brother. The girl said with displeasure that there are always those who do not have enough. Sami understood that something was still wrong, but she did not know what exactly. Two heroes were sitting on the couch. The guy asked the hero to report to the director instead of him. The guy answered that he could not do this. The hero looked away in surprise. The man shouted, asking if they had found it. Sami calmly answered that he was right in front of her. The hero asked the girl where she was so that he could come. The heroine smiled, saying that she would like to ask something. The girl said fearfully that she did not want to increase her share. The hero listened in surprise to the girl who asked about his ability. The guy next to the assistant answered that he had 2 regenerating tentacles on his back. Sami answered that she remembered something like that. The heroine answered that it was very strange because he had never used them. The guy looked away in confusion. Sami answered in confusion that it looked like he had increased physical strength. The heroine saw something to the side. Something started happening behind the girl. The guy asked the girl to tell him where she was so that they could discuss everything. The hero never received an answer. The guy noticed with displeasure that she had hung up. Screams were heard from the street. Marcus began to offer Chuck a cup of coffee. The hero agreed to only 1 cup. Marcus looked at the hero in confusion, who said to buy it himself. Chuck looked at the guy, saying that he didn't want to waste time looking for the way, so they should get takeout coffee and continue on their way. The guy answered Marcus that if he didn't want to, then that was his problem. The hero ran away, saying that he would be right there. A cafe. Marcus came in, smiling, greeting everyone. The guy looked at the counter where there was no one. Marcus didn't understand what had happened. The hero began to ask in fear if there was anyone there. Marcus saw with incomprehension that the door was open, but there was no one. The hero didn't understand what to do now. The guy noticed something. There was a girl lying behind the counter. The hero asked her if she was okay. Marcus gritted his teeth, seeing that there was no pulse. The heroine's entire face was covered in burns. Marcus didn't understand who could commit such a terrible act. There was a guy standing to the side of the cafe, who realized that he needed to get his hands dirty. The hero realized that if he killed, there would be a lot of noise. Marcus looked away, and the guy realized that he was the one who came to the abandoned factory. The man realized that he was the one who was watching then. The hero could not understand how he ended up in this area. The guy could not understand where Chuck was and whether he had already entered. The hero realized that this was his chance. His hands were holding the belt. The guy realized that without a partner, he did not pose a threat. The hero saw that he was also distracted. The guy carefully held the belt, standing behind Marcus. He decided to end this quickly. Marcus still did not see anything. The hero quickly turned to the side. Marcus quickly pushed the guy away from him. The hero could not understand how he noticed his attack. Marcus slowly approached. The guy realized that these were normal reflexes. Marcus hit the hero in the face, answering that it was him. The hero asked if he killed the bass player. The hero could not answer. Marcus asked why he had touched him so cruelly. His hands were holding the belt tightly. The hero quickly hit Marcus. The guy looked away with displeasure. The hero stood to the side with displeasure, still holding the belt. Marcus looked away. He quickly began to rush forward. The guy hit the hero, saying that because of him he had missed his coffee time. The hero could not understand what kind of nonsense he was talking. The guy was lying on the ground. Marcus said that he was very lucky since he only killed performers. The hero could not do anything. Marcus told the guy to lie down until the police arrived. The hand was reaching for the door. It could not open. Marcus did not understand what this meant. The hand was trying to grab the handle. The hero wanted to open it with all his might. Marcus looked away with confusion. The guy was screaming that it was not opening. Marcus did not understand how it could be closed if he had just entered. There was no one on the floor anymore. Marcus thought with confusion that an ordinary person would not be able to recover from the technology in such a short time. The hero saw something to the side. Marcus ran into the door. His legs ran away quickly. The hero walked away with confusion. His eyes looked forward, and the guy himself understood that this was not an ordinary person, but he was also an executor. The hero tried to crawl away. Marcus stood near the door. The guy calmly answered that he underestimated him, but now he was in a hurry. Something was flying at the hero. It was shining brightly to the side. The fire hit the window. Marcus decided to see who was who. The hero was sitting scared behind the wall. The guy was walking around the cafe, trying to find him. The hero was looking at something. Marcus looked out from behind the wall, seeing the hero. The guy was shouting loudly that he did not have time to wait.